Hello and welcome to the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour. We are in Italy for the Sanremo leg of Season 10. I'm James Hartigan here with Rick Dacey, staff writer at the PokerStars blog. And Rick, it's our first time in Sanremo since the autumn of 2012. Sanremo, for a couple of seasons, was in the autumn. Now it's back where it belongs, in the spring.
Yeah, there was a bit of shuffling around with Berlin and London, but yeah, this is a great time. Summer's just, starting to beckon in. It's a great place to go and get some gelato, have a coffee outside, and obviously play some poker.
Tiramisu ice cream, Rick, the two best desserts in the world combined. Obviously for the players, it's all about the poker. A 3-week festival, really, on the Riviera, with Sanremo and the Grand Final in Monaco pretty much back-to-back. It's going to be a pretty intense few weeks for us, but it's going to be very entertaining.
Certainly so, and it's going to be very lucrative for some players. There's super high rollers, there's high rollers, there's obviously main events, there's IPTs, there's FPSs. There's a lot of events. Basically, I don't know, it's probably about 40 events all in, or maybe 80, who knows. It's a lot, anyway. And buy-ins start from pretty low, from like 100-odd euros, all the way up to, 10, 20, 50, 100k. There's a lot of poker. There's a lot of options.
And as far as EPT Live is concerned, there's a lot of hours of live poker coming your way. Here we are kicking off the first day of 5 live days of poker from EPT Sanremo. Then we're going to take a short break. By short break, I'm talking like 3 or 4 days. And then 9 days of live coverage from the PokerStars Monte Carlo Casino EPT Grand Final in Monaco. So let's talk about this tournament, Rick. We pick up the action on day 2. The 2 day ones have been played.
Sure, yeah. Day 1A, relatively small field, 175 players. Obviously, some coming in from the IPT. It was on a Monday, so I think some grinders wanted to play the Sundays, travel on the Monday. So obviously a much larger turnout yesterday. So cumulatively about 550-odd players. However, late reg was still open, so we haven't got confirmation on that or the prize pool yet.
Yeah, the tournament clock currently showing 556 entries, 316 remaining coming into day 2. We can't make a secret of the fact that we are a bit disappointed with that number.
Well, it's not as big as some of the monster Italian festivals in the past, which, let's face it, have been punching above their weight with sort of record 1,200 man fields. So really, in comparison, then we shouldn't be quite so hard on ourselves. Still going to be big numbers going throughout. The high roller kicks off on Friday, which should be really interesting too. But coming in today, we've got just over 300 players left. So they're obviously still going to be looking at a massive prize pool.
Well, let's talk about some of those players. By the way, the prize pool won't be confirmed until later on today when we get the final number of runners, with late registration closing around now. 6 full levels of poker to play today, and it's David Yan who comes into those 6 levels as chip leader.
Yes, which goes to show, if you help EPT Live, you get some good karma. So David's been very good. He's helped out on the webcast a few times, so I'm sure you know him. Plays on Stars as Miss Oracle. Seems to be a very nice guy, which is always nice to see when they do well too. But he's got like 174,000, I believe. But there's also a lot of other very good players in there and thereabouts. You've got the likes of Jeffrey Hakeem, Roberto Romanello, Victor Ramden. In fact, the easiest thing to do is just go to PokerStars blog, click on the widget on the side, it takes you to live coverage where you get chip counts and live updates as we go.
And all the updates from the outer tables as we focus on our feature table. Obviously, Team Pro pretty well represented. Former champion still in the field, Kevin McPhee at one of the outer tables. Liv Brie, a former winner of this event, is going to be on our feature table today, but she's coming in pretty short.
Yeah, I think it's 12,400, to the extent that we thought she was actually knocked out last night. So sorry, Liv, but it's like getting a second chance there. But yeah, she is going to have to obviously double up relatively quickly. Blinds are 400, 800 coming in, so there's a bit of wiggle room, but not that much. I mean, it's like 15 bigs.
Now, we're going to get to the action in just a moment, but before we do, Rick, you made a bold prediction. And bear in mind, this is only day 2 of a 6-day tournament, but already you're calling a win for Johnny Lodden.
Yes, the historical data says that Johnny will win, because last year at the Sanremo Tennis Club, we saw Ludovic Lacaille. This year, we saw Johnny Lodden. I think that's pretty much nailed on that he wins then, right?
This is what passes for journalistic analysis in the year 2014, ladies and gentlemen. My thanks to Rick Dacey. Follow his words, PokerStarsBlog.com, Twitter @PokerStarsBlog. Let's get you to the action. Let's get you to our feature table here at EPT Sanremo and hand you over to the commentary teams.
Mamma mia, Papa Pia, it is time for some EPT.
Thank you.
We are live from Sanremo here on EPT Live, and we are entering your ear holes using English, but you may listen to us in many other languages, including Italian, Russian, French, Polish, Lithuanian, and German. By the way, thank you, James. Thank you, Rick. I am Joe Stapleton. Hello, my babies. Also with me here in the booth is Mr. Mark Convey.
Buongiorno, everybody. Looking forward to a great day of poker.
James and Rick look like a couple of Law and Order detectives down there on the floor. But we are going to investigate the rest of this tournament. We are available mobile. We are available on your computers. You can get the app in the Apple Store, or for Android devices, take us with you, take us on the go. If you're going door to door, asking witnesses if they saw that crime with James and Rick, you can bring them with you.
And don't forget, everybody, you are the people that make the show. We want you interacting with us. Please do get in touch all throughout the day. The favourite way for you to get in touch with us is via Twitter. Use the hashtag EPT Live, and don't forget to follow us at EPT Live as well. If you have a longer question, Nuts at PokerStars TV is your avenue. And if you want to, get the full experience of the Poker Festival this week, then we've got you covered at the PokerStars blog, Facebook, Instagram, and on YouTube. And
we are going to have pros with us in the booth for the rest of the 5 days. We'll be broadcasting here in Sanremo, whoever we can get. We want our team pros to go deep in this thing, but if they happen to bust out, we'll get them here in the booth, and we'll also have Lee's Lowdown this week. Let's take a look at who is on our featured table.
This is a pretty awesome lineup. David Yan obviously coming into the day as chip leader. A bit of a bigger stack than Rick Dacey said, 185,000. Liv Bury, a former champion. Several players who've made EPT final tables before. Oliver Price came third in Deauville earlier this season. Jorma Newton was 8th in Prague. Olivier Busquet was a runner-up. Actually, Mark, that was an Italian event that you and I called Campione back in season 8.
Campione, yeah, it was a 14-hour final table, I think. It was one of the long ones that we did. And he was unlucky there, played a great game, and he's got some chips to play with again today.
I think it's important to mention that we have both Livs, both Liv Bs at the table.
Yeah, Liv B and OLB, original Liv B. I saw Liv tweeted that it was the other Liv B, but she got the O right, but it's original Liv B. He was around before you, I'm afraid, Liv.
So blinds at the start of day 2 are 400, 800 with a 100 ante. Well, this hand sees the action folded around to Zaba Varadi in the small blind. He calls, and David Yan will check his option in the big blind.
So an unraised pot.
An ace, queen, deuce flop with 2 diamonds.
Checked around.
And an ace of spades on the turn.
2 flush draws out there as well now.
Varadi decides to throw in a red chip. That's worth 1,000. But he verbally announced 800. David Yan calls. So they'll get changed, courtesy of those black 100 chips. The biggest chips in play right now, I think, are the blues, which are worth 5,000 each. So now a double paired board. Varadi betting 1,600.
Yan kicks it in. A lot of players these days don't. It's not an auto raise with an ace in the small blind. Not saying that is what he had, but a lot of players don't want to play huge pots with, so-so aces.
Yeah, because even if you limp and get raised, you're still effectively only playing a raised pot rather than raise and then having to call with a bad ace to a 3-bet can be tricky. And your hand is then undirect. And
exactly.
if an ace comes on the flop, you can check it, and then your opponent feels obliged to rep that ace even if he doesn't have one.
Chip denominations on your screen right now. Plenty of you happy to have EPT Live back for pretty much 2 weeks. Triple O Espresso says dual screening EPT Live and yesterday's EPT London TV coverage.
Wow.
Stephen says it's back with James, Joe and Mark. Hopefully it's going to be chop pots and 4-bets galore. And Scott R says, welcome back, guys. Looking forward to a fun week. As I said, Scott, you've got more than a week to look forward to. Remember, as soon as we wrap things here in Sanremo on Sunday. We move straight onto the Grand Final in Monaco with 9 days of coverage from the Grand Final.
Thanks so much, everyone. Thanks for being with us.
It's going to be fantastically varied coverage as well from the Grand Final, with all the different buying events and also the cash game that we're going to stream live.
Second hand in a row, action folded to the small blind. Jan raises to 2,000, gets a call from Oliver Price in the big blind. And a nice straighty flush drawy flop.
Jan leads for 2,500.
Oliver Price calls, and Triple O Espresso comes back and says it's also a Liv Berie fest because she's on 2 TV tables in front of me.
Oh, yeah.
Those of you who maybe aren't up to watching 2 poker shows at once, you can always watch those highlights from EPT London once we conclude today's coverage, which I think will be around 8:30 local time. We're playing 6 full 75-minute levels today.
Just watching one is fine. Just stick with us for now.
That's what I mean. Watch the live stream, and then when we finish, then go to PokerStars.tv if you're not there already, and click on the link to yesterday's EPT main event show.
And after that, if you haven't had enough, just give me a call at home. We'll chat for a while.
Joe's up for doing some Skype calls.
Jan slows down on the turn. He checks. Oliver Price takes over the betting, 3,400.
This is a very wet board texture. That's a crazy amount of draws on that flop. Obviously, a potential flush draw got there on the turn. Other flush draws developed. If you just had a single ace in your hand. And Liv, as you guys mentioned, Liv Berie started off today a little bit short, so we will very likely see her all in at some point. She's got just under 12K.
She's still got a good 3-bet shoving size stack.
She's got about 15 big blinds.
Meanwhile, David Yan at the opposite end of the spectrum, not just the table chip leader, but also the tournament chip leader coming into day 2. And a reminder that if you do want to see chip counts across the tournament as a whole, if you want updates from the outer tables, PokerStarsblog.com. Click on the widget, go to the live updates. Just looking at that leaderboard on the PokerStars blog myself, and see that Gail Bauman is also a top 10 stack coming into today.
She's made many a top 10.
Rick Dacey's bold prediction about Johnny Lodden's backed up by the fact he has more than 100,000.
You say bold, I say stupid.
Well, we just won't tell Johnny you said that.
I don't think predicting Johnny Lodden for the win is stupid. I think the reasoning is. So Verardi raises from the cutoff and gets 3-bet by David Yan on the button. Verardi calls. We'll have to play the flop out of position. And that flop is 10-8-6 with 2 clubs.
David Yan always looks like he's about to burst out laughing. That's my analysis.
Like he's holding it in, he's like
Yeah.
really tense.
Check, check on the flop. Queen of spades on the turn. D. Prasad says, with bad dental pain, was thinking of going to the dentist, which would be a logical thing to do, but saw EPT Live was on, so forget the dentist right now. Love you.
Oh, that's the sacrifices that we like from our audience.
I think that you should give yourself a time limit as to how long you should watch EPT Live. Maybe stop watching around 2:30.
Very good. Check, check on the turn. Ace of spades on the river. That took a good 15 seconds for that joke to resonate in Mark Convey's brain.
Oh, come on. It was more like 6 seconds, but yeah, you're right. I just had to switch off when Joe's speaking sometimes.
Little comedy grenade for you guys. Just roll it in. Wait for it to go off.
Aspie in Denmark says, locked and loaded. Let's see Mickey Peterson ship this one. I've got an amusing Mickey Peterson story to tell you after this hand. So finally we get a delayed continuation bet from David Yan. 4,500 on the river.
Yeah, that's weird, huh? No betting action till the river.
Don't laugh, David. Don't do it.
Varady lets it go. And Jan boosts his chip lead back up to 184,500. So yesterday was when we all flew into town, and Nice Airport was heaving because obviously a lot of people coming in for the Monaco Masters, the tennis tournament in Monaco, plus a lot of players arriving yesterday. Even though yesterday was day 1B, some people decided to fly in for lunchtime and late rate to this tournament.
Okay.
Among them, Mickey Peterson from Team PokerStars Online, a former EPT champ. And Mickey was meant to be sharing a car with Sam Greenwood, but Sam took off without him. So Mickey asked, can I come in your car? So I decided to share a car with him and Lee Jones, who'll be joining us later for Lee's Lowdown. So we get to Sanremo, and we drop Lee at his hotel. The guy's about to drop me in my hotel, and he says to Mickey, oh, where are you staying? And Mickey gives the name of his hotel, and the guy says, I wish you told me earlier. That hotel's, like, back up in the mountains. And Mickey's like, no, it's not in the mountains. It's 6 minutes from the casino. And the guy goes, no, that hotel. And he pointed to a road sign and went, it's back up that way, up the windy road, back up in the mountains, and said, it's not walking distance from the casino. You'll need to, like, rent a moped or something if you want to get to the casino every day.
Mickey on a moped.
I think what may have happened is that when Mickey saw 6M from casino, he thought that meant 6 minutes.
Guy that's going to shove on you a lot. I guess maybe you're okay taking a race there.
I mean, I think once he 3-bets with the sixes, you can't then fold to the shove.
No, of course
The question is,
not.
do you really want to induce a 3-bet with sixes?
That's what I'm thinking about. Because you could be thinking to yourself, okay, well, sometimes he'll fold, which is great, but then you're turning like an okay hand into a bluff, really. If you're hoping for a fold.
Yep.
Pretty big sweat here. There we go. Well, I guess there's one reason to not just take a flop with sixes.
Because the ace.
The ace hits, and you're like, okay, see ya.
If there's an ace or a king, I'll just check. Yeah,
then again, he probably wouldn't get doubled through here also.
So Newton just has to fade a 6 on the river. There we go. He doubles up through the Swede.
3 pair good.
It's worth mentioning out there in the field is Sorel Mitzi, and today is his birthday. So happy birthday, Sorel Mitzi.
Sorel. He's doing well anyway, isn't he? Day 2, healthy stack.
And I'll tell you what, I think I'm ready to do our first competition.
Wow, so soon?
Send us and tag Sorel. I want everyone to send happy birthday wishes to Sorel Mitzi. He's at Sorel Mitzi on Twitter. And hashtag at EPT Live. And whoever sends him the cleverest birthday message will win an EPT Sanremo t-shirt. Wow.
Are you going to decide on who's the cleverest? Or
I think we can decide, yeah.
I'm taking myself out of the equation because I get accused of being too harsh.
No, but we need that, James. We need your harshness.
We need the balance.
25 minutes into the day, and already we have our first competition, our first opportunity to win a prize.
That's right. Totally free stream. Totally free prize. Playing PokerStars.
Just a quick question on Twitter as we see Schoblom open the action small to big. Ashley Bull says, with Liv being so short, does it widen her shoving range, or can she still play tight with blinds at 400, 800? What is her shoving range, Mark?
It depends on what position. I mean, it would be a lot wider if it folds around to her in the cutoff or the button. And then, actually, got to look at the stacks behind her. Yeah, she's got pretty good stacks to shove into. Olivia Biscuit, she's got to worry about, because maybe he's the only one who can really afford to call her. But if she's shoving into Newton or Schlobom, and then Schlobom, then they've got to have a really good hand. The more important thing you've got to consider is what can they call with. They're not going to dust off a third of their stack or a quarter of their stack with sort of a bad king and a queen. So there's a lot of hands you can shove and get through. So she's going to have to tighten that up if she's in early position.
Just to recap the action here, after Schoblom raised from the small, Johnson 3-bet from the big blind. Schoblom called, and Johnson will continue this king-high flop for 3,500.
Johnson.
Call from Schoblom and a deuce of clubs on the turn.
So no betting this time.
And 9 of clubs on the river.
$10,000 is the bet from Schlobom. He makes the call. You have to show your cards, buddy. Wow, did he just take his time and turn over King 6?
Sure did.
Eek. That was a bit too long in.
And I think that's a situation where maybe Schoblom got helped out a little bit from maybe a slight case of tilt. I mean, of course, raising small to big with King 6 I think is perfectly fine, but then I guess calling the 3-bet too isn't that big a deal. You just got pretty lucky there, I guess, to flop so good. You do want to table your hand, though.
You do, as quick as possible. It's not nice.
When you have what's going to be the best hand. Almost all the time.
So the chip counts of the 9 players at our feature table on your screen right now. David Yan, the tournament boss. And yes, Elite and Tusha has still not shown up. The 9 seat at our feature table is still empty. Liv Bree now playing 13 big blinds with 47 minutes left on this level.
Do we think that's a strategy from Tusha? I know that would be my strategy. I got 100 big blinds. The only thing I can do is lose them.
He's saying he doesn't trust himself.
Exactly.
If Barry folds again, playing the patient game.
Newton raising from the hijack. And Showblom back in the action, calling on the button.
Now limps a button.
Limps the button?
Sorry, excuse me, calls on the button.
And a Jack 9-3 flop. 2 spades out there. Newton continuing.
Showbomb wants revenge.
Wow, he's raised it to 5K.
He made that raise quicker than he revealed his full house in the last hand.
Really fast raise. And it's really easy to be semi-bluff raising on this board.
Board pairs on the turn. Puts a second flush draw out there.
Showblom bets 5K now.
Same as the size of his raise on the flop. And once again, Newton calls.
Really interesting to see if a brick hits here. Not exactly a brick. Flop flush draw comes in.
And it goes check, check. Newton shows Queen Jack. Showblom.
Wow.
King Jack.
What a way to get value.
Raises for thin value on the flop and gets it too.
Did you say thin value?
Thin value.
Oh, I thought you said fin value. I thought that was 2 today. I was giving you credit.
That was good. I wish I had said fin value.
Here's our first competition entry of the day. Jack Walker tags Sorel Mitzi and says, "Happy birthday. All the best today. Hope you have a Sorel experience in Sanremo. If you go out, we'll really Mitzi you."
Okay, so far I like it. That's a front runner. So I'm going to write down Jack's name, which is Jack.
By the way, if any of you are experiencing any issues with the stream, if the quality's lower than it normally is, if it occasionally stalls, or if there's any looping issues, just reset, close down, start again, and we'll hopefully rectify any problems that remain ASAP. Our apologies.
Mitchie Johnson opens this pot, 1600 for one, and look who's arrived. Welcome to the table.
Well, he's not wasting any time.
Straight into 3 betting.
Yeah, re-raising to 3,500.
Making up for lost time, I guess.
You just can't, you're right, he can't trust himself. He just has to, he has to raise and be in the action. Johnson calls.
King 9-8 with 2 clubs.
Tusha continues.
Smitty says, "Hi guys, great you're back. Joe, you rocked the Union Jack suit last night on TV."
Forgot about that.
4,100 apiece. Queen of Diamonds on the turn.
Was last night the episode where I fall over the bicycle?
It was indeed.
That was fun.
Just slows to a check this time.
So it's Mitch Johnson who'll bet. 4,500.
What sort of trouble have you got yourself in for? You should have pushed the snooze one more time.
Just go back to bed, middle of the hand.
Glad to see that many of you have managed to resolve the technical issues. Willie says, welcome back, guys. A video glitch briefly sped up James's voice. It sounded like Victoria Coren Mitchell talking, and it made me smile.
Tush gives it up.
Nuno has a question. He says, why is there no free roll? Nuno, there is a free roll. And it's taking place at 8:15 this evening, Central European time. You want to check the events/EPT section of the tournament lobby. As far as the password is concerned, we'll give you that a bit later on today.
So maybe since people are working out how to get the stream going again, maybe it's worth repeating the competition that's going right now since we've only had one entry. Guys, today's Sorel Mitzi's birthday. I would like you guys to send Sorel a happy birthday message on Twitter. It's at Sorel Mitzi, SORELMIZZI, hashtag at EPT Live so we can see them as well. Whoever sends Sorel my favorite birthday message will win an EPT Sanremo t-shirt. So far, Jack D. Walker 94 is in the lead, so get those birthday messages to Sorel.
By virtue of being the only entrant, he is in the lead.
Correct.
I think there was 2 entrants. I think we may have missed one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there was one just before Smitty. Or just before...
Where?
Don't, Tripio, Espresso. Happy birthday, Sorrel Mizzy, don't Mizzy the money. Just below Jack Walker. No? It's in my EPT Live feed.
How weird.
It didn't come up in yours?
No. Have you got it, Joe?
No.
Oh. That's strange.
Is it someone that we have blocked?
No.
Maybe he deleted that.
Well, it's not. I don't think it's good enough to win the prize. Maybe he was a bit embarrassed.
Twitter, I've realized, is not an exact science still to this day.
Let's pick up the action in this hand. Verardi followed his MO from the previous orbit where he limped the small blind, but this time David Yan did not check his option. He raised to 2,800. Verardi called, but he folds to this continuation bet from Yan. And Yan's stack is now up to 187,500. Mitch Johnson second in chips at this table, but not second in chips in the tournament. Remember, if you want to see the overall chip leaders, if you want to look at the current leaderboard, if you want updates from the outer table, go to the live updates on the PokerStarsblog.com. We're down to 303 players, by the way. We came into the day with around 316. So already some early exits. A bit later on, we'll get final confirmation on the number of runners. Right now, the tournament clock is showing 556. And once we've got that number rectified, we'll have the prize pool and then the payout structure. We'll be able to see how many players will get paid and, crucially, what first place will pay.
All right, we've got another Sorel submission. Happy birthday, mate. This is from Ashley. Hope your time in my hometown is Sorel, don't Mitzi the money.
That's pretty similar to the one that showed up on my feed.
A little bit. Now, it doesn't have to be a pun. I'm also willing to accept a rap, a poem, a haiku.
Cue Michael Josem's entry in about 10 minutes.
The world is your oyster.
Verardi raises his button and gets 3-bet by David Yan in the small blind. Oliver Price gets out the way. Walter's just joined us. He says, Buenos dias, Mark, James and Joe. I'm happy that the pace looks reasonably fast so far. You must admit that EPT Vienna was a bit slow. The rate of play at the final table was exceptionally slow. But I think in general, that's something we're used to seeing now, is that on these days, people are going to play a pretty fast-paced poker, but once you get to the business end of the tournament, once you get down to the final table, or just before the final table, when the decisions really mean something, they're going to take their time.
Yeah, and it's a lot harder to pull the trigger, and you're just unsure. You doubt yourself.
Also, dare I say, on day 6 out of 6, your brain's probably starting to feel a bit fatigued, and therefore you do want to kind of think more over your decisions.
Yeah.
Maybe you're kind of doubting yourself a bit more.
I mean, we gave Alexei Koroshenin a hard time occasionally for how long he was taking with his decisions, but guess what? He won the tournament. It worked out for him.
John Gray has a submission for the competition. He says, happy birthday, Sorel Mitzi. Eat a fat one.
Okay. Different. I'm going to put that one in second place for now.
And Chad Holloway from the Live Updates team informs us that he just watched Piers Hines make a world-class call with ace high. And you can read about that hand by going to those live updates on the PokerStars blog.
Chin Yi has written in with a bunch of characters that I don't know how to interpret for Sorel's birthday.
That's my favorite so far. This might be it. Come on, Liv. Can't hang around too long.
Oliver Price has raised her big blind. And Liv makes her move. Triangle time. Oliver Price calls, putting Liv Boeree at risk. Liv gets it in with ace-deuce of clubs. And Oliver Price calls her all in with ace-10. She is crushed here.
Eesh.
That's pretty cool, pretty cold in the blinds. She does have the clubs working for her.
Yeah, I think with ace-deuce, there's really nothing you can do. You're going to get raised no matter what. I think that maybe sometimes if Price doesn't have such a strong hand, he may just set her all in. But I still don't see, like, even though that might have been a slight clue that it was just a raise, you still can't fold an ace.
No, even if he had a hand like King Queen, you're going to raise to induce.
Yeah, exactly. So domination nation for Liv Boeree.
That's not a good flop for her.
Not drawing dead yet.
Flushed her out the equation. She's looking for some deuces. Or running paired cards for a chop.
Well, that's some hope for her.
Yep.
The board pairs again, they can chop this pot. It does!
Liv Boeree, the winner of EPT 6 Sanremo, survives because this is a chop pot. And you know what they say, everyone loves a chop pot. Chop pot. As far as the competition's concerned, Craig Young says, guys, I've got a rap. What's the email address again? Clearly the rap is not going to fit into a tweet. Will we accept email submissions for this competition, Joe?
Yes, but if it's not a good rap, he loses extra hard.
Okay, Craig, nuts at PokerStars.tv is where you should be sending your email. The Dyer sends this for the attention of Sorel Mitzi. Happy birthday to you. Sanremo is for you. You should play the high roller. You can win that one too.
Okay, the Dyer. Very good.
I like it.
Well done. Different.
Ian Drake has a question. Are you guys going to the UK IPT in Nottingham? I will not be there. Joe?
I don't think I will be there.
But Mark, you will be there.
I will be there. Yep. We're going to be, the blog's going to be there, PokerStars blog, and also we're going to be live streaming the last 2 days.
That's pretty cool.
After we get back from Monaco, Joe and I have a lot of TV shows to catch up on. We are in post-production.
I know. I got Walking Dead. I've got Sons of Anarchy. Lots of TV shows to catch up on.
Ezra says, happy birthday, Sorel Mitzi. Hope you're going somewhere ritzy. Wizbit says, happy birthday, Sorel. Perhaps you could get Antonio Sfendiari to back you in the high roller this time. I'm sure he won't Mitzi the money.
Good callback, Wizbit.
Frankie says, can you please tell Mitch Johnson to smile, please, on telly? He's so serious, he nearly cracked my iPhone screen. He's in the zone.
He did crack a smile. There he is.
He got the memo. Willie has a suggestion. He says, if Craig's rap is really, really bad, does he have to send us a card protector?
I like it.
So Newton and raises small to big. Olivier Busquet defends, and it's a king 9-8 flop with 2 diamonds. Don't forget, by the way, if you are going to send birthday greetings to Sorel, you need to tag him in your tweet, @SorelMitzi.
Yeah, we want him to get all the birthday love. Like Perry did not tag Sorel, but we'll read it anyway. Today's birthday of Sorel Mitzi. He is a poker player, is he? At the end of the day, Sorel's to stay and win this EPT trophy. Nice effort, Perry. Perry's a very good trier. He's one of the best triers in the business.
Chris says, was going to write a witty birthday tweet, but the stakes are too high. Have a good one, mate. So Newton won that last hand with a continuation bet on the flop. He's back in action, raising the button to 1600. And his old sparring partner, Matt Schoblom, is going to call from the big blind. Heads up to the flop. She's king 3-2.
I love Schloblum's body language. It's like he's ready for the battle. He's leaning forward. He's got a smirk on his face. He's ready to tangle.
Basically, he was ready to fold there.
He is ready to do whatever he's going to do very quickly, which I, for one, appreciate.
Well, except for when he flops full houses, but anyway.
Oh, yeah, it's true. He does all of his actions really fast, and then when he gets called on the river with the near nuts, then he slows it down a little. So I'll give everyone until 1 o'clock local time to get their birthday greetings in for Sorel. Then we'll decide a winner.
See, Jacken provided a haiku, but he forgot to tag Sorel Mitzi.
Yeah, I'm not going to count anyone's submissions that don't tag Sorel Mitzi. That's the whole point. You're wishing him a happy birthday.
Do you currently have a front runner? Is there someone who's still in the lead at the moment?
I like Jack. I'm still in with Jack.
The original.
The original. His very punny birthday greeting for Sorel.
Make sure you read the wrap on the email.
That's
or
right.
The 15-minute deadline.
Kirk Williams. Hey, Mitzi, don't be a sissy. Make the hero call. Have a ball. Sorel, I just hope you run well. Happy birthday, Sorel Mitzi.
You know, I'm not a huge fan of the word sissy.
Does this go back to your childhood days?
Yeah.
The playground.
We've got multi-way action here. Oliver Price, raising in mid-position, gets called by Busquet, Schoblom, and Mitch Johnson. Queen Jack 6, rainbow flop. Action check to Olivier Busquet, who called in position on the button. And with no c-bet from Price, Busquet will make it 3,200 and win the pot.
Easy game.
Everyone had deuces, threes, and fours. It seems like the word sissy is a word that we can't use anymore. You know what I mean? Like insensitive.
It's just
We're supposed to be accepting
correct.
of sissies in everyone these days, aren't we?
Yeah.
Especially if we are one. I like the effort, though, Kirk. Action folded to David Yan. Looks like he's coming in for a raise.
David Yan has worked his stack up over 190,000. That's what he starts this hand with.
Yeah, he's been beating up on poor old Varady today. Seen his stack shrink.
He's raised to 1,600. Looks like a call from Tusha in the big blind. Jack 8 flop. Yan continues. And
See ya.
Tusha folds. So I believe Tusha's played 2 hands and lost 2 hands, which enforces your theory, Mark, that really he probably should have stayed in bed even longer. If he hadn't shown up yet, he'd have more chips.
He should have, yeah, double snooze. He should have given himself an extra 18 minutes in bed.
All right, more birthday greetings for Sorrel Mitzi. Happy birthday, Mitzi. Now go find a queen and get all busy. We'll assume he means spades, hearts, diamonds, or clubs. Sam says, I can't think of anything witty, so here's a happy birthday to Mitzi. A haiku for you, says Yagen. Yakin? How would you say this?
Yakin.
Yakin.
You must recognize that name. You're a Game of Thrones fan.
Is that, honestly, I can't keep anything straight on Game of Thrones. It's like the beardy guy, the fat guy, the scarred guy.
I have no idea what any of them are called.
Yeah.
The magical guy who can change his face.
Oh, he's my favorite character in the whole show. I should know his name.
Yes. Jack and Hagar.
I like when he changed himself into Fisher Stevens. A haiku for you. You could write a better one. This one will have to do. Happy birthday. I feel like that's not even a haiku, but I'm not going to count him out. Ricky says, yo, it's your birthday, Sorrel. Squirtle has a nice shell. To win a pot, just shout Mitzi. Then you will win about Tree Fitty. Okay. Okay, Ricky. I'm going to put Rickster down on my list.
It's close to being good, but it just misses the mark for me, that one.
I want to say a quick hello to Lewis. He says, hello, gentlemen. Good to see the live stream again. Although I should have been there playing, just missed out in the satellites.
No.
Lewis, you know what they say. If you don't succeed first time, try again. Keep grinding those satellites, and hopefully we'll see you on the tour at some point in 2014.
I didn't think anyone didn't win a seat in the satellite. I thought it was just play one, get here.
Free for all.
Apparently, some people don't win seats.
We've got Variety and Yan battling once more. Yan's come out on top with 2 other hands they've played so far. Both players in the blinds again.
Notice that Varadi's shifted his strategy. Instead of just limping the small, he's now raising, but David Yan defends. It's an ace-9-5 flop. Varadi doesn't even have to make the continuation bet. Just by lifting a chip off the table, he gets a fold from David Yan. The tournament clock showing fewer than 300 players remaining in the EPT Sanremo main event, with 24 minutes left on level 9.
James, can you explain something to me?
I'll do my best.
About the locale here. I'm not the most well-traveled person. Can you tell me why are there 2 toilets in my bathroom?
I nearly went for a wee in the small toilet last night.
Are you referring to the bidet as the small toilet?
The A day,
Yes.
the B day, the C day, whichever, yes. I thought day 1B was yesterday.
Would you really like me to provide written instructions, Joseph, on how to use that
Have
device?
you used it?
No.
Because I could not get it to flush, which is going to be awkward when the maid comes in.
People should watch the In-Betweeners movie for a visual representation of what you're talking about right now. It's a funny scene in that.
Now, those of you who were following EPT Live back in Season 9, who watched our last webcast from Sanremo, may remember that a toilet played a pivotal role, made a cameo appearance during the final table. We were situated right next door to said bathroom, and somebody went in there and didn't shut the door, and basically we heard a live stream on the live stream.
We heard it all. Lieutenant Frank Drebin, police squad.
It reminded me of time at the UK IPT Manchester final table when the stream was on and JP Kelly on break time ran off to the toilet, still mic'd up, and you could hear him in the urinals for a wee.
He really put the P in JP Kelly.
Boom, boom.
So Newton and raised pre-flop under the gun +1. Called by Shoblom.
Who else?
He continued the flop 2,300, gets a fold on the turn when he bets 4,800. And it's weird the way you see these little dynamics emerging. I mean, I know we're only talking about a sample size of 24 hands, but we've seen those encounters between Varady and Jan, who are sat side by side. And also Newton and Shoblom have gone sparring a couple of times as well.
That they have.
I do have a legit question about the bathroom, though. Do you guys have a bunch of dish towels in your bathroom?
Yes.
Yep.
What is that for?
They're supposed to be towels. The first time I stayed in that hotel 3 or 4 seasons ago, they were the only towels in the room. There were no proper towels.
They're not people towel. I can't say the word. They're not people towels.
No, there's no soakage.
It's just bizarre. I thought that what you do is you use the old bidet and then get up in there with the dish towel.
Thanks. That's really a visual image I needed in my head.
Do you also have the vacuum cleaner in the wall in the bathroom?
I thought it was I haven't tried to use it. I assumed it was a hairdryer.
Is it a hairdryer?
It's a hairdryer.
It is grotesque.
It's not a pleasant-looking device. Do you have the dustbin for Joe's benefit trash can with like multiple colors?
Yes, which means that all my garbage is just sitting out somewhere because I don't want to be late for work because I had to figure out what color-coded part of the garbage can to put the garbage in.
There's no key. I've no idea what red, yellow, green, and blue are. It doesn't provide words anywhere.
Well, I don't have any red trash, so I don't know what to put in that slot.
Meanwhile,
anything that's dangerous? Any needles?
Meanwhile, Liv Barry is all in. Mitch Johnson open to 1,600. Liv Chavez for 8,800. 11 big blinds. And Oliver Price called in the small blind. He called the original raise, and he calls Liv's all in. Liv gets it in with ace-jack. Oliver Price calls in nines. Classic race underway at the feature table.
The classicist.
She was always going to be stronger than ace is that time. Happened to get through 2 opponents. And she's got a lot more equity this time and a good chance of doubling through. She needs it. She's going to reclaim her title.
Like scrambled versus fried eggs. One of these two hands is the slight mathematical favorite.
It's Liv's tournament life that's on the line here. She needs to hit her ace or jack. Good flop for nines.
Races can be a very frustrating aspect of the game.
Yep.
Liv needs to hit on the river. Any ace, any jack. Oh! Gets there. So Liv doubles up through Oliver Price. And she's now playing a stack of 20,000.
And that's just a weird situation when you spike that ace on the river. Obviously, you're happy about it, and you're like probably thrilled for like a split second. Then you're like, hooray, I just doubled up to 16 big blinds. 25 big blinds. Well, that's a little bit better, but even still, you're just like, probably not the last race she's going to have to take.
Yeah, 20 minutes time, blinds got to 5,000, 500, 1,000.
And she's significantly below average. The average stat right now being around 56k with 297 players remaining.
Last 3 minutes of the Sorel Mizzy competition. Get your entries in.
I'll let you judge, Joe, which ones you want to read and which ones you don't think are worthy of making it to air.
Okay, I like Ben's. Haikus are hard, poems are rubbish. Happy birthday, Sorel. Potatoes.
That's brilliant. I love that one.
All right, Ben, you got a brilliant out of Mark Convey, so
that's thinking outside the box.
Put you on the short line. I liked it too, homie. Fraser sent in a video, which unfortunately I can't watch. Ed says, there was a man named Sorel Mitzi who had a birthday meal at Zitzi, lost credit card roulette, now he's in debt.
There must be a part 2 to that.
I feel like there should be more, yeah.
Yes, there it is. Now to the tables to get busy.
David Yan opened this pot, a raise from the cutoff. Price defended his button. Jack 7 trade, couple of diamonds out there. There's Price that takes it down. Good check fold from Yan.
Marius, yo Mitzi, it's your birthday. We're gonna play cards like it's your birthday. Rub dollars on your, cause it's your birthday. Happy birthday. Different, I like that.
The email entries in.
Craig has finally submitted his email to nuts@pokerstars.tv. Now, this is a story all about how Sorel won flips and took it down, and I'd like to take a minute, just sit right there. I'll tell you how the birthday boy blitzed the field from his chair. Oh, it sounded better in my head. Happy birthday, Sorel.
Craig, you owe us a lot of card protectors.
He has tweeted in to say, I fear my rat is going to bomb. Hashtag massive sweat.
Oh, I wouldn't.
Hashtag massive understatement.
Wouldn't say it was a bomb, although there's no way that wrap would be allowed through any airport security.
Although JJ does feel that getting Stapes to judge a rap contest is like getting Snoop Dogg to judge who gets the Nobel Peace Prize. I think Snoop Dogg would do an excellent job of judging the Nobel Peace Prize.
JJ, that is it. We're not speaking for the rest of the day.
3 bet from Yan. The Tisha opened. Takes
Okay, well, the contest is officially closed. I can read a few more of these. Steven says, there was a man called Sorel. When he looked at stacks, they fell. He's got moves to make. Ship the birthday cake. And good luck with live tells. Okay, Steven. It's okay.
It's pretty good.
Nuno says, relax and drink a whiskey because it's your birthday, so I want to see you win, mate. Straightforward.
I quite like this one from Benny. Happy birthday, Sorel. I hope in this event you score well. Keep those Lunkin vibes seeping, leaving the opposition weeping.
That's good.
The first person to refer to the whole rubbing Vitaly Lunkin for luck thing.
Yes.
Yeah, and Sorel himself would approve of that one. Wow, good strong late entry there from Benny. Starting to see Yan ramp up his aggression. Maybe OLB's picked up on that. 3 bet from the small blind. And Yan folds.
How do you guys feel about, even though I like pennies, how do you guys feel about Mr. Ravel, Ben Ravel? Haikus are hard, poems are rubbish. Happy birthday, Sorel, potatoes, as our winner.
I'm okay with
Oh,
that.
James is making a face. James is making a face.
It's a coin flip. I like both.
I know that face. That's what I'm like. Hey, James, let's have Mexican for dinner. And he's like, here's my reason why I can't have Mexican.
It's the beans.
What's the matter, James?
I thought the others were better. Just saying.
Okay.
So
Well,
you said
that's
you
cool.
didn't want
He's
it
out.
involved in this competition. Now it comes to the
He
crunch.
told me I had to be.
And that's fine. I like that. No, I like someone that has an opinion. I want to give everyone prizes.
I do like Benny's as well, though. I really
James,
like
is
the
that
Lunkin.
who you would go with, Benny?
You happy with Benny? Should we go? I'm all right with Benny.
I like Benny's.
Okay. Well, there we go. Not Ben, but Benny.
Benny G44. 4.
Just checking out the live updates on the PokerStars blog. See that Jude Ainsworth is out. Double the shorty. Ace, Queen, lost to Kings. Left me with 10 big blinds. Then shoved Queen, Jack and got looked up by Jack 8. Yeah. And 8 on the flop saw Jude sent to the rail.
So raise from Verratti, 3-bet by Price. Looked like Olivier had a decision. but ditched it. So back on Verratti.
Just one other update from the outer tables. Michael Tereniak, another former EPT champ, off to a good start on day 2, up to near enough 100k in chips. Piers Hines is in the top 10 now after that big call that Chad Holloway saw him make.
Surprising to see Variety call here with his stack. He's got 2.5 tons of pot playing out of position against Oliver Price. Ace Queen 9, Rainbow.
Meanwhile, the tournament clock is offline. Now, I know on the surface that sounds very dull and uninteresting, but what it means is that they are currently working out the payouts in the tournament. They obviously have a final number of players, they have a prize pool, and they're obviously now calculating how many players are going to get paid in this tournament, and crucially, what the prize money payouts will be.
Yummy, yummy, yummy.
So hopefully we'll be able to announce soon.
Check, C-bet 3,000 by price and call.
Small C-bet.
You got to think Varadi's pretty strong here with his stack. If he's happy to play out position, he's just hoping.
Yeah, and he did raise fairly early. He was under the gun +1.
Yeah. Maybe Price has picked up on that. It's check back on the turn. Maybe he was just at it all along.
I'm feeling bad for Ben Ravel now. He says, James, you rivered me. So sick. Do we have a consolation prize we can send Ben? Stapes investigating.
Yes, I have the sponge that was used to apply James Hardigan's makeup. And when we're done with it this week, we can send it to Ben Ravel. A little James Hardigan DNA for you. Been trying to get it for years.
Anyway, check on the river.
Congarts.
Ace 10, good. So Variety.
So Price 3-betting with Queen Jack, huh?
Yeah. They were both a lot wider than I thought. But then it's not surprising to see Variety starting to open up from early position, because if you had David Yan 3-betting him twice, beating up on him, one way to get over that is to start raising from early position, and then David knows that he's got the rest of the table to get through if he wants to take you on, so he's more likely to just let it go.
Varady not having a good day too, down to 22,500. We are coming towards the end of the first level of the day. No break right now. We're going to roll straight into level 10, which, as Mark said a few moments ago, is 500 and 1,000 with a 100 ante. One of Joe's favourite levels of the tournament.
Love this level. It's one of the few levels that you can actually calculate the blinds.
Ben Ravel's come back and said, boom, straight on eBay.
Looks like the prize money has been announced. Wow, they did that fast.
Well, there's only like 40 runners in this tournament, so how hard could it be?
556, final number confirmed. A prize pool of nearly 2.5 million euros. We will be paying 79 players in EPT Sanremo's main event. A min cash worth 8,400. First prize, which will be awarded on Sunday when we play down from 8 to a winner, 476,100.
That's not to be sniffed at.
Well, let's have a look at some of the players on the outer tables here on day 2 of the main event.
Like, nothing too crazy happened, and I ended with 62,000 chips, so a little bit above average, and like a good way to go into day 2, I think. I was at 2 different tables yesterday, and the first one was pretty good. I liked it a lot, and that's where I got most of my chips. The second one I was only in for the last hour, and there were Pertus Padiga, Elke was at the table, a couple of other good players, and not that much happened. So overall, I had a pretty good draw for day 1, and my draw for day 2 is not that great. I have Michael Tereniak and Piers Hines at my table, but hopefully I can make something happen with it.
So Mickey Peterson on one of the outer tables, and he has got a tough draw. His good friend Andrew Chen is on his table. Michael Tereniak, who we mentioned, is a former champ who's up to nearly 100,000 in chips. Dario Sammartino, who just showed up a few moments ago, and 2011 World Series of Poker main event winner Piers Hines.
Great to see Piers back on the scene.
yeah, back making hero calls and just showing everybody the boss that he actually is.
Ben is delighted to be receiving a sponge with my DNA on it. He says, boom, straight on eBay. So Liv's pre-flop raise, called in 2 spots.
There's some three-way action here. Varady, Beret, Johnson. There's Liv that opened the pot, 1600 pre-flop. Picked up 2 callers. All of them checked to Queen 8-4, rainbow flop. 9 of hearts here on the turn.
Look at you, Liv Beret, opening pots with your 25 big blind stack.
Think you've got chips to play with, huh? She checks again. Johnson's going to bet.
Perry's got back in touch. Perry, the trier, wishes you all a nice day at Sanremo.
Oh, thanks, Perry. Now it's more like Perry the succeeder, because I am having a nice day now.
Craig Young says, no back-to-back T-shirts for me. A combination of overconfidence and variance kicking in has well and truly put me in my place.
No variance. No variance at all.
Varady checks the 7 of clubs over to Johnson. Come on, Mitchie. $5,200, I think. Yep.
Good eye, son.
Thanks, Dad. Gets the job done.
So Johnson now up to 88,000, second biggest stack at this table. David Yan obviously leading by some margin. He is one of, if not the tournament chip leader right now with 192,600. Andrew Swales says he's come across the perfect combination of elements. Some chicken super noodles and EPT Live. Absolute heaven.
What's a super noodle?
They're like freeze-dried. I don't know if they're just dried noodles.
They're anything but super.
It's
Yeah.
like top ramen.
It's basically like pot noodle. You basically add water in.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're
Delicious. I love that. It's one of the 3 healthiest things I eat.
Stuart's asking, how does he submit our poems? That competition is over, I'm afraid. It was a happy birthday competition for Sorel. Stay tuned though, we will be running more competitions throughout the day and the week. We've got a bunch of t-shirts and other goodies to give away.
Absolutely, and I do implore you to continue to wish Sorel a happy birthday, though, on Twitter, at SorelMitzy.
And we'll try and find some other things with James and D on AM to give away during the week.
Maybe I'll send you a seat cushion.
Look at this, Newton's raised, and guess who's one of the callers? Schlaubaum, along with Biscuit.
And we haven't gotten rid of Shaba Varady yet.
Could be a good shoving spot. Just over 20 big blinds. 7,200 in there. And he does move all in. Give that man the triangle of death. Or did he just call? My bad. Sorry for getting your hopes
Well,
up.
he put chips in the pot.
King 5 tray, 2 diamonds.
Checks to the original raiser, Newtonen. Newtonen continuing. This is going to go fold, right? No, a raise.
Check raise from Verardi. Check raising all in.
So I knew that move was coming at some point, States.
So what hand does he not get it in pre-flop with that he thinks he can?
Maybe he had some sort of, suited connectors that look pretty.
Newtonen calls. It does smell like a flush draw.
Yeah.
Newtonen's got King Jack for top pair. Yeah, 6-8 of diamonds. It is a flush draw.
Not much to go with it.
Backdoor straight draw. Backdoor 2-pair draw.
Yeah.
Backdoor trips draw. So much to go with it. As things stand, Newtonen, decent favourite to eliminate Csaba Verardi. And Verardi will need to see a diamond on the river to survive.
Boy, is David Yan going to be sorry to see him go.
No diamond. Top pair holds. So we lose our first player of the day from the feature table. Csaba Verardi hits the rail. And just to remind you, they have announced the payout for the EPT Sanremo main event. As the top clicks down into level 10, blinds about to go up to 500 and 1,000. Looks like we'll squeeze in one more hand at 400, 800. 278 players remain, and we've just had confirmation that 79 will get paid. So the bubble will burst when we lose a player in 80th place. Everyone will then lock up a min cash of at least 8,434 euros. Make the final table, and then we start talking about big sums of money. And we're looking at a 6-figure score for the winner. 476,100. In fact, 6-figure scores for the top 6, just over 100k for 6th, and then just shy of 500,000, just shy of $500,000 for the winner of this tournament. Another little noise alerting the dealers to up the blinds.
Would you like to know more?
Brad King says, dissertation finally done. Guess that means I'm allowed to watch now, guys. Brad, it didn't stop you before.
Congratulations, though. Well done on all your hard work. Unless you plagiarised.
If you did, I wouldn't admit that on air. So Newtonen opening from early position, gets 3-bet by Mitch Johnson. The blinds are out, action back on the original razor. The Finn was a shorty at the start of the day, and by winning a couple of all-in coups, he's got his stack up to nearly 70k. He's now above tournament average. And he calls this 3-bet.
He will be out of position.
9-4-3 with 2 spades.
Checked over to Johnson. $4,100 is the C-bet. And it's got to be called.
Queen of clubs on the turn. There's a second flush draw out there. Puts a second straight draw out there as well.
Second check. Over to Johnson.
Here comes the delayed continuation bet from Mitch.
No, he bet on the flop.
Oh yeah, sorry.
That's okay.
$9,500. Called again.
Newton knows this is Mitch Johnson and not Matt Schoblom, right?
The way he doesn't look left often, so I hope so, for his sake.
Check, check on the river. Pocket fives, the hand for Newton. And kings, the hand for Johnson. So Newton called 2 streets there with fives.
Johnson didn't bet the river with kings.
A little surprised.
Not too much out there to be afraid of for pocket kings.
Yeah, and you think if Newton had a big hand, then he may have gone for the old check raise on the turn because it was a pretty wet board at the minute.
So here we go, more outer table action for you. This is table 18. Vicky Corrin playing her first EPT since London earlier this season. Dominic Panker, Patricia Padiga and Kevin McPhee among her table mates.
That is a rough table.
Certainly is. Sebastian Safari as well there, British player.
If you've seen episode 1 of the EPT London main event TV coverage, you know that Vicky was on the secondary feature table, Liv on the main feature table. If you haven't seen that show yet, by the way, by the end of today it will be on PokerStars.tv and on the PokerStars YouTube channel, so check it out. Regardless of whether he missed value on the river, Mitch Johnson is now up over 100,000. Something tells me Newton wasn't calling a third time with fives.
Nah.
Well, this hand involves Liv Bourret. She's defended her big blind to a raise from Elysian Tusha. Check, check on the flop. Deuce on the turn. And with no continuation bet from Tusha, Liv leads the turn, gets a fold. Andrew Sweeney says, feature table with both Liv Bs. Good stuff. James Cole says, hi guys, back to reality. I'm working, which means only watching on my lunch break to get my EPT fix. Don't forget the replay function. You get home tonight, James, you'll be able to log on to PokerStars.tv and watch the entirety of day 2 from the very beginning. Remember, that facility available in the English and Russian languages.
So sick. Elke's out.
Yeah, we just hear that Elke's been eliminated from the outer tables, and it's really weird because you've brought this up a few times, Joe. Like, Elke had this kind of reputation as like running like Elke, that he couldn't lose. He's actually been on a bit of a dry spell for some time now. I mean, and I'm talking about early eliminations, not even cashing. I mean, day 1s, day 2s, we rarely see him beyond that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that some of the time it slipped by me, but I can't even remember the last time he cashed.
I don't know. Have you seen his girlfriend? He's running pretty hot. He's running pretty hot in my mind.
Crucial pot for Liv there a couple hands ago. Back up to 20 big blinds now.
Still treading water.
Meanwhile, it looks like David Yan is no longer the tournament chip leader, even though he's the big boss at this table. Tobias Hagedorn is the current man in front on the tournament leaderboard with 192,000, so he only has a slight lead over Yan. A reminder that information is available for you to view via the widget on the PokerStars blog.
David Yan's going to open this pot. Tries to go for the old under raise. Kate puts him in his place.
Blinds are up, homie.
Pay attention, David. Price calls in position.
Heads up to the flop. 977. A reminder of chip values at the bottom of your screen. 4 colours in play at the moment, the biggest chips being the blues, which are worth 5,000.
Come on, we could give David Yan at least one sexy 100k chip.
We're not going to bring out 100Ks until probably halfway through the final table. Just thinking with this number of players and the number of chips in play, no reason to break open that box.
We're not even getting close to the million chip.
Does that one even exist? I've heard rumours.
It's attached to it's in a briefcase attached to a guy's wrist with a handcuff.
So Yan bet 2,600 was called by price. 6 of hearts on the turn. 6,300 is that for Yan? Second bullet gets the job done.
James Cole says, I'm actually playing live tonight. Remember, James is relatively new to poker and certainly new to the EPT. He says, might watch when playing, hoping for another win. Won my first live tournament the same night that Stapes won the ladies competition.
Do you want to expand on that, Stapes?
This was an office night out we had. It was the girls' night out.
Yes.
It was a tournament for the ladies in the PokerStars TV team, and Stapes won it.
I was really playing my A game that day, I'm not going to lie. I was bluffing people. I semi-bluffed this one chick. It was crazy. I had a straight once.
Meanwhile, talking of winning, Benny, who gets the T-shirt for our Cyril Mitzi birthday comp, says, thanks guys, first time ever actually legit winning something in about 4 seasons of watching.
So did you cheat and win something before?
Well, Benny, we're happy to have you.
Maybe he just semi-bluffed us before.
Now, Mark, you can't accuse the viewers of dishonesty. You've accused one guy of plagiarising his dissertation, another guy of cheating in an EPT Live competition.
I retracted. I said he semi-bluffed us, which I think is fair enough.
269 players left from the 316 who came into day 2 of EPT Sanremo. And this is the second level of the day, level 10. Blinds are currently 500 and 1,000 with a 100 ante. 268.
We got it. We're on top of it.
The good thing is you only need one person out of 3 on top of it at any time.
Right, which is usually James.
That's true.
And then the one time all week it'll be me was that right there.
You've used your one time
Yep.
90 minutes into the first day of our coverage.
Well, the weird thing is I actually was just clearing my throat. It just so happened to coincide.
So it's not really a one time. Accidental one times don't count.
By the way, contrary to what some people have thought or put on Twitter, there is an EPT Live free roll today. Sadly, we will not be able to play that free roll as we are in Italy.
Of course.
But you will be able to. And the password will be dispensed a bit later on in the day. It will take place at 8:15 Central European Time as we get a 3-bet here from Jorma Newtonen. Jan open to 2,000. Newtonen re-raises to 5,000.
Jan's all like, this is so much better when that Hungarian was at the table.
Well, Jan calls. He is out of position. Without the betting lead. Ace 5-4, all clubs. Action checked. It's the man with the pre-flop betting lead. Newtonen continues. 5K. David Yan calls. Stephen Nicol has a request. Please stop mentioning Cyril Mitzi's birthday. It's mine too, and I'm getting really jealous.
Aw, Steven. Happy birthday.
Well, we're not going to run a competition for you. Jack of spades on the turn.
Steven's having a little pity party.
Yan checks again. Newtonen bets again.
10,000 this time.
By the way, if you want a full breakdown of the prize money here in Sanremo, it's now available for you to view on the blog. See, here isn't like he's about to break into laughter. He's about to jump out of his chair and run out of the room.
He elects to call instead.
6 of spades on the river.
$42K in this pot. If Newton keeps up his trend, this bet will be for around 20. 15, so a little smaller relative to the size of the pot than the rest of the bets have been.
Smells value-ish.
David did take his time to call the turn bet, so maybe that's tempted Newton and into bluffing if he hasn't got the value hand.
Not a whole lot changed about that board from the flop. Six did make some straights.
This is one of the hands where you really wanted to call, just so we can see.
Definitely got a serious face on now.
Jan calls. Newton tables 5-4 for 2 pair. And Jan mucks.
So Newton gets 3 streets.
Yeah, after 3-betting pre-flop as well. 5 high.
Well, Andrew, the noodles guy, says a free roll. How did I not know? I'll be in. Hashtag pumped.
Yes.
8:15 this evening, Central European time. Password to come a bit later on today, Andrew. Triple O Espresso says, why does being in Italy prevent you playing the free roll? Because here, Triple O, you have to have a PokerStars.it account to play on PokerStars. And as we are all residents of the United Kingdom, we have PokerStars.com accounts. It's what we call a regulated market. Bless you.
Jan says, Wood, happy EPT live days are here again, and plenty. By the way, what's the status of the dealer? I'd say employed. She hasn't done anything wrong. I think she's still employed.
I can add a little to that. Employed and not interested.
By the way, you'll notice that we are now 9-handed again. Vladimir Trinovsky has taken the 1 seat. Trinovsky, an EPT regular, has had a lot of success in the high roller and super high roller events that we run on the tour. So Newton raised pre, got called by Tusha in the big blind. Tusha check called the flop for 2,300. Checks the turn. Now the board is paired. Let's see if Newton fires again.
He's in the mood to. Tusha still thinking maybe he should have stayed in bed.
Yeah, it's 98 big blinds stacked, now down to 56 big blinds.
He makes the call.
Jack of diamonds. By the way, Benny has clarified the whole legit prize thing. He says, I have a card protector from Joe's back pocket when I met him in London, but that wasn't officially won like this was. So Benny was one of the few people who took up the Mug Stapes challenge to get a card protector from you.
I think he was the guy that I couldn't connect with for 4 or 5 days, and he ended up winning a tournament, I think, during EPT London.
He did.
Also.
So Tusha now leads the river. So check calls flop, check calls turn, now leads for 7,300 with the Jack of diamonds hitting. And Newton calls.
Ace Jack.
Yeah. That's 7-5 for Newton and trip sevens.
Still nothing goes right for Tusha.
And Newton, as I mentioned a short while ago, came in as a shorty today. Didn't have that much more than Liv Barry, but now he's up over 100,000.
And Tusha leading there probably saved them a couple of chips, I think.
We're talking of players with six-figure stacks. Johnny Lodden, who the blog are picking to win EPT Sanremo because of some bizarre tennis superstition, is playing a stack of 160,000 right now. He's got Aku Joentauster, a talented Finn who had a deep run in EPT Barcelona a couple of seasons ago at his table.
James, you think it's a bizarre tennis superstition, but look, Ludovic Lakai was spotted at the tennis club last year.
Yeah.
Johnny Lawton spotted at the tennis club this year. All I'm saying, James, is you don't know that that's not the reason. You can't say it definitely isn't.
That's like going for thin value with 4 high on the river when someone could have 3 high.
And also, strictly speaking, it wasn't last year. It was actually 18 months ago.
Oh, God. Last time. Whatever.
This is why we say seasons, don't we? What season? Newton again opens this pot. It's the first we're going to see a Troyanovsky defends his big blind. Couple of jacks out there. 5.
Few questions coming in on Twitter, including one from Lewis about challenge Stapes here in Sanremo. Details to come very shortly. Is that a check raise from Vlad? It is indeed, 5,500. Newton and folds.
Cements his position as chip leader at this feature table.
Absolutely. Troyanovsky came to the table with more than 160,000. He's now up to 168k, and because Jan lost that pot against Newton, and he's down to 162k. So let's talk about challenge Stapes. 3 challenges for you to choose from here in Sanremo. Pizza, massage, waiter. Let's talk about these challenges then, Joe. Pizza. What is your challenge if people vote pizza?
I should probably expand on these a little bit. Pizza is part of the EPT experience here in Sanremo. What we like to do, fun little things for the people who are playing. Part of the EPT experience is a pizza making course. And so if y'all vote for pizza and it gets selected, I will be making pizza in the pizza making course, and I will allow you, the audience, to suggest really awful things that I will have to put on my pizza and eat.
Edible.
They may not be poisonous things. They may not be things that aren't food, but if you want to suggest some really gross stuff, the only stipulation is that it has to be stuff that we can get our hands on here in Sanremo. We don't have limitless resources to have things FedExed or overnighted in. So that is what pizza is. We'll do this hand, and then we'll get to the next one.
Okay, so, and all this voting, by the way, is being done through the Facebook page?
Yes.
Said with confidence.
I just have to do this stuff. I don't really know what happens behind the scenes.
Well, details are now rolling along the bottom of the screen. to choose which challenge you want Joe to face. Go to facebook.com/European Poker Tour, click on the EPT Live tab, and make your selection. So if people want to vote B, that was massage. I think
right.
this one kind of speaks for itself, right?
Yeah, that is, I will join the best hands, the massage team here on the European Poker Tour for a few hours. We'll have to traverse the tournament area, trying to earn some Skrilla, some scratch.
That's my favourite picture of the three as well. It looks like he's got a pink and blonde mullet.
And
Love
then
it.
C is waiter, and I guess that is kind of obvious as well. You're going to work as a waiter here.
I will have to
Sanremo.
take up employ at a local eatery here in Sanremo and work a shift as a waiter.
By the way, a few people trying to vote on Twitter. It doesn't work like that. You have to actually take part in the official poll that's running on the European Poker Tour Facebook page. Head there, and you've got until 7 o'clock this evening, Central European time. And then we're going to close the poll and pick a winner. And Joe will carry out that challenge, the challenge that you vote for, while we're here on the Italian Riviera.
OLB, Olivia Busquet opens this pot.
So
Raises the minimum.
make and eat a disgusting pizza, massage some poker players, or work as a waiter.
Correct.
Slow bomb calls. Now facing a bet on the king high flop, but he folds.
I have a favorite that I want to do, but I'm afraid if I say what I want to do, people will want me to do something I don't want to do.
Are we allowed to update how the voting is going?
Sure, I don't see why not. It's right. It's in the public for everyone to see.
Okay, so you're on the Facebook page at the moment. Remember, this is the European Poker Tour Facebook page, so facebook.com/European Poker Tour. What's leading at the moment?
Right now, Pizza Challenge is leading with 57% of the vote. The Massage Team Challenge, joining the Massage Team is getting 39% of the vote, and Waiter is getting 4% of the vote. But I only have access to the English votes, by the way, because the other languages are doing the votes as well. So that's what's winning in English.
I want to see you massage a sweaty middle-aged man.
I want to see you massage Mikhail Korotkik.
I'm in.
That
I'll
would
do
be
it.
good.
Look, I will step up to the challenge of challenge stapes. You must vote. I will complete the challenge.
Just head to the European Poker Tour Facebook page and vote. Remember, 7 o'clock this evening, Central European time, is when we close the poll.
Two big stacks going at it here. Troyanovsky opens 2,200. Quick 3-bet from Jan, 5,400 in position.
It looks like everyone else has folded, which means action is back on Vlad. And he calls.
We want to see the big stacks going at it against each other.
Troyanovsky can be a tricky customer.
Yeah, let's hope this is the beginning of a really interesting dynamic.
Queen 6-6, 2 clubs. Continuation bet from David Yan.
32.
Sure enough, 5,200.
Quick call from Troyanovsky.
4 diamonds on the turn. We're down to 252 players now.
We might get to the money today.
Just over 48 minutes till the end of this level and the first break of the day.
Yan just blasting away at this.
So it's 5,200 on the flop, 11,600 on the turn. Troyanovsky calls again. So nearly 50k in the middle, and the board pairs on the river, so it's now a double paired board. Troyanovsky checks a third time. Is Yang going to fire a third time?
He's giving it more consideration on this street than he has so far in the hand.
he's giving it some real thought this time.
Sounds like 28,500.
Yan firing more than half pot.
I've seen Troyanovsky make some incredible calls in my time. Maybe that's just because he always likes to call.
He calls. Let's see if it's a good one.
Ace Queen for Yan.
Troyanovsky marks.
Kind of looked like exactly what it was.
So David Yan getting maximum value from that one. And retakes the chip lead from Troyanovsky. Could well have retaken the tournament chip lead with a stack now of 218,000. Check those live updates on the blog. Yep, looks like Yan's in front once again. Well, Michael Harwood has tweeted, "How's my girl Liv doing?" Well, as you can see, Michael, she's playing 18 big blinds at the moment. Not sure how she'd feel about being referred to as your girl.
Well, if she's your girl, why don't you just ask her? I'm sure she's anxiously awaiting your text.
Leah Busquet raising under the gun. David Yan calls in the cutoff. An ace 8-4 flop.
Biscay continues. 3K.
Quick Twitter update from Victoria Corin Mitchell. Quirky couple of early levels for me. Lost a big pot with kings and then won one with 10-3. Funny game. Average chip 65k. I have 100k.
I want to hear more about that 10-3 hand.
So Olivier continued to flop for 3,000. He's now checked the turn, which has put a potential flush out there. David Yan takes over the betting, and Olivier quickly folds.
Probably a pretty annoying flop for whatever Olivier was raising under the gun with.
David Yan up to 225,000. The one thing we didn't mention after that confrontation between Yan and Troyanovsky is that Vlad is now down to 116,700. So yes, he's the second biggest stack at this table, but obviously lost pretty much 50k on that hand against Yan.
Yeah, and he lost it to the person directly to his left. Be interested to see how that affects him mentally, and if Yan will try and take advantage of that. Stefan's with you, James. He wants to see States massaging Alexei. That's going to be so awkward.
So, James, your vote is for massage or for pizza?
I think massage. I think my vote would be for massage.
Mine's for massage too.
Just want to do something with a little local flavor. And if that local flavor happens to be, as Smitty suggests, escargot on pizza, then I am in.
Escargot is more French than
I
Italian.
think you could experience some local flavour by massaging some sweaty Italian men.
It's weird because the pizza challenge does involve massaging, but massage challenge hopefully does not involve any eating.
Wrong.
Plus, I don't mind trying to earn a couple extra bucks by offering extras, if you know what I mean. No problem there. My choice. My body, my choice.
You know we're not going to allow you to massage any girls, right? It's got to be painful for you.
I think it should be open to whoever is willing to pay me for a massage. And if all of those happen to be very attractive women, who am I to not complete the challenge?
Do you like anchovies?
Nope.
That could be a pretty nasty pizza topping for you then.
I thought you were going to say I was going to have to massage an anchovy.
Price has been pretty quiet recently, and when he does decide to enter a pot, he gets 3-bet blind into them.
He is getting a pretty good
Price to call.
Mark, if you'll do the honors.
4-bet alert.
James is a 4-bet alert. 2 big stacks, too.
I believe it's only the second 4-bet of the day, and the other one was an all-in.
Yeah.
Newtonin. Getting it in.
Wow. 5-bet quick call. Is that a 5-bet then an all-in and a call?
Ace king against aces.
Yeesh.
Newton's great run on day 2 continues. I know he hasn't won the hand yet, but ace is a massive favorite here. And Oliver Price on the verge of elimination.
So yeah, went 5-bet from Newtonin, shove from Price, snap, ob from Newtonin.
Interesting to know whether or not it's good to get 70 big blinds in with ace king.
Yes, I mean, it's very easy in retrospect to say, how does that happen? How do you get it in against aces with ace king? Because it looks terrible when they're on their backs.
And we need to... Sorry, go on.
Well, we see it happen so often that there has to be an argument for it some of the time.
And if anyone's had the most loosey-goosey image at the table, it's been Newton. And,
yeah.
You know, he's been popping up with 7 high and 5 high.
That'll do it. Oliver Price, who came 3rd in EPT Deauville back in January, eliminated during the second level of day 2 here in Sanremo. Well, the eliminations are coming thick and fast. We're down to 247 players now here in Sanremo, and that means this table is due to break probably within the next 40 to 45 minutes. There is a slim chance this table might break before we get to the tournament break, but whatever happens, we will have to have a new feature table for our next 2 levels. So as much as we like this lineup, these guys are not going to be playing together for much longer.
And there's a chance that someone from this table, when it breaks, ends up at our new feature table. But unfortunately, just not an option for us to keep this one. As James said, thick and fast, which was actually also one of my nicknames in college.
Wow, some people are leaping ahead in the challenge Stapes thing. Obviously, at the moment, we're still voting for which challenge you want Stapes to undertake. Sven says, I want to watch him massage a shirtless, very hairy Italian's back. Now, if the massage challenge wins, then we will accept submissions for who you want to see Stapes massage. But let's wait until we see which challenge comes out on top.
But it is important to think of those things because
Yes.
that's why maybe you would vote for one thing or another, because I love your guys' suggestions. So if pizza wins, I want your suggestions of gross things to put on it. If massage wins, I want your suggestions of ways to make it a little more silly in that department.
Do you mind going back to the page tapes and giving us an update on how voting's going?
I do not mind.
I know it's very much early days. I know that the vote's going to be open for another 5 and a bit hours, but just interested to see if there's a trend.
And this is just the English language one, is that right?
I believe so. I believe that there are different polls for different languages.
3 action here. Slow bomb, Johnson and Tusha.
Oh wow! Look what has just jumped out in front here. Massage now with over half the vote.
Get in.
Pizza challenge down to 35%. Waiter 7%.
So Tusha had raised under the gun, was called by both blinds. This C-bet, only called by slow bomb. Ace, Queen, Jack 8, couple of hearts out there now. Trisha desperately trying to get something going here on day 2. $4,000 bet on the turn. Quick call by Showblom. He checks the 3 spades river and it's checked behind. He's going to have.
Show me a winner.
King, Queen, good for Tisha. Finally wins a hand.
It was worth showing up after all.
Actually, yeah, he'd be doing a lot better if he'd just been blinding out this whole time. But I should tell you that.
Now, Lewis has a question.
Yeah.
Or rather a comment. Bad shove with ace-king. He's referring to the way in which Oliver Price departed the tournament. Why risk your tournament life with ace-high? Surely, even if you're against 10s, jacks, or queens, you're still flipping for your tournament life in the relatively early stages of the tournament.
There's an argument for that. I just think that
part of what you have to consider is that Newtonen is a crazy, nudie Finn.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah.
And he's been very active today.
He's been very active, and so some of the time that you're thinking that you're going to do that, you're going to get him to fold some piece of cheese, and you're going to win a big pot pre-flop without having to see all 5 cards, let alone 3. Some of the time he will back himself into, you're hoping he'll back himself into a corner where he ends up having to play a huge pot with you with a hand that you're dominating also.
Yeah. I think if he'd been playing someone like Mitch Johnson or Olivier Bisquet, then he may have taken a different line. They've been a bit more solid today.
Well, Newton's back in action here, raising to 2,000. It's Olivier Bisquet who 3-bets to 5,000. Action now on Mitch Johnson in the small blind.
4-bet alert.
Does the 4-bet alert have a different sound if it's a cold 4-bet?
No.
I think you should actually vary it, have a slightly different pitch.
Yeah, okay, I'll work on that one.
The cold 4-bet gets through. Peter asks on Twitter, where can I watch replays of EPT Live? PokerStars.tv. Not just replays of EPT Live, you can also watch all of the actual highlight shows from the EPT. You can watch the online poker show every week. Lots of great content. PokerStars.tv.
It's great that I said that Price may take a different line if it was against Bisquet, and then straight away Bisquet 3-bets and gets 4-bet by Johnson. So making me look stupid. Cheers, guys.
Icky asks, what was the final turnout of players? No buy-ins on day 2. So 556 across the 2 day 1s. Registration was then closed. 316 players rather. Started off on day 2. We're down to 242 now, and when we get down to 79, we're going to start paying players. A min cash worth 8,400. The winner will get more than 476k.
Look at Liv B getting all frisky and raising from early position.
What's Liv playing now? 17 bigs?
Around about that, yeah.
Love the 501k blind level. Love it.
yeah, I can say around about that with confidence.
Gets 3-bet by Mitch Johnson and gives it up. Half an hour to go till we have the first tournament break of the day. A reminder that we'll give you the free roll info a bit later on this afternoon. Wow, Stephen Tate's suggestion is that the cold 4-bet alarm should have a sneeze at the end of it, as in cold.
Ah, I like it.
How about this?
Just sounds like there's interference. Doesn't actually sound like cold weather.
Doesn't?
Sorry.
Is that my fault or the equipment's fault?
I think it's a bit from column A and a bit from column B, but mostly you.
And the alert part of it is in case someone has their...
Better.
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 It's not
I'd say it
gonna-
was good, but it's better.
It's not going to prompt someone, though, to make sure they, pull the screen in front of their tables that they're playing, or if Francesca's in the other room doing some hoovering.
Did you guys all now? How popular were the Police Academy movies in the UK?
The first one very popular. The sequels not so much. I mean, obviously they still got good numbers. People
Yeah.
still went to see them, but as far when you say popular, whether people liked them,
But they became more family friendly, didn't they, as they went on? Less boobies.
Was Michael Winslow a thing here? Is what I want to know. The guy that did all the
well,
noises and
only,
sound effects.
only as the guy from the Police Academy movies.
Okay, because I think every kid in America went through a phase where he thought he was going to be the next Michael Winslow and spent hours in his room trying to make various sound effects.
By
with
you
only
mean
his
every
mouth.
child, you mean you.
I mean, yes, obviously me. So I'm just wondering if you guys did that too. Did you guys do that?
A little bit, but not in my room. Maybe just with friends or whatever. Him and Hightower was very popular too.
Well, I don't know what that noise could be because my massagers haven't even started yet.
That's my new 4-bet alert. Do you like it?
Who is the guy that I said I wanted to see massage? Mikhail Karotkik. That sounds a lot like a Karotkik celebration to me.
No, it's Italian, I think.
It's
It's the
Italian, you're right.
Yeah.
An Italian over-celebrating? Never. He rivered a straight flush, apparently.
We have an all-in and a call.
Hence the celebration. Wow. David Yan shoved on Liv, small to big, and Liv wakes up with ace-king suited in the big blind. Snap calls Yan's shove. He has got live cards, though, Jack-8.
He's got live cards and plenty of chips to withstand this.
Yeah, this is the sort of scenario you were talking about earlier, States. If you had a medium strength hand, then you expect someone just to set in a short stack from the small blind to big.
Still not a huge favorite with Ace King though against Jack 8.
Safe flop.
Bigger favorite now.
Yeah, I think she can breathe easy.
So Liv Boeri doubles up again, this time through David Yan. Liv now playing 30,400. It's pretty much back to starting stack. Yan still up over 200k. We did mention, by the way, that with 29 minutes left on this level, we are going to have a new feature table after the break because this one ain't going to last much longer. Very soon they'll be breaking this table and dispersing the players throughout the field. Luke Jordan says, new feature table, you say? Any danger of Mr. McLean? Hashtag fangirl, because Leo McLean is playing EPT Sanremo. He is out in the field. But I cannot guarantee, Luke, that we'll be bringing your friend to the feature table anytime soon.
Yeah, had a decent first day. Came into day 2 with an above average stack.
Well, I certainly wouldn't vote against Leo McLean.
No.
Await confirmation on which table will be our new feature table for the next 2 levels of the tournament.
A lot of great choices out there. We could have Gus Hansen's table, Victor Blom's table, Daniel Negreanu's table, Elke's table,
Eugene Kachelov's table.
Eugene Kachelov. Any of those guys I'd be fine with.
Ivy.
Ivy. Why didn't we pick Ivy to begin with?
Helmuth.
Ivy and Helmuth are at the same table and we didn't pick it?
Puggy Pearson.
Yeah, Oliver Price just joined their table, I heard.
Good old Puggles. It's not funny, James is dead.
241 players remain.
Schoblom, after winning the last hand with a 3-bet, has limped under the gun this hand. Immediately raised by Johnson.
How is everyone enjoying Italy?
David Yen trying to get some conversation going. Nice try, homie.
On the subject of Liv, by the way, Pete makes a good point. He says, guys, watch the EPT London show last night. Some of Liv's play was the best I've seen. Awesome performance. We did see a new Liv in action on that feature table in London.
More aggressive than we're used to seeing her,
Yes.
at least on TV tables. And I think part of it is that we never really see her at TV tables when she's got a ton of chips. Again, here, today. It's difficult to watch. It's hard to see someone play their quote-unquote A game if they don't have any chips to play with. And we did see Liv play a couple hands very aggressively in last night's TV show.
She made a great move, by the way, in a hand where a player made an error, was trying to cold 4-bet, and it all went wrong. And then she took advantage of that and made what would have been a cold 5-bet, but of course was actually the 4-bet because the player hadn't put enough chips out. And as Ruben Visser said, that this can't be a bluff. This must be a hand, so everyone folded. It was a bluff.
I remember that. That was brilliant.
So we've lost Schoblom from this hand.
By the way, if you want to see the show we're talking about, by the way, it will soon be available to watch on PokerStars.tv and on the PokerStars YouTube channel.
But patience can't be underestimated as a big skill in poker, you know, to have the mental capacity to be able to bide your time and wait. And, you know, Liv's showing great patience today. Picked her spots well. Got slightly lucky with the chop pot, but the hand played itself.
Is that Alex Billiker coming to the feature table?
It is. Wow.
Russia representing. So Mitch Johnson betting again.
Obviously, we'd stick with this table if we could, but it is going to break soon, so we are going to have to change things up for levels 11 and 12. Paul Walsh says, can we get Doc Holliday's table? That'd be ridiculous. Doc Holliday didn't come to Sanremo.
Crazy. He hates it here.
Ed's asking when we get to see the hope cards. Every time there's an all-in, every card's a hope card.
Liv sticking around. She has not even remotely a pot-sized bet left behind. Johnson finally slows down. That is a teeny tiny bet.
Still most of our stack.
Must really want to call, huh?
Yep, looks like that.
Doesn't get it.
So Ed corrects himself and says whole cards. When will we get to see the whole cards? Ed, only at the final table, which is on Sunday. CJ says, well worth skiving a day off to watch this. Richard says, can't believe I'm missing EPT Live because I'm at work. Richard, see what CJ just wrote.
Let's take a look at what they're all playing for on Sunday when we have those hope cards.
Yeah, when you make it into the final 8, you're guaranteed 53k. The winner gets close to $500,000, 476,100. 79 players getting paid in total. So yeah, to give a bit more detail to my answer, Ed, the reason why you're only going to get whole cards at the final table is because it has to be a level playing field. We can't put the whole cards up of 9 random players when there's still 240 players in the tournament. It's unfair on those 9. But when we get to the final table, those are the last 8. They're all sitting around the same table, and then as long as we put a security delay on the stream of around an hour, between 45 minutes to an hour, we can give you whole cards up coverage.
Tomek was asking, is that Ilari Sahames sitting next to Liv? It's not, as you can see by graphic. He's just opened a pot. It is Jorma Nuutinen.
Although he doesn't look that dissimilar from Ilari, and they're both from Finland.
That's so true. Take away the hair.
It's the jawline. It's the constantly grumpy expression.
We can say scowl. Scowl's okay.
Both blinds called this race. Ace 10-7, rainbow, flop.
And with the action check to him, he continues. Gets a fold from Busquet, but not a fold from Sjoblom, who will check raise.
James, didn't you say that when you go to Finland that people know to speak English to you because when you walk in somewhere and you're smiling, they just immediately speak English to you?
I normally make the mistake of smiling and saying hello, and immediately I betray the fact that I'm not Finnish.
And no one in Finland's above 5'8" tall. And
No,
James is 6'8".
They have a lot of tall people there, Mark.
He calls the check raise. The Finnish smiler. 8 of hearts on the turn.
Stoic. The word you're looking for is stoic.
Small bet, 7,000, called by Nuutinen. Brick on the river.
The flop was pretty dry, and we've seen Sjoblom check raise before with like top pair.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's King Jack versus Queen Jack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what is the best predictor of future behavior, Mark?
Past behavior.
Past behavior, exactly.
Right, you put me on the spot there.
By the way, news from the field. Dominic Panker eliminated.
Not true. Can't, no way.
No.
Nope.
That guy's never going to win anything anyway.
Well, as Nuutinen decides what to do in response to this river bet of 15,000, let me tell you that after the break, when we come back for level 11, we will have a new feature table because this table will break soon. And at that new feature table will be Sorel Mitzi, who's celebrating his birthday today, Griffin Benja, and Sham Srinivasan. Final table list from this year's PCA.
2 of the best online players in the world.
We're just kidding, Sham. We love you, but
Speed up.
Spend more time in the tank than Jacques Cousteau.
Nuutinen folds. So Mitzi, Benja, and Srinivasan on the feature table when we come back from the break. Can't stick with this table. It's going to break very soon. We're down to 235 players. In the first 2 levels of day 2, we've lost close to 100 players.
I blame you, James. They heard you mention tiramisu ice cream at the beginning. That's been on their minds. And mine.
Action folded around to the button. Olivier Busquet, and he raises. And we're going to get a 3-bet from the Swede in the small blind. Olivier calls. He'll play the flop in position. And that flop is ace, jack, deuce, 2 spades.
And obviously we don't know what, these guys' hole cards are, but in the case of Olivier, you saw him just call very quickly in position there. And with as active as Sjoblom's been, I don't know how you fold anything decent at all in position, especially to a 3-bet from him.
6,000 apiece, board pairs on the turn.
He kind of strikes me as a loose but not terribly aggressive player. You know what I mean? Like he does.
Sjoblom.
Yeah, he puts chips in the pot, but he's not terribly aggressive about it.
Would you want it to stand up and slam his chips down on the table?
Now that Sjoblom slows down, Olivier decides to bet at this.
15K.
A chunky bet. 15K into 25.
You say all in?
Yep.
And gets an immediate fold from Olivier.
Wow.
I did not see that coming. That's aggressive right
That's
there.
aggressive, yeah.
So 15 minutes left on level 10. 15 minutes until the first tournament break of the day. And then we'll say goodbye to these players. They'll go to the outer tables, and we'll have a new feature table for you for the start of level 11, headlined by Sorel Mitzi, who is celebrating his birthday today.
That pot drops Busquet down to 34 big blinds.
He is the shortest stack in our current feature table.
He was a 17 not long ago. Still half his stack. Going to get the Russian commentators a couple of doors down excited. Troyanovsky opens under the gun.
Just checking the live updates to see if we've lost any members of Team PokerStars Pro recently. Both Nacho Barbero and Pier Paolo Fabretti have gone broke.
Not Pier Paolo Fabretti. I have to find out that he's a team pro and eliminated in the same sentence. Unbelievable.
Also out during this level, Yuri Gully, Thomas Mulocker, Grant Levy, final tablist from last season's grand final, Remy Castagnon.
Grant Levy would make
Jack
a great...
Salter, he went deep in Vienna.
Did you guys have Garbage Pail Kids
Yes.
in the UK? Grant Skeevy, that would be his Garbage Pail Kid.
So this Troyanovsky raise under the gun was 3-bet by Billikor, a couple of seats along. A very quick call on the button by Sjoblom, and Troyanovsky calls as well. Queen 10-4, rainbow flop.
It's Sjoblom who bets from the button. Gets a fold from Troyanovsky. Action on Billikor.
Are we sure this guy's Russian? Are we sure he isn't Bill O'Kerr from Ireland? Think about it.
Check raise from the Russian. And that'll win him the pot. So we talked about Nottingham a little bit earlier on today. It's the next leg of the UK IPT being held at dusk till dawn. A £1 million guarantee on the main event, which I believe as an experiment is a re-entry tournament.
Yeah, it's 3 starting flights as well. So it's going to be a huge event. Get involved, everybody. May 5th to 12th.
Satellites running now, of course. If you can't be there, of course, the guys from the blog are going to be following the action. Mark's going to be part of that team, and then Mark switching to commentator mode for the last 2 days, working alongside Nick Wellthorpe on the live stream from UK IPT Nottingham. So plenty of live poker to come on PokerStars.tv. 5 days from Sanremo, 9 days from the grand final. Then we've got the UK IPT in Nottingham. Then, Joe, you and I go to Montreal for the Canada Cup at the end of May. Going to keep you entertained.
So here we've got a Jan, open from under the gun, called by Showbomb, and then a squeeze from Tusha and a small blind.
Tusha, more like 3 betcha.
What was that sound effect you did before? Can you do that again now? There we go.
I quite liked it. So Jan calls, Showblom calls. If it was a squeeze, it didn't work.
20, almost 20k in a pot.
Ace, King, Queen, 2 hearts. Tusha wasting no time in going for chips.
It's one of those flops where it's massively an action flop or really anticlimactic and bet fold fold.
So 6,500 is the C-bet from Tusha, which gets a fold from Jan. And the raise from Showblom.
They're all in from Tusha.
There's the massively action flop.
It's going to take his time and think about calling with 10-jack.
Well, hang on a second. Showblom raised to 20,000. Tusha's all in is for 43.5. He has to call.
Yeah, he's just making sure that 10-jack is the nuts.
He does call.
Ah.
King 10 against Ace Queen. So top 2 for Tusha, and second pair and a straight draw and backdoor diamond draw for Showblom.
Not as strong as I thought he was going to be.
Yeah.
Interesting raise.
Now, typically, that's the kind of hand that you're really not going to raise with. It's a decent hand that you're really only getting action from hands that are beating you. There he picks up the diamond draw on the turn.
Hello,
Wow.
Sailor.
A lot of cards now
It's going to be a blackjack anyway.
for Tusha to fade, including the blackjack. Instead, it's a black queen, which gives Tusha a full house, and he doubles up through Matt Showblom.
Yeah, so just one little piece of analysis that I'm actually can say in this case is that raising with a king there isn't really the best spot. You've got a pretty good hand. You've got a hand that has outs to the nuts. You don't really especially want to get it all in because you're only getting in against hands that are way ahead of you.
Yeah, against a guy who is not that deep stacked and has squeezed a very early open from the table chip leader. It was just not a good spot all around.
And I can kind of get into his rationale a little bit. He's probably thinking, okay, this guy has to continue on this flop, and all I have to do is put in a little raise, and he'll probably fold. But if he has the kind of hand that's going to fold, it's the kind of hand that you're beating anyway.
So why not call?
So why not call?
I want to say hello to Martin, who says, watching EPT live and crushing online while enjoying the sun. Go live Brie. This is the life. Mitch Johnson raising here from the cutoff. It's David Yan's big blind, and he defends. Jack 9-7 with 2 spades.
Gus Hansen has been quoted as saying it's an act against humanity to fold your big blind to a min raise.
How's he doing?
James, he has won millions playing poker and lost more millions, but he has won millions also.
3 of spades on the turn. Jan leads for 2,600, gets a fold from Johnson. 6.5 minutes on the level. And those are the lows and highs of the 9 players we currently have on the main stage. Remember, we are going to be mixing things up, changing feature table during the break, because this table will itself break very soon. A reminder that it will be Sorel Mitzi, Griffin Benja, and Sham Srinivasan who'll be at our new feature table when we come back with blinds at 600, 1,200 with a 200 ante.
Mark, did you see this tweet from Sin?
No.
I was tagged in it, so maybe it didn't show up in your feed. But
Oh.
it says, "Think I'm in love with you this much," and then a heart, and then a face with 2 hearts as eyes.
Is this because she's trying to swing a free holiday out of you?
Possibly. That's the story I forgot to tell you about the UK IPT Series event, and it's one that should be shared on the air.
Well, let's just see how this hand plays out.
Just remembered.
Early position raise from Olivier Bousquet. David Yan has 3-bet from the small blind. Actions on Alex Billiker in the big blind. Well, he's folded. It's back on Bousquet.
And Olivier's a guy, he's such a good analyst and is a great student of the game that I'm disappointed we haven't gotten to see him play very many hands here at this table.
Slightly crippled by stack size. He moves all in. And David Yan will fold. So yeah, so Joe, you played in the UK IPT Series event at the Hippodrome in London last week.
Yes, and I love playing those. It's a blast. A lot of, for lack of a better word, fans come out. I had beers piled up. It was a great time. And I have a couple anecdotes, but the one I forgot to tell you, James, is at one point I get a massage. It's one of my favorite things about playing poker is that you can get a massage at the table. And this young lady comes over, and as we spin my chair around and go through assume the position. And as I'm sitting back down, I hear there's a conversation happening at a side table. There's 2 women at that table, and one of them, I just I catch a snippet of the conversation, and I hear the words, "Take your shirt off." And I'm just I don't think anything of it because I can't. There's no way my brain can rationalize that woman would be talking to me. So I sit down, I start getting the massage, and this guy's like, "Yeah, I think you got a fan over there." I was like, "What are you talking about?" She wasn't talking to me. And at which point she yells out, "Yes, I was." And her and the other woman at the table are like then trying to offer me money to take my shirt off. And I was like, trust me, nobody wants that. I don't want it. Whoever has to clean up the tuft of hair that I will leave on this chair doesn't want it.
God.
But I thought it was really awesome being objectified. Like, I loved it.
But you were like, "I've already got my shirt off." They were like, "Oh."
It's a sweater. Yes, I don't know what the problem is with objectifying people because I loved it.
That's because you're a self-confessed attention whore. Let's pick up the action here. Once again, Bousquet opens. Gets a call from Mitch Johnson and Troyanovsky. 3 bets. Achoo!
Achoo!
It's the cold 4-bet from David Yan.
CFB. IP. FDY. Cold 4-bet in position from David Yan.
You're going to save time just by saying that.
Because he has to say it to explain it. Anyway.
Guys.
What?
Enough.
Wow.
Olivier Bousquet, the original raiser, folds. Mitch Johnson is out. Troyanovsky, 3-bet. How did you respond to the 4-bet from Yan?
I like the way that Jan was looking at him as soon as Trojanowski's eyes started to like gaze towards him. He just quickly looks away.
Trojanowski had the most money invested in this pot.
He lets it go. So Jan boosting his chip lead at this table.
Cracks through the 200k mark.
Up to nearly 210,000. Jorma Nuutinen is the second biggest stack at the table with 147k. And then we have Busquet and Sjoblom at the bottom end of the table with 39 and 32 big blinds respectively. And 1.5 minutes left on the level. 1.5 minutes until the break. And when we are on break, which will be around 20 minutes, you'll be able to watch an edition of the EPT Bonus Cut where we discuss the fact there is yet to be a two-time champion on the tour. We'll have an interview with Jonathan Duhamel, which was conducted at the PCA. A hand from the first heat of Shark Cage, the new show that will be debuting in the autumn of this year. Plus a feature on poker fitness from EPT Deauville. So plenty for you to watch while the players take a brief hiatus from the action. Well, that was raise and take it for Vlad. Looks like we'll squeeze in one more hand. And a reminder, a new feature table when we come back from the break. Cyril Mitzi, Griffin Benja and Sham Srinivasan, the three best known players at that table. 3 locals.
All 3 of those from Canada as well. 3 of Canada's best.
So last hand of the level. Last hand we'll see these guys play. Under the gun raise from Mats Sjoblom, who is officially the shortest stack at the table. David Jan, 3 bets. Folded by Bilica, Barry, and the blinds. Action back on Sjoblom.
Here we go.
He's all in. And David Jan calls. So the last hand of the level, the last hand from this feature table is an all-in. The kings of David Jan against the tens of Matt Sjoblom. It's the second time today he's got it in with an underpair.
This time it's for his tournament life though. This is the one he wants to win.
Semper ubi, sub ubi. Always wear under pair. I'd do the same thing if I was David Jan. Put the chips out there. Let me know what happens when I get back.
No 10 on the flop.
No 10 on the turn either.
So Sjoblom has 2 outs, needs hit on the river. He's got a 4-card straight, but that's not good enough. David Jan's kings hold. We lose Matt Sjoblom, and we are going to lose this feature table. These guys are going to see their table broken very soon into level 11. So we're going to bring a new feature table to the main stage, a new lineup of characters that we'll get to meet after the break. We say goodbye to this cast. David Jan, no doubt the tournament chip leader after winning that hand against Sjoblom, playing 243,000. Liv Barry, not overly comfortable, but out of the immediate danger zone. So join us in 17 minutes time with a new feature table here on day 2 of the Sanremo leg of the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour.
Zoom from PokerStars is fast fold poker. No waiting, just straight to a new hand with new opponents. More poker in less time. We are Zoom. We are poker.
It's been 10 years and we've still not had a two-time winner. Winning poker tournaments with big field sizes, it's hard, you know, to do that twice. You can be the best player in the world, but the odds are still stacked against you.
It's a really tough competition because all of the best players are playing in the EPTs, and you need to be lucky to win one. But it's quite amazing. Nobody has been lucky twice.
That just is a testament to how tough the fields are. You know, you have great players from all different countries, so it's very difficult to repeat. You gotta hit lightning in a bottle to actually win one, because when you get down to about 10, 12 players, usually you're facing off against a bunch of young, tough Euros.
Now it's like become this big deal. Every time somebody makes an EPT final table, anytime somebody who's an EPT champion goes deep in that event, this buzz starts happening, you know? I think it'll happen pretty soon, but somebody's gotta break that curse, I think.
I think nobody's won a second EPT yet because they're just waiting for me to do it. If it doesn't end up being me, I wouldn't be surprised if it was somebody like Elke. He's a fantastic tournament player. He plays all the EPTs.
He's one of the best players in the world. He's a great ambassador. He deserved it.
Mike McDonald, Timex, who's won one, and he's always putting up solid results. And if he plays a lot of tournaments, you know, I could see him winning another one.
I think I'd just go with Steve O'Dwyer. He's always there. He's playing all of them. Plays very well. One of the best tournament players in the world.
He's final tabled 4 EPTs in 2 seasons. I think he's got a brilliant poker mind, incredible amount of confidence, a lot of swagger right now with coming off all these big cashes.
I don't see why it can't be me.
Well, I've never had any pet actually, but you know, a good friend of mine, one that I've kind of grew up, you know, that was kind of my pet. His name was Jack, and yeah, just a big dog. First car was Hyundai Elantra, 1995, very old, not good looking car, but it was pretty cheap. Favorite food would be, as of right now, I think sushis. I discovered that a few years ago, and I just keep eating it all the time. First poker memory, oh boy. That would be a long time ago while playing for, you know, very small amount of money, just with the friends, having, you know, the pack of beer right there and just chilling, having some fun, winning $5 and just be like the most happiest guy ever. Well, in 2008, I final tabled in Prague, the EPT over there, so that gave me a lot of money just to keep on traveling. And yeah, after that, I was obviously the 2010 main event. I didn't buy anything big. I already had a condo, so just bought a car, Audi S4 2011, I think. So yeah, that would be Marc-André Ladouceur. Besides rounders, it would be Catch Me If You Can, probably. Best poker memory, definitely winning the 2010 World Series of Poker main event. Oh, what played me the story of my life? Wow. I don't know. I guess just Matt Damon and Edward Norton, just because of the movie Rounders.
So this is the first heat of 8. I think it's fair to say, Joe, that our qualifier, Gareth Coles, is starting to settle in now.
It's got to be nerve-wracking sitting next to all these big stars and George Costanza.
Gareth, is that you're wearing a PokerStars watch, right?
Yeah.
Is that because you want a scoop or because you have 5 million VPPs?
Scoop.
Okay, good.
Get that read. Get that read.
He only has 4.8 million.
Why, what's better?
Well, if it's for 5 million VPP, it means he plays like millions and millions and millions of hands online. So.
Oh, okay.
And the other one is if you won a tournament.
Anybody can win a tournament.
Maybe he left the watch for 5 million VPPs at home, and this one's just for scoop.
No, you should JZ that shit, just for both on.
Raise from Jen. Speculative call from Phil.
He's a speculative guy.
That was a very reluctant call there, Phil. Quiet little call.
We don't know if he's thinking about raising or if he's thinking about...
Everybody's got a decent hand or was getting good odds.
4 ways?
4 players. Gareth flops best. He now has a pair of queens.
Check.
Everyone checks to Phil.
And if I know Phil, and I'd like to think I do, he is going to bet this in position, even though he's got absolutely nothing.
30,000.
Garrett's got a good hand, but it's a scary board.
I think I know what you have, Phil.
Guaranteed you don't.
Jason and Jen.
I'm
fold,
pretty sure.
And we go heads up to the turn.
Pair of queens, still good.
Phil had to have known he was going to have to bet this more than once he got called on the flop.
60,000.
I mean, there's always a chance 8 high is good.
Undeterred.
Heads up to the river. Gentlemen, please remember to signal for any aggressive action on the river.
Is Phil going to attempt to bluff a third time? The King of Clubs is a bit of a scare card for Gareth. Oh, he's going for the bluff button. Phil is about to bluff the river. If Gareth folds the best hand, he'll go in the shark cage. Phil needs to act soon.
Love that shot clock.
If Gareth calls the bluff, Phil goes in the cage. He's betting big.
I'm not all in, by the way.
3 chips behind.
But the time chips are.
Time chips are in.
It's still enough to put Gareth all in, which means this is for his tournament life.
We have paused his shot clock while we count the wager.
The 30-second countdown will start shortly.
I must be ahead, but...
67.
But...
40, 60,
Don't worry.
67.
He folds.
967,000. Garrett says he folds.
See ya. The bluff gets through.
And he didn't push
I'm kidding.
the button.
Look at it.
He did push the button.
Oh, in the cage.
I knew you were bluffing.
Oh my
I did. I said, but I can't call it. Damn it.
Gareth, I love you, kid, but that was too much fun. I couldn't help myself.
Gareth has to miss an orbit.
And you get a shark chip out of it, Phil. Damn.
Phil's going to get our first bluff chip.
That was so much fun. Oh, my God. I was hoping it would work out, too. Like, I have to just jam the hell out of it.
It's your big blind. It's your big blind. You want to take it or not?
Oh, that's cool.
Call the needle!
The club was the only card. I'm calling you, otherwise.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Cool story, bro. Joe Stapleton here, and I am at the PCA in the Bahamas. Now, everyone who plays on PokerStars is considered a VIP. I am considered a VIP on PokerStars, even though I only play $11 tournaments, and that's when I've washed Daniel's car that week. So, there are people that are a lot more important than me who play on PokerStars, who are VIPs, and we're talking about Supernovas and Supernova Elites. And those folks are entitled to stuff like champagne and limousine rides when they come on these trips. And I've actually got a Supernova with me right now. It's the only reason I'm allowed in the back of this limousine. Alex Millar, thanks, man. Thanks for letting me tag along on this.
No problem.
Tell me about this. Like, why are we in here?
This is the pickup service from the airport. You get to the airport, you go outside, and PokerStars give you a limousine. You get in, you get free champagne, you get a ride to the hotel, and then, yeah, you get the odd limo ride while you're here as well.
Did you say it's free champagne?
Free champagne.
I mean, you can have some more too if you want.
Thanks.
You're a Supernova, but not Supernova Elite. I know Elite.
takes a lot of effort to get Supernova Elite. These guys play like 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. Also, I'm old for an online poker player. I'm 28. And,
I can see the gray hairs coming in.
I know, they're on their way. So I play 4 tables at once. These guys are playing 16, 24 tables. It's crazy. So 4 tables for me. I play how much I want to play, and it gets me Supernova. It gets me stuff like this. It's fantastic.
You're like one of the big dogs. I mean, you play some of the highest stakes online.
Yeah. Thanks.
And how do you feel about, like, do you want to be like a big name poker player, like a household name?
I did enjoy the VIP parties and stuff. The London one was really crazy. They had contortionists, they had VIP area of the exclusive London club. Just really good night out, and everything's paid for by PokerStars. A lot of the English players didn't know who I was, so I had people coming up asking for photos and stuff, and it was pretty cool actually. It was a good experience.
All right, well, we're here at the Cove, so drink up. Yes, all right. Check out these digs. You know, my hotel is dirt here. Instead of you, it's just a goat. Alex, nice to meet you. Yeah,
really good to meet you. And I'll see you again before I go, I'm sure.
Yeah, I hope so. We'll see you at the bar, maybe.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Yeah,
Thanks,
you're buying.
John. Alrighty.
Hey, man, what's your name again?
I'm John.
John?
John, yes.
I'm Joe. Nice to meet you. My brother's name is John.
You're joking.
Nope, no. Oh, look at this. This is Marc-Andre Ladouceur, by the way. You are a Supernova Elite, right?
Right.
Which means you got a free upgrade to stay in this hotel?
I did.
Do you think you could take us to see one of the rooms?
Yeah, come check it out.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's
Let's
the
go.
easiest I've ever gotten into someone's hotel room. Let's go do it. You've been a Supernova Elite for the last 4 years?
That's right.
And you almost didn't make it this year.
It was really tough. We have to do 1 million points
Yeah,
throughout
1 million
the year.
VPPs, right?
Right, and I had to do 300,000 of those in December alone. Took it easy pretty much all year, and came down to having to challenge myself to do it and play like 15 hours a day for the last 2 weeks or so.
You got a free upgrade for this?
That's right.
You don't have to pay for this room at all?
Not all, nothing.
Do you have a minibar in here?
Oh, there is.
Do they charge you for the minibar?
I think they do. You want something?
You know what? You got money. I don't care. So we've got this beautiful view here.
Yeah, there's definitely a bunch of perks. Well, there's a lot of cash bonuses that you get throughout the year.
Just money, boom.
Yeah, just money in your account. It amounts at roughly 130,000 a year when you do Supernova Elite.
That is a lot more money than I even make in a year. That's just in bonuses.
It's definitely nice.
So obviously PCA is a prime destination. Coming up the rest of this year, we've got Deauville, we've got Sanremo, we've got Vienna.
Yeah, there's a Vienna in there now.
Monte Carlo.
Right.
Which of those are you looking forward to?
I'm definitely playing Vienna, Sanremo, and Monte Carlo. Monaco is just, to me, still the best one out there. You're staying in Monte Carlo Bay, and the hotel is amazing. The poker room with the retractable roof is just sick. Jill, I kind of have to go, and
That's cool. I'll just chill here for.
You mind if we just head back down together?
Sure. Yeah,
go
no
play
problem. It's fine.
Very cold.
Hey, Alex.
Oh, Mark.
How's it going?
How's it going? Yeah, good stuff.
You going to poker room?
Yeah, I'm about to go.
You want to head on?
Yeah,
All right.
let's go.
Thanks, John. All right.
Hey, John. Cheers, man. Cool.
Thanks, John. Just wait.
No. Cheers.
Cheers.
Guys, come on. Come on, it's old Stapesy here. You guys know me.
Sorry, Joe. What's wrong with this
Guys,
guy?
it's cool. Wait, no. Jeez. Watch the feet. My feet are my livelihood. It's cool, I'll get the next one. I'll get the next one. No? So let's walk. It's better. Cardio.
It's where we come to match skill against ego, where we check, call, and raise. It's where night turns into morning and friends turn into foes, where odds can be tested and aces can get cracked, where the river can turn deuces into trips and fear into confidence. Because uncertainty is a rush, and what happens next is anyone's guess. FullTiltPoker.net. It's where we play.
when me and Elke come to Deauville, Deauville is actually one of the places we prefer to get an apartment because there are lots available. Deauville is such a great city. I know, especially in the summertime where a lot of people come to vacation. So the other benefit specifically for us is that it's nice to have our own kitchen so that we can actually go to the supermarket, pick up our own food and control our diet a little bit more, which goes along with our whole training routine.
Steve O'Dwyer started bringing his own tea to poker tournaments, and it's like catching on.
I mean, I've wanted to get into shape all my whole life, but it was 2 years ago that I really took it seriously, and I really feel very lucky that I ran into Elke and his trainer Lincoln that day because he invited me to train with him, and Lincoln really changed my life. He inspired me like no one has ever been able to. And I've kind of kept going, and I've always had different goals, and I've achieved all of them with him, and I've kind of transformed over the last 2 years.
If you discipline, you feel better pretty fast. It depends how much of a change you make, but you can make too much of a big change right away because it has to be something gradual because you want it to last a life. It has to be a lifestyle change. That's how I see it. So you don't want to do something too brutal or something that you couldn't keep in the long term. And but I think if you're disciplined, you can see changes pretty. You'll feel better pretty fast.
What happened to the days of the chain smoking, cheeseburger downing, unhealthy poker player in the back room?
When one of your friends is doing this exercise thing, you might start to see it as part of a competition, and often it becomes a bit of a prop bet to see who can lose more weight. But ultimately, surely fitness is a good thing.
I appreciate it. I mean, I think it's impressive to be able to do that, but it's not something I'd want to do. I think I enjoy the bad food too much.
What happened? Where's the smoking and the drinking and the fried chicken? It's gone. What happened? This is what brought us all here.
It's so much easier when you do something with someone else also because it's kind of motivating.
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to EPT Live from Casino Sanremo from right here in the boot, Italy. It is day 2 of this EPT 10 main event. 556 players started this event, 230 remain. Just about to kick off level 11 here. I am Joe Stapleton. With me in the booth is Mr. Mark Convey.
Hello, Stapes. Hello, everybody. Where's Liv gone? What's happened?
We've got a brand new feature table featuring those 9 players seated before you. Sebastian Langrock, Sham Srinivasan, Sorel Mitzi, Griffin Banger, Benjamin Nicolas Tabu, Maurizio Saiva, Pratik Gatka, Giorgio Donzelli, and whoever was in 9th place that I didn't quite get to. And then they changed the order up on me because this is the feature table by chip counts.
And look at this. We assume that David Yan was chip leader when we ended the last level, but Sebastian Langrock got 342,000 chips.
And what a fortunate turn of events that we've got Mitzi, Benger, Srinivasan, and who we believe to be the tournament chip leader, Sebastian Langrock.
3 of Canada's best and the tournament chip leader.
So blinds now at 6-1200 with a 200 ante. Looks like action folded around to Sorel Mitzi on the button, whose birthday it is today. Happy birthday, Sorel.
And is that an all-in?
Yes.
It is. All-in, 20,200.
And that gets through. So Sorel chips up. A couple of big blinds there. Very important when to stack his size. Fewer than 20 big blinds. Right around 20 now.
We would put it on a 5-minute play, but can I get an extra 100?
I think there might have been an extra 0 added to Langrock's stack.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
we can, So
34K, not 340K.
Yeah, so we can assume that David Yan is still the tournament chip leader.
Well, guys, that one got by us. I'm not going to lie. That was, we really, whoa, boy, we really dropped the ball or the 0 on that one. Whew. Our bad. That's one for the books, isn't it, Con? Whizbit writes in, at Griffin Benger, looking forward to see you play on EPT Live. Never seen you before, but I assume I can ID you by your bracelet. Hashtag Shambhala.
Shambhala. Are we going to play the media tournament tonight, guys?
Is that tonight?
Tonight, William Powell's asking us. Oh, part of the live updates team. Yeah, I think I'll give it a go. This time is Benger all in. 3-betting all in over the top of a raise from Langrok. Slightly more than what Mizzy shoved for. Mizzy's was an open shove and the bet gets through. Again, I don't want to wish bad on any of the other players at the table, but it would be really nice to see Mizzy and Benger get some chips so that we can really see, you know, what they're capable of.
Yeah, and I'm not, by the way, guys, I'm not, although I do love the sound of my own voice, if we get some good table talk between those guys, I'm happy to just can it for a few minutes and see if they say anything more interesting than what we have to say.
Yep.
Voting still open for Challenge Stapes. I wanted to remind everyone, I just tweeted the video from the last Challenge Stapes. At Stapes, I also hashtagged it EPT Live if you guys want to check out that video.
That was my favourite Challenge Tape so far. It's good.
Of the two, it was your favorite?
It was, yeah. Well, you know, two's still a selection. I mean, anyone can run around a block, chug a beer, run a bit more. It's a standard Friday night out in London.
I did spew, but that's true. Yeah, it's really not a Friday night in London unless you expel some sort of bodily fluid into a street. Griffin Benger kicking things off with a raise here.
AKA Flush Entity Online.
Oh, Flush Entity, right.
Yeah. Balls.
Looks like he's got one customer. What are we going with there? Gatki?
Gatki? Gatka?
Too bad James isn't here to tell me how to read. Gatka defense, Queen 10 tray, rainbow.
Gatji, I reckon.
Gatji, okay.
Gatji.
Okay, as long as we're consistent.
Okay.
Instructions.
Even if we're consistently wrong?
Yeah. Instructions scrolling along the bottom of your screen of how to vote for Challenge Stapes as it goes check, check again. Give you guys an update on how the votes are going so far. From the sounds of the guys on the Russian stream, by the way, I think Massage is killing it.
Yeah.
Over in Russia. Artem Litvinov ran into him in the hallway, which is sort of appropriate considering the first time I really fell in love with that man was here in Sanremo.
And is he going to be your first client?
He asked. He wants me to do the massage, and he says if I end up having to do the massage challenge, he wants a massage. Finally, some betting here.
Yeah, delayed C-bet. You do take your life into your own hands when you massage someone like Litvinov, though, because if he does win a pot in the middle, you know, the roundhouse kick will come out.
Yeah.
Your head can come off.
Good
Cool.
catch, a right foot to the face. 2 9s.
So that's going to be good for Griffin. Just have to get one straight of value there.
And it looks like on the English language, Massage is winning out. Sorry, I just threw up a little in my mouth thinking about having to massage some of these poker players.
Ooh, class.
Ugh. Gross. Yeah, 59% of the vote for Stapes has to join the massage team. 32% Stapes has to eat gross pizza toppings. 9% of people want to see me working as a waiter.
Look at this. Good knowledge from Alessandro. Did we know Sebastian Langrok won €1 million on the German version of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Hashtag bankroll boost.
Oh, we've got some bad news.
What?
Liv Burry.
No.
Out.
No. She will not be reclaiming her title this week.
But back to that millionaire thing. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. I love it. Win €1 million. Yeah, come on, let's just start playing EPTs. Why not?
Sorrel Mitzi all in.
Second time Langrot's open, second time he's been shoved on.
Welcome to Langrock.
Looks like he makes the fold.
James Hardigan claims that he wrote lyrics for the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire theme song. Is it the same theme in the UK as it is in the States? Do you have like that and all that? Isn't it very similar to the EPT theme song, if I remember?
Are there even lyrics?
No, that's the thing. James writes lyrics to songs that don't have lyrics.
I see. Got you. Okay. I was a bit slow on the uptake there. My bad.
He wrote lyrics for the Game of Thrones theme song, Sex and the City. He's good. I like his work.
If you fail once, fail again, try a third time. 2,700 from Langrock.
I think if I'm going to choose to shove over the top of anyone, it's always going to be the guy with the name Rock in his name.
You've got to feel sorry for Sham, you know, with Mizzy and Benja to his left. He's stuck between a rock and a hard place. Okay, that was bad.
The difference is that I just don't draw attention to that, Mark, and you don't have to either.
Well, I did a joke earlier, and you two were obviously distracted, and it just went. So I felt like I had to apologise. Fishing for compliments, really.
You just move on, buddy. On to the next one, as they say in poker. Yeah, no, his chips, yes, your face is correct, James. The chip stack is incorrect. But because we're on a 1 hour delay, it may take up to 45 minutes for that to be corrected, that's all.
It's, you know, what's a zero between friends?
So it's going to be 3 ways to this flop. 4 ways. Look at this. 7-9 deuce action board. Hold'em board. Looks like Liv went bust out in a race with David Yan.
He got his revenge.
Ace-9 ran down 2 8s. All right, so Langrock, the razor here. The last one.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. I couldn't hear you.
Langrock continues. Action on Nicolas Tabou, who folds. Patron also out of here. Welcome to Langrock.
Going back to the theme music thing.
Yeah.
I'm a firm believer that all opening title music should have lyrics. Instrumental tracks are not enough. So if a show has a theme song where I feel you can fit the title of the show into it, then I will then write lyrics for it, including Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
Do you want to give us a little verse?
Yeah, give us a taste. Come on.
It's the show people want to go on, and you can win prizes if you dare. Who wants to be a millionaire?
Clap, clap, clap.
That was good.
The audience
That was
go
really
wild.
good.
Well done. Very good.
That's really, really good.
My Sex and the City is better. But moving swiftly on.
Andrew writes in to say, Liv Bury out of this world. Am I right? Yes, Andrew. You are right. Oh. So legend has it we're going to give away the free roll password at the end of this hand, but can I have a hint first, James? Because I like to play hintsies.
It's a word we've said a lot today.
Poker.
No.
Sanremo.
Nope.
Pizza.
Warmer.
We haven't said pizza a lot, though.
Be in your challenge.
Massage.
Again, in the right ballpark.
States.
Closer.
Really?
Not really. Challenge.
Challenge.
Challenge states.
Challenge States is clearly 2 words, Mark.
I know, but you can still link them
so
together.
when I said
and it works
States
as
is
one.
close, and then you went challenge, obviously you got it. Well done.
Well done.
You could have let me know at the time. Slow roller.
You guys, if they keep making free roll passwords named after me, my ego is going to go out of control.
Oh, actually, sorry, I just found out it was actually named after the W Coop Challenge, which was recently run on PokerStars.
Good comeback.
So recapping the action here, it was an under-the-gun raise from Sham Srinivasan, called by Sebastian Langrock in the big blind. And we've rectified his chip count, by the way. He started the hand with 37,500, not 50,000, so... Langrock check called the flop for 2,700. He's checked the turn, and Shams bet 6,600. Now, the fact that we have 3 Italians at the table means we also have 3 guys with beards, which means that people have started playing the bad Stapes lookalike game.
Yes, I look like anyone and everyone who has a beard. Including, but not limited to, Santa Claus, Robin Williams in all of his dramatic roles, and Sigmund Freud.
So Langrock calls again.
Srinivasan winning. More and more fans with every second he tanks.
So Srinivasan has bet 9,600.
So a bunch of those flop draws came in, yeah, and Langrock is out of here.
So yeah, the official Stapes lookalikes, as suggested by Peter, we have the winner in seat 9, Gianluca Petroni, and the runner-up is in seat 5. That'll be Benjamin Nicholas Tabul. And there is the password for the free roll. Challenge, we gave it out a couple of minutes ago during that hand. Challenge is the password that will get you into today's EPT Live free roll. you know where it's at. EPT section of the PokerStars tournament lobby. Nick Vasquez says, speaking of theme songs, I miss the old EPT theme song, Get It Back. Talking about old EPT theme songs. Before the start of play today, I'm up on the floor with Rick Dacey, and they play through the loudspeakers the Season 1 EPT theme, which I haven't heard since like 2005. I don't know why they played it at the start of the day, but it was quite nice. You know, as this is the 10th season, as we're celebrating the history of the EPT, to hear that really old school theme music.
Is that the one that goes, I'll be the last man standing with the money in my hand?
No.
Oh, that's the Heartland Poker Tour. I'm sorry. So are we doing that extra money in the free roll thing, Jobby?
Yes. If you want more money, if you want to boost the prize pool by $500, you need to share the stream. Graphical Nick's giving you instructions at the bottom of your screen right now, along with denominations of the chips in play at the moment. But yeah, if you share the stream, whatever platform you're watching on, if we get more than 2,000 shares by the time the free roll starts, we'll add $500 to the prize pool. So instead of being a $1,500 free roll, it'll be a $2,000 free roll.
Nice. But you got to share it, guys. You got to get her done.
So challenge is the password, as in challenge Stapes. And on that subject, Brad King says, Stapes, take note of what is currently happening to Sorel Mitzi.
I am taking note. I'm learning. I'll put the little lotion on my arm like Dana's got there. I hope they let me borrow one of those utility belts. Have you ever seen the belt they wear with like the little lotion containers in there? I'm excited for this. I'm an amateur masseur.
I'm sorry, but the guy in seat 9 is the worst Stapes lookalike I've ever seen nominated. Peter, you are so off the mark.
I think I look more like Griffin Benger than anyone else at this table.
You've got to, when we get a good shot of Gianluca Petroni, you've got to see it. So let's check out some of the outer table action here on day 2.
How about we stick with the inner table action?
We can do that.
Somebody's been messing around with the vert hold. Remember that? When you were a kid, you had to mess with the vert hold?
Well, we usually have to get up off the sofa to change channel.
Twist that knob. The one on the TV.
We will have a look at the outer table after this hand, which has seen an all-in from Giorgio Donzelli.
It's a two-fisted all-in. I love that move.
16,400.
Gross.
Shamshir Navason calls. So Donzelli at risk. He tables pocket 5s. Srinivasan has called him with ace-jack. It's a race.
Classic race underway. And there's a jack.
Boom.
Donzelli's pocket 5s fall behind. In a world of pain now. So Don's going to have to fall some favours to get out of this one.
Donzelli dead to a 5 on the river. It's an ace, so 2 pair for Srinivasan, and Donzelli's heading for the exit.
People on the live stream already hate it. 10-second timing.
So we lose one of the Italians from our feature table. And Sham Srinivasan chips up to over 128k. Sebastian Langrock, the table shorty with 20 bigs. So let's head to the outer tables. We got it right this time. Roberto Romanello a former EPT champ in the one seat of this table. His table mates include Dominic Nitch, Artem Metalidi, and Jason Wheeler.
Jason also getting a massage there. There's Dominic.
And I noticed we've gone for the red light rim on the tables this time around.
It looks good. I was up in the tournament room on the break. I like it. But it's only an outer table, like the inner table's got to be blue.
David Bankin says, I want to hear James's lyrics to the Game of Thrones theme. Love that show and the opening music.
Oh, we'll have to ask him. Do you need to warm up your vocal cords for that one?
Strictly speaking, we're not meant to actually sing licensed music on the live stream.
Even if you put your own lyrics?
Yeah, that's not an excuse.
But, you know, we can just say, look, James is so out of tune that it's obviously not the same song, no?
Apparently that doesn't work either.
Langrot's just getting 3-bet all over the shop today. The latest Canadian to 3-bet him. It's from the Basin, who just won that pot before. Benja's still got cards in the small blind, figuring out if it's a good 4-bet shoving spot. Got a little itch in his nose, I wonder. No, he folds.
Do you want me to do Game of Thrones?
Let's see if this hand goes anywhere first and then do it, yeah.
Yeah. Wow, he's going to do it.
Which it should have been. Guys, do you mind if I do Game of Thrones? I'm itching, I really want to.
Who's playing Angry Birds? You need to write an Angry Birds one next.
If Griffin is, he played it really badly.
All in and a call. Langrock at risk. Gets it in with 9s.
9s versus 10s.
Oh, Shrinovason has him dominated with 10s. Crushed.
Domination Nation.
Ezra saying that the Game of Thrones titles are 10 minutes long. Spare us.
It's a work in progress. Don't worry, I haven't actually got the full theme music covered. Let's put Herr Langrock out of his misery.
9. Oh, wow, what a flop.
There was no 9 though.
It's almost as good as you can hope for when a guy flops a set on you.
Langrock now improves to 8 outs.
Open-ended.
Jack or a 6 needed for him to survive.
You got to do it. I've never seen Sham. Whenever ever banks on a jack, you got to do it.
Close but no cigar. So Sham Srinivasan takes out 2 players, pretty much or near enough back-to-back hands, and is up to close to 160,000 and is the table boss.
Goodbye to Langrock.
Go on then, Hartigan.
Okay, so this is only a snippet. It's a work in progress, but here's what I've written so far for the Game of Thrones title music. So it starts off obviously like with a bit of building. In this violent Game of Thrones, there's a midget, there is incest, there is Sean Bean. We'll see tyranny overthrown. There are horses, there are dragons, there are big wolves. Who will triumph in this great fight? There's a eunuch, there's a cripple, there's a gay knight. Who knows what is wrong and what is right? There's a huge wall, there are castles, there's a weird tree. That's as far as I've got.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
Yes.
You did it the right way round. It was good.
No spoilers.
Wow. No, there isn't. You're right. Although if you're tuning in now, you'll be a bit disappointed not seeing Sean Bean anywhere around. He's on holiday. He's on holiday. The north gets very cold this time of year. Someone's on a roll.
Speaking of Game of Thrones and spoilers and Griffin Benger, he put a post on Facebook yesterday that I liked so much that I shared with all of my friends, and I rarely do that on Facebook. And I'm going to read it to y'all after this hand.
So Srinivasan's made it 2,500. And Maurizio Saiva has 3-bet to 6,200. There's a little bit of confusion over his race sizing, but we got there in the end. Sham calls. $8-7-3 on the flop, 2 clubs.
You know what? It's too long to read on the air, but be Griffin's friend on Facebook if you want to read it.
Can you actually condense what it's about?
Cliff notes. Cliff notes.
He was upset at people who had posted Game of Thrones spoilers. And the part I most especially like is, let me see if I can condense it. Don't pretend your status is cryptic or could mean anything. We invested just as much time into the show as you did, and you ruined a pivotal plot point. You suck. Maybe not all the time, but in this moment, you suck the hardest. It was more important to you to jot down your obvious bleeping reaction on your little public diary that is Facebook than be a good internet friend and put yourself in our shoes and keep your mouth shut for a few more days. If you wanted to talk about it so bad, message a friend and ask if they've seen it yet. And if so, go to Bleeping Town. I still haven't watched it yet, and now I don't even care. Thanks. You all know who you are.
I love Bleeping Town. Great nightlife.
I think he's right. I don't understand why people feel the need to take to social media and ruin TV shows for people.
I had a problem with the Poker Police Gobble Boy tweeted a quote from the first episode, and it happened to be the best line in the show. And you know, it didn't spoil the plot, but I would like to hear that line for the first time myself from the show and not from reading it off your Bleeping Town Twitter.
I even hate people giving their opinions of whether it's been a really good episode or a really bad episode as well.
Keep it to yourself.
Right, I'm not going to tell you anything, but what I will tell you. No, don't.
Saver shoved the river. Srinivasan folds. I have to say, I'm pretty pleased with the feedback to my Game of Thrones theme. Ezra says, that was totally epic. More, please. David says, thank you, James. I hope you get rewarded with a guest role in the show and have a wonderful sword death. Peter, not a fan. For the love of all things holy, stop singing. Dom says, the lyrics are actually pretty good. Well done, James.
I think it's good.
Yeah, me too. I was actually going to say stop encouraging him, but I've got to hold mine. I'll say damn good.
Ross said, all I heard was, there's a weird tree. Could you do that again, James? Ross, I encourage you to use the replay function.
I'd love you to, at the beginning of the day, when you're doing your thing with Rick Dacey, to do it in that style without telling him. All of a sudden, just break into that song.
Of all the people...
He's not the guy.
I could think of. If I was going to write a list of people who would tolerate that, Rick would be at the bottom, if not on that list at all.
Why don't you do it in Monte Carlo at the last time you two will be doing it? Because Rick's moving into a new job and won't be on the EPT next season. Send him off. Go on, it'll be good. I think I'll think about it, Face. Of course, it won't work at all if Rick's listening to this right now.
Which I sincerely hope he is.
Well, after his admission that he doesn't even read all the blog articles at an event, I'm not so sure anymore.
Let's have a look at another one of the outer tables. Stephen Chidwick has had mixed fortunes on the EPT this season. His final tabled Prague, he bubbled Deauville, went deep in Vienna. His table mates include Nicolas Schwiti, who won the grand final in Monaco in season 6. Jeremy Sada from France also at this table.
Sham coming in with another raise from under the gun. So obviously makes a one-handed 3-bet. Benger's got an itchy nose again.
Joe, does this qualify as one of your chop pot situations?
Let's hear it.
The dice has got the free roll password, went to reg, it doesn't even open for another 50 minutes.
Yeah, that's a chop pot.
Chop pot.
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Sorry, every time I see Gianluca Petroni, I'm amused by the fact that someone thinks he's a Joe Stapleton lookalike.
I haven't caught a good look at him yet.
Well, we've lost another former champ. Kevin McPhee tweets, Busto. Queen's lost to Vicky Corrin's Ace-King. Need to be better at day 2 table draws. Kevin did have a pretty tough lineup on day 2. So Vicky Corrin going strong.
You know I made it.
Poor Kevin.
This is 3-bet, got 3 there.
Hey, internet guy.
Yeah, you're that con guy, right? From Matt does that? There's something about the two of you. You just look so like things.
As you can see, we've got a new player, seat 1, Candido Alves. Short stack, slightly under 24,000. And a terrible seat draw.
I have the hand. I'm patient. I wait for the judgment the nines.
Oh, Joe Stapleton's at the... Oh, no. It's,
Oh my God, is that who they're talking about?
yeah.
That's it.
Apparently I'm also the lead singer from Weezer. What is happening?
I know you're not allowed to play EPTs, but did you have to go all that way and put glasses on to disguise yourself? And have a shave as well?
By the way, the 2 new players at our feature table are Candido Gonçalves from France and Victor Beguera from Brazil.
Candido in action right now. Facing a bet on this 10-high flop from Petroni. And that bet, it's 2 folds. Or just 1. Gonçalves does call.
Check on the river. I think Stapes is going to win it with pocket 4s. I mean, Patron.
Wow, still high praise coming in. James Hardigan receiving high praise from both the old gods and the new.
Should have been a lyricist. What are we down to now? 210 players. So we've lost 106 from the start of the day in 2 and a bit levels. A reminder that we're not going to start paying players till we get down to 79. That's likely to happen during the early stages of day 3 tomorrow. And then we'll play down to a winner on Sunday. That's when the final table takes place. The winner here in Sanremo gets 476,000. What's happened here?
If somebody raised, then it would be this guy.
Oh, there's a misdeal. Saviour's not so happy. Got a big slip. Don't look.
You've got United out here again. I've already got United for this one, so
That's what Santi said.
you can pass it on the spot.
Oh, apparently they forgot to move the button in the last hand.
Well, that was silly.
So that ace-king wouldn't have been your hand, Mr. Saver.
Jeffrey says, I'm waiting for the dealer to accidentally deal a hand to the masseuse.
The best hand.
Now, I don't think that's ever happened, but there was a situation, and I'm sure we've referenced it before, in Barcelona a couple of seasons ago, where the dealer dealt himself a hand.
Brilliant.
I want to play.
Look, I can understand it. There was one time I was in a home game, and I was kind of just, for laughs, sort of calling the action a little bit. You know, like some guy sometimes does that in a home game. We'll just be like, oh, this guy raised, this guy folds. And then when the action comes around to me, I announce my hole cards to the table.
Did they allow you to have a live hand?
Yeah, it was a home game. I think I just folded, though, out of shame. So it happened.
Did they allow you to have a live hand? I don't know what kind of home games you play in, Mark.
They're tough, man. They're tough.
Call the floor, and like the next door neighbour has to come in and make a ruling.
Ricky Stone says if you DVR a show, it's your responsibility to avoid mediums or situations where people might be talking about it.
That's just plain idiocy.
Yeah, I agree.
But it is like battling against the tide in a way. You're not going to be able to stop it coming in.
I think it's more
social media.
No, I think that it's more like just talk about it with your friends who want to talk about it with you. Why would you go around to a school shouting there's no Santa Claus? Is it up to the children to stay away from situations where they might find out? It's just don't be a jerk. How about that as a rule of society? Like, don't be a jerk.
At what point is it okay to start talking about it in a public forum, though? You know,
why do we have to talk about it in a public forum?
You can talk about the show without giving away plot-specific information that's going to ruin the experience of people who haven't discovered the show. Not being funny, The Sopranos has been on air, when did it finish? 06, 07? But I know there are people who haven't seen that show, so I'm not going to start saying what happens across the 7 seasons. I'm not going to say how it ends.
And in the case of some things, which Paul Harnish brings up, Paul Hamish, it doesn't air everywhere at the same time. Not everyone has the same access to it.
No, and yeah, in the UK, for example, it's on Sky Atlantic, which is a subscribed TV channel.
I mean, it does air at the exact same time as it does in the US now in the UK, but it doesn't in every country.
And the thing is, I'm recording it because I like to watch the entire season in one go. I'm sorry, but I can't be doing with this old school way of watching TV where you watch it one week and then wait 7 days for the next episode. I want the entire season 4 recorded and then I'll blow through it in a week and a bit.
Okay, so you haven't watched any of the...
No, and somehow, touch wood, I've managed to avoid any major plot spoilers so far.
It's because he doesn't have a Facebook.
That helps.
That does help. I did that last year with season 3. And just about managed to avoid all spoilers. Gatji's raised here. 3-bet by Sham.
It's the classic, just because you can doesn't mean you should. Why do you feel the need to discuss stuff that's going to ruin it? People haven't seen the show.
Right. The benefit that you get from talking about it does not nearly equal the negativity that you incur for ruining it for someone else.
Precisely. Who are we waiting for?
Gatji.
What's your take on this one, Hardigan?
Officer Krupke. I'd say it's probably Gatji.
I'm just going to call him G-Hat from now on. Because he's a G.
You missed your opportunities to your 4-bet alert, Mark.
Oh, I was in Twitter land. Sorry.
Gatchi re-raised to 11,200. So there was a 4-bet, which means we should get the... Another outer table. Dimitar Danchev in action here. Just won a big pot from Andrew Chen. Fired 3 bullets on a dry board, and Chen laid it down on the river. So Chen at the table. Mickey Peterson from Team Online at this table, along with another EPT champ, Michael Tereniak, and Piers Hines. We spied these guys a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, this table's got a whole lot tougher with Danchev.
And Juppy.
Hey, Juppy.
Mickey Peterson in action right now.
Against his buddy, Andrew Chen. Blind on blind battle. Couple of clubs out there. 9 high. Check call from Chen. Careful, Vicky, don't show us your cards.
It's getting clubbier.
Where are my keys?
Second bullet from Mickey. 6,800, I think.
And Chen folds.
See ya. Andrew Chen just giving it away right now, huh? Somebody get me to Andrew Chen's table. Get me out of the 9 seat.
I see you bought a second jacket, stroke hoodie.
So obviously in seat 5, we've got the inferior stabes lookalike, Benjamin Nicholas Tabul, and next to him, Maurizio Saiva, who is wearing what exactly?
Sorry, who are we looking at?
Saiva.
That's style.
It's a life preserver. What'd you jump ship?
Is that what you call them? Life preservers? It's quite a broad term.
Life preserver or life jacket.
Yeah,
Stefan delighted to see Danchev doing well. He says Dimitar Danchev has unfinished business from EPT Sanremo Season 9. Go Dimitar. I think you'll find it was Season 8.
Uh-oh.
So it was Season 9.
Mark, how much do you want to bet?
For Danchev?
Dimitar Danchev finished second in EPT Sanremo in Season 8. If you want to say it's Season 9, Mark, we will happily do this for a lot of money.
No. This is a case of me only listening to about 3 words in that entire question. Obviously, I was thinking the PCA.
I'm aware he won the PCA, Mark.
He almost won Sanremo.
In Season 8?
Yeah, that's right. You're right. No, but I mean, he was 1 card away from winning, I think.
Yeah.
In Season 8.
Adam says he would not like to be on that Tereniak, Chen, Peterson, Danchev table. Ouch, tough table draw.
Wally reckons that Maurizio is wearing a flak jacket. Maybe he's part of a SWAT team.
think they do like guns here.
Nick Van der Weyer saying, written in saying, forget social media. He saw a Game of Thrones spoiler on the independent newspaper's website last night. That's pretty bad when a national newspaper's printing spoilers.
Well, you know that annoying free newspaper they give out on the tube in the morning, Metro?
Yeah.
I think it was maybe Breaking Bad. When Breaking Bad concluded, they did like a write-up the next day, including major spoilers, and they got so much hate mail for it. And so they then did this big editorial piece about when can you talk about the show? And I come back to the point, it's like, why do you need to? You can talk about it without giving away specifics. There is a way of discussing it openly without ruining the experience for anyone who hasn't seen it.
Yeah, any movie review show that you watch on TV, they never give away any spoilers.
Exactly.
Hashtag James's commuter problems. How are you enjoying your commute, James, into the office every day?
It's fine.
Yeah. Got three-way action here. The train open for 2,500 from early position. Plays blinds called. Checked around on the flop.
So is G-Hat going to take a stab at this?
Just a call from Patron. Seven of hearts completes the board.
See if we get another bet from the G.
Wow, you said that without moving your... Oh, I thought you were at the table again. I mean, every time I see this guy, I'm just like...
You know, it's starting to grow on me a little bit, I think, actually. I think I do look like him.
Bet call. Good call, Stapes.
Snapped off. Kind of an ob call, really.
Yeah. Tricky check on the flop.
Yeah. I got a lot of gears to my game.
Another bad lookalike coming in. This one from the Dyer. Theo Jorgensen in seat one has really let himself go.
It's always good when you have to specify which player you're talking about when you're proposing the lookalike.
No, sorry, I don't think Candido Gonçalves looks that much like Theo Jorgensen.
Well, it's after he's obviously retired down to Cyprus or somewhere and spent, you know, a few years in the sun.
And someone's taken a bicycle pump to him.
And he's been born of different parents and not Theo Jorgensen. Ooh, the nationalities pie chart is out.
Ooh.
You want to do a contest?
Well, it depends.
I think we could maybe... I'm gonna write down.
I'm gonna hail to James again another time. He set a line on. I'm not going to give away any spoilers here on the percentage of the Italians in the fields. How much would they make up of the fields? And he was 1% off with this line.
No, seriously.
Staggering.
Well, we could do that.
Is on fire today.
Oh, that we could set that as the question if you want.
That's fine. We can do that as the question.
Are they going to allow just one guess at it, or should we get them to guess two countries and get both percentages right?
Well, the problem is that reading number guesses ends up being a pain in the...
Yeah.
But...
so they either have one guess or they have to get two countries. Maybe we could get them to guess like one of the others. You know, we'll try and find out what country's got one person playing. I'll let you think about this one. I'll follow the action.
If we are going to make a competition out of this, by the way, I'm going to ask a huge favour of our friends on the PokerStars blog and the live updates team, the guys working for both the
Don't
blog and
tweet
Poker
it.
News. Please, please do not yet publish the pie chart.
You better get Chad Holloway on Skype. He loves this sort of thing. Actually, I'll have him on Skype.
So this hand's gone to the turn. Queen, 10, 9, 5, 2 hearts, and it goes check, check on the turn. Third heart on the river. Petroni was the original raiser. He did bet the flop.
Petroni's very quickly shoved the river.
I think that maybe that is not what has happened. No, he sure has.
Well, Gonsalves only has 10k behind, so it's an effective bet of 10,300.
Gonsalves calls.
For his tournament life.
2 pair is good.
So Gonsalves heroes with a 10. And it's Busto.
Really surprised to see him hero with a 10 there. There's so much out there that was beating a pair of 10s. It wasn't even top pair. Second pair, not top kicker. Flushes out there, straights out there, tons of 2 pair combos. I guess with the amount of chips he'd invested, he thought maybe he couldn't get away from it, but I have to think there are better spots.
Well, he mistakenly thought it was you too, and he knows your loosey-goosey image.
Joe, have you formulated how this competition's going to work, or are you still kind of ideas?
I just wanted to make sure that the pie chart isn't going to get published before I did that.
Well, the live update section of the blog, they're not going to publish it. They've got back to me. So they said, just let us know.
Thank you, guys. We appreciate you holding off.
So there are 14 countries.
Right.
That received around 1%, make up about 1% of the field. I thought that what I would do is read off almost all of them, and whoever can come up with the one country that I didn't name of the 1%ers can win a prize.
I like that idea, because otherwise that will stop the flow of like random guesses coming in.
Exactly, and it'll be very easy to determine who gets the right answer first.
The 1%ers.
See all the 1%ers?
Do you want to stick all those countries in a tweet? Can you do that, or is that too many?
No, I'll just read them out.
Just read them.
So these are basically countries that had between 3 and 7 players in the EPT Sanremo main event.
Correct. James, just one question.
Yeah.
How do I say this one? Just the one that looks like I would know how to say it. There's like no vowels in it. I don't know what I'm doing.
Kyrgyzstan?
Kyrgyzstan, okay.
That wasn't going to be the one that you were...
No, I'm going to read that one.
Have a look at the odds tables here. Team PokerStars Pro, Alex Kravchenko, sat next to Jason Lavallee, who's the runner-up here.
In Season 9.
In Season 9. Adrian Mateos there as well, World Series Poker Europe champion. That's another tough table. Jason folds like a good boy. Oh no, maybe he mucks. Called on muck.
Ship at the other end of the table. Okay, here are the countries.
So these are the people, the three, what we call them, the 1% club?
The 1%ers.
The 1%ers.
Starting with Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah.
Lithuania, Belarus, Austria, Lebanon, Ukraine, Romania, Ireland, Norway, Hungary, Denmark, Belgium, Australia.
You've missed 2.
Okay. I'll give out a prize to each person who can come up with the 2 that I did not read.
Read the list again, Joe.
Kyrgyzstan, Lithuania, Belarus, Austria, Lebanon, Ukraine, Romania, Ireland, Norway, Hungary, Denmark, Belgium, Australia.
Okay, there are 2 missing from your list.
So whoever comes up with those 2, just 1 each, will win a prize. We'll give away a card protector, 2 card protectors.
First past the post, right?
Correct.
1 guess each?
Correct.
Matt B, first in, Moldova.
Incorrect.
Kevin D, second in, Estonia.
Incorrect.
Benny, Brazil.
Incorrect.
No. Jack Walker, New Zealand.
Incorrect.
Gutschel, Uzbekistan.
Incorrect.
Jerry, Japan.
Incorrect.
Keep them coming. Nuno, Portugal. FCB, Scotland.
No and no.
Andreas, Croatia. Giacomo, Iran.
Yakumu. Wrong, but I slow rolled you.
Christian, Slovakia.
Incorrect.
I can't even laugh at that. I don't know the backstory, so there is. Would it be?
Ross. Are people allowed to put 2 countries in?
No.
Okay, Ross. Ross has gone for Mexico and Argentina. Neither of which is right, but please only tweet with 1.
Close though. Right planet.
He was fast on the draw. He was at letter K.
Leonard goes with Bulgaria, Johnny with Finland, Adam with Panama, Ben with Switzerland, Joe with Belgium. None of these are correct.
Stapes already mentioned Belgium.
It's too bad the Mulder boys didn't show up. They probably would have put Belgium out of the 1% club.
Yeah. And it's probably better if you have any serious questions to ask us at the moment that you hold off to the end of this competition, because it's going to get lost in the mass of countries coming into the EPT live feed.
Bagura picks up that pot with a bet on the turn.
Brent, Germany.
Incorrect.
Prasad, Mongolia.
Incorrect.
Peter, Brazil. Serbia.
Ooh, Serbia was in fact one of the correct answers.
Congratulations, Peter. You win a card protector.
Peter, huh? Peter and his Serbia. So there's still 1 more to go, though.
To the whisper.
I think I've spotted it, Joe. It's someone who's won a competition before.
Well, they can win them before. It depends how often and who. And
they won it before, as in today.
Yeah, that guy's not eligible. But we will give him the praise. Benny, who says Australia, you've already submitted, and I already read Australia. And you already won a prize today. And something else, I'm sure.
Remy says India, Bonanno, Canada, Frumpleton, Japan. Jasper, the Netherlands. Larry, Bulgaria. Tommy, Sweden. Jackie, Malta. Emma, Germany. Benny, Australia again. Adam, Slovenia. Hannah Lee, South Korea.
Correct.
Congratulations to Roland, who also got South Korea. But sorry, Roland, you've won too much on the show, so you were considered ineligible.
So is that competition officially closed?
It's officially closed.
Okay, I'm going to release the live updates to you.
Release the map and the pie chart.
And tell them thank you.
Already did that, but I'll thank him again.
So we've got some poker being played, right? Mitzi's under the gun raise, called by Tibul and Srinivasan. Mitzi continues the flop for 4,800. Gets 1 fold They get a call from Sham.
Not too much room to manoeuvre for Mitzi. Not much more than a pot-size bet left. Sham checks it over to him, and Sorrell checks behind.
When you said Hannah-Lee, I thought you said Hanley. I thought it was a dude. Hello, Hannah. Hi. Two tens, good. Ship it to Mitzi. And you guys can play PokerStars on a mobile app. This is how you do it.
If you enjoy watching poker on the move, the PokerStars.tv app is for you. Take advantage of watching PokerStars live streams. Just select PSTV Live. Or watch content offline by going to My Queue and then Downloads. If you want to browse videos, you have 17 channels to select from. Choose between EPT, PCA, the big game, and much more. Just go to Channels and make your selection. The app's completely free and is available for both Android and iOS devices.
You can also watch it on a mobile app.
So just to go back to that pie chart, because at the start of the day, obviously there's been a fair amount of discussion here in Sanremo about the size of the field. We're not hiding from the fact that it's relatively small for an EPT in Season 10 and a bit disappointing considering the numbers that Sanremo used to bring in.
Yep.
But Mark said, what do you reckon the Italian percentage was? I set the line at 30.
You did.
I said I'd take the under. I said I'd take the under on 30.
Yeah.
29%. Come on!
Shark. Hartigan the Shark. But to be fair though, if you're ever going to be a shark or something, it should be EPT stats. And
Yeah, it should be meaningless stats that no one gives a monkey's uncle about.
I have a feeling that if James hadn't been correct on his little prediction, that we would have never heard.
Oh no, I guarantee you.
again.
I guarantee you that the Conv would have called me out on it.
no, that's not a personality trait of mine whatsoever.
I definitely would have forgotten about it.
Not being funny, but if there's a bus going past, just be standing away from the Conv, because he will throw you under that bus.
Only if I can get a laugh out of it. I don't do it. Only if it's going to be funny, then it's worth doing. I'm not malicious. Oh, we've got some poker action going on here. I guess we should get back to that.
Or the, just the 4-bet alert, and then you can. So now it's just left to the 3-better and the 4-better. Mitzi and Saiva. Mitzi shoves. Don't think Saiva is folding very often.
He's not. He's calling.
And he doesn't look too happy.
Well,
Ace King versus Kings, maybe? Aces. Wow. Nice birthday present for Mitzi.
Well, let's see the run out of the board first. I've had aces cracked by Ace King twice. And I don't play that much poker.
Ace King is just becoming the new jacks. You know how people say like they hate playing jacks, they don't want to play jacks? I feel like Ace King is becoming that new thing because like you don't necessarily want to get it in for heaps before the flop, but also like it's a hand that you kind of want to see all 5 cards with because when you miss the flop, what do you do?
Hearts not a factor. Sorrell's got the ace of hearts.
Yeah, it plays so well pre-flop because even if you do get yourself into a situation where you are all in, then you do get 5 cards to see, as you said.
Just like when that flop comes, what do you do?
So Sorrell's doubling up here.
But it is one of those hands where if you decide to say someone's 3-bet you and then you 4-bet them back, at that point, even if you do 5-bet, then you're saying to yourself, I might as well go with this.
Yeah, it's It's dicey. I mean, the way that stack sizes were was that once Saiva put in that 4-bet, he could not fold.
Sick indeed.
And that's, you know, that's where Saiva put in the 4-bet is where I would probably be tempted to just flat. But again, like, then I don't know what to do. I mean, on that particular flop, yes, you have ace king with the king of hearts, so you're probably gonna see some more cards. Yeah, but you know, when it comes like jack high with no draw for you, I just I don't know.
Talking of aces, some news from the outer floor. Luka Machita's just tweeted he's out. He lost a 370k chip leading flip when he ran kings into aces.
Peter writes in, Peter, who guessed Serbia, says, how do we get our prizes? Haha, Peter, what you need to do is follow at EPT Live. I've given your name to the suit that runs that account. They'll follow you back. They'll start a direct message exchange and figure out an address to ship you your prize. And we get tweets all the time, by the way, guys. People taking pictures with their prizes, thanking us and stuff like that. We love it. We're glad you got them. I know some people occasionally takes them a little longer to get there. We are sending them around the world, but just stick with us. We are sending out every prize that we are promising you guys, so get it in.
We should run a competition in Monaco for all the competition winners so far this season. Whoever can send in a Champion of Champions tournament for Monte Carlo, who can send in the most creative picture of them with their winning prize.
Oh.
And then they get a special prize. You like that idea?
I like that idea.
All right, we'll think about that one. Stake something for Train's 3-bet here.
Yeah, everybody's getting a little antsy in the pantsy pre-flop.
Yeah, the aggression's just ramped up in the last 15-20 minutes. Amongst some of the lesser-known players as well.
So this is 3 ways, 3 bets.
22k in the middle already.
Ace high, 2 hearts.
Yes.
G-hat checks it. Checked all the way around. 10 of diamonds on the turn, 2 flush draws out there now. Trying to bet gets it through.
Probably would have worked on the flop also. Luke Fern says, I hate ace king, always lose with it and is so overplayed. Anthony's with us. Anthony, what's up, buddy? He's psyched to see Sham, Sorrell, Griffin sitting in seats 2, 3, and 4 on the feature table. Sick. Did you see this tweet from Luka Machida?
Yeah, the big pop.
Yeah.
That one? Yeah.
The one that Mark read out.
The one that
yeah.
read out.
Whew. I just felt it was worth mentioning a second time. That is huge.
How many big blinds?
You know what's weird is I don't throw anyone else under the bus when they reread a tweet, but everyone feels the need to do it to the rest of us. We could all just roll with it.
Buddy, I kept quiet. I know James has done it twice today, but...
Hardigan is for real.
Hardigan has too many responsibilities.
No. One of Joseph's primary responsibilities on the EPT is to be mocked.
Oh, okay. That
He does have a point.
Yeah, good comeback. And being Brits, James and I are pretty good at mocking. It's a sham raise. Doesn't mean it's not real. Looks like a 3-bet from Benja. It is indeed. 6,600. Gets the job done. Shows the ace.
Less than 2 minutes left on this level. We'll roll straight into level 12. Blinds will be going up to 800, 1600. We'll keep the ante at 200. A reminder of today's free roll password, by the way. I believe registration should now be open for the free roll. It starts at 8:15 Central European time. And the free roll password is challenge. You'll find the tournament in the EPT section of the PokerStars tournament lobby. Challenge, lowercase. And we've called it challenge today because we're also conducting the challenge stakes poll. We'll get an update on voting on that very shortly, but basically there are 3 options. You can vote for Stapes to make a disgusting pizza which he then has to eat, for Stapes to work as a massage girl here at EPT Sanremo.
In uniform.
Specifically a massage girl.
Tight black uniform.
Or for Stapes to work as a waiter in the bars and restaurants of the Italian Riviera. What's the percentages at the moment, Joe?
Well, bringing up the rear is waiter, only 11% of the vote there. Next up is pizza challenge, 32% of the vote for pizza. And the odds-on favorite to win this bad boy, 57% of people think that I should be a massage girl for the day.
So that's how the voting's going so far. You've still got 3 hours to vote, so head to the European Poker Tour Facebook page to take part in the Challenge Stapes poll. And don't forget, by the way, just going back to the free roll, it's a $1,500 free roll. That's $1,500 of PokerStars money. We'll make it $2,000 if, and only if, we get 2,000 or more shares of the EPT live stream before 8:15 local time.
It's a no-brainer, but it takes your collective effort. Get sharing.
The people have to work together.
So second hand in a row that Benja's 3-bet Sham open. This time Sham calls.
Meanwhile, Nikita tweets, Netherlands. No, and you're too late. That's the voice of tournament director Toby Stone announcing that the blinds will be up on the next hand off each table. And of course on every table in the tournament. 199 players remaining now, fewer than 200. We started day 2 with 316, and we're now down to 199.
We are cutting through this field like a lightsaber through a tauntaun.
I didn't even know what a tauntaun is. Oh,
Get out. Just go.
Okay.
Leave. Oh. No, stand in the corner and think about what you said.
Mark's like, I don't know stuff about Star Wars. I was too busy having sex in high school.
How old do you think I am? Like in 1977 and 78?
No, I don't mean that. I meant those of us who had a lot of time to watch the Star Wars movies. It's because we weren't with girls.
I loved Star Wars.
Well, Tauntaun is the little yak llama thing that they ride around on Hoth.
Oh, okay.
And then when Han Solo's out, after they've closed the doors and he's out searching for Luke Skywalker, the Tauntaun goes and collapses because it freezes to death. And then he cuts it open with Luke Skywalker and his guts spill out, and he basically stuffs Luke in there to keep him warm.
By the way, as a kid, I had no idea that's what was happening.
Do you remember the Tauntaun toy? Because it actually had like a rubber flap for its stomach, so you could stuff a figure in there.
Really?
Oh, yeah, it did.
It's a marsupial.
Had like a spring hatch on the top, so you could make it look like the Star Wars figure was riding it.
Yeah.
And then on the bottom end, it had like the rubber belly, so you could like open it up.
I miss those days. Star Wars.
I had Slave Leia. I got weird with it on more than one occasion. I'm not going to lie.
Sham takes that one off. Benja.
Ed's got a tweet here I think is worth mentioning. There was quite a good Poker News podcast with Christy Arnett and David Randall from last year discussing folding Ace-King pre-flop. Worth a listen.
So Gianluca Petroni, the bad Stapes lookalike, is the current chip leader at this 8-handed feature table.
How did that happen?
It's been a while since we've cast an eye over the live updates on the PokerStars blog. Let's see who the current tournament leaders are.
It's been a while since we've cast an eye over Kate the dealer. Hello.
Lucas Berglund, the man in front at the moment with 340k. Marcos Mateos has 270,000. David Yan still in the top 5 with 265,000. Mitch Johnson, who was also at our first feature table of the day, is up there with over 200k. Aku Johan Tauster and Johnny Lodden also in the top 10.
Johnny, future Sanremo champion. Lodden, you mean?
Season 19.
I wish the European Poker Tour all the success in the world. And I hope they go to season 19, but I hope to God I am not still here.
Nick raises a point. Guys, what's with the Star Wars spoilers? The Tauntaun dies?
Brilliant.
I apologize.
Benjo on that pot. Sorry for spoiling his stakes. I know you weren't looking at the screen. But
Raise and take it. Well, earlier we caught up with Vicky Corrin, and she told us about how day 2 is going so far for her.
I've had an interesting couple of levels, quite, you know, traditional poker snakes and ladders. I went up the ladder with a 10-3 and down the snake with a pair of kings, which is not what they advise you in the books, but, you know, it's a funny game. I'm enjoying it anyway. It doesn't seem to be a very easy table. It's quite aggressive. There's lots of 3-betting. The players are quite stubborn. They're not rolling over, but then you wouldn't expect that on day 2. So hopefully they think I'm not giving them an easy time either.
And of course, Vicky won a big flip against Kevin McPhee. His queen's cracked by her ace-king, which sent Kevin to the exit.
See, ace-king's great to get it in pre-flop.
Dominic Panker was also at a table earlier on. He is no longer in the tournament, but Patricia Padiga is still alive. Michael Telka from the US also at that table as we go back to the feature table.
or the inner table.
Petroni's raised under the gun to 3,500. We've got a new player in the 1 seat. Is that Piers Hines?
Same sock he was wearing on his head.
It is indeed. Good aerial spot, Hartigan.
Pretty decent feature table, huh?
It's warming up nicely.
Wow, Peter's really got it in for me today. He says, strangely, James sounds better being a dying Tauntaun than he does singing a Game of Thrones theme tune. You're in the minority, pal. That's all I'm going to say.
That's harsh, Peter. That's harsh.
Three bet gets through for Saver. So we are now playing level 12. Remember, play will conclude today at the end of level 14. So 2 more levels to play after this one, and then day 2 is in the books. Our day 3 coverage starts tomorrow at noon, Central European time. Tomorrow is Bubble Day.
90-minute levels as well.
I'm so excited. Just kidding, I love Bubble Day.
World famous bubble coverage.
Love the bubble
The whole
coverage.
Pope.
Love the Neil Johnson.
79 players will get paid here in Sanremo.
That's if it takes until tomorrow.
It could well be the first level of tomorrow. A lot of the time it's in level 16 at the middle of the bubble burst, is that right?
Yes.
I think it'll be exactly where it always is, personally.
The Conv dares to question the whole Pope. Heresy!
Hey, I'm just playing devil's advocate to get a conversation going here. Another successful 3-bet. Oh, sorry, still going on.
Well, he successfully completed the 3-bet. I mean, he did put it out there.
And some players do actually fail to raise correctly,
Yeah.
so it was a successful
I think you were right.
3-bet.
I think you're fine, Mark. You're being too hard on yourself.
Thanks, guys.
It may be a 3-bet for value. He may want a call here with a hand like aces or kings.
There we go.
Right, so if Sorrel fails here, it may be the unsuccessful 3-bet. Sorrel shoves, quick call.
Yeah, he wanted action.
So
Told you, successful. I just, you know.
3-bet.
Ace queen for Sorrel.
I can have you guys on here all week for this amazing insight.
On my birthday? King 10 8. Three hearts. I just want to back door. Okay. My diamonds are locked.
Busy clutching at stores.
You can tell he's a good poker player because he knows all the different ways he can win.
Diamond.
Not a lot of hope on that flop.
No, I'll be looking for some Broadway cards here. King or a jack specifically would be good.
He's been playing this game.
Not enough.
Should have severed those chips.
So Saver doubles up through Mitzi.
What do you think about piling it in for 30 big blinds with ace queen?
I mean, it could well be that Maurizio was very, very active the first couple of levels of the day, and he's one of the guys where you'd be happy and think you did this value with ace queen. And he'd still have, you know, he's still got 30 big blinds left. But a lot of the good work he's done so far that we've seen, level 12 or level 11 and 12 has been undone. He's still in good shape. He's fine.
I mean, when you look at it, when they're on their backs again, it looks crazy, or it looks a little nutso, the ace queen versus aces. But Saiva did not have tons of chips, so.
And it was the second hand in a row that he 3-bet as well.
George Baldock has provided some commentary on the EPT TV show Stapes. He says, the acting by Stapes and Hartigan in the EPT cutscenes is terrible, but still makes me crack up. All I have to do in those scenes is basically be annoyed with Joe. That does not require me to act.
James is actually pretty good in those scenes. I think that my acting could use some work sometimes, but it's not like I get a lot of practice.
Most of the time, I just have to kind of like sneer at you, which
Right.
comes naturally.
When I write those sketches now, I actually just write like James' annoyed expression of choice. Like, I don't even bother writing an ending.
Brad King has a free roll related question. He says, are you boosting the prize pool through shares, etc.? Yes, Brad, we are. We want 2,000 shares. Achoo!
Cold 4-bet alert.
Wow.
Sorry, I had to catch up there as Heinz 4-bets.
Nice.
And that gets through. Well, let's hear from another German player on the outer tables, Dominic Nietzsche.
I did chip up a tiny little bit here and there. Now I'm up to 140k. So yeah, all in all, it's been going great. No complaints. I've been to Sanremo about 6 times, or like 7 times. I honestly don't know anymore because I used to come here for the IPT every single time, and obviously every EPT for 6 years. So yeah, I mean, I really like Sanremo. It's like, it kind of feels like a home for me because I come here so often, and it's great. You know, it's nice to come back here every year.
Dominic sharing a table with Roberto Romanello, a former EPT champ, plus Artem Metalidi and Jason Wheeler.
Is that one of the Greenwood boys I saw over there as well? Nope. Sure wasn't.
No, Kevin Isofano.
That's it.
Yeah.
Kevin Isofano. Definitely not one of the Greenwood boys.
He was there, but he left before you could mention his name.
Isofano. It's like a raise and take it for Griffin Benger.
Mark, I have to ask a question that's bothering me.
Go on then.
What are you drinking right now?
I haven't tried it yet. It's tea.
Why is it in a pint glass?
I don't know. You can ask Justina that.
Who drinks tea from a pint glass?
Italians.
You've got a latte in a teacup, and I've got a cup of tea in a latte glass.
It's wet, ain't it? Drink it. I'm not complaining about my cup, Justina, just so you know.
Nor am I, and I have to say this is the most excellent Lavazza cappuccino.
I've got drink envy.
If there's one thing the Italians do really, really well, it's coffee.
You know how they put like a little design on the top of your phone? What'd you get? I got a meatball.
Mine looks like
Mussolini. Oh my God. What a bizarre reference.
The nose is more Berlusconi than Mussolini. Paul Walsh says that Zeus the dog wants to know when the dinner break is. No dinner break today, Paul. We're playing right through to the end of level 14, which should be around 8:15, 8:20 this evening.
I'll explain it to Zeus. Paul, turn your speakers up a little. I think that got it across. The accent's a little off, but rusty.
Graphical Nick, I was grateful for the tea. It was James that was, making a point about my tea, and then tried to cover himself by saying he was really happy with his. He's just not happy for me, I don't think.
I'm happy for everyone. By the way, if you have a pet and you'd like Joe Stapleton to communicate with your pet, tag your tweets, EPT Live.
Us fur-bearing animals tend to stick together.
Obviously, all the dogs out there in the EPT Live land now know there is no dinner break this evening,
yep.
But if you'd need Joe to talk to a cat, a rabbit, a chinchilla, a goldfish, I'm sure we can get the message across.
Do we have any iguanas in the house? So blind on blind, no betting action till the turn.
I left my dog on a holiday with my parents yesterday.
Oh my God, your dog is wearing sunglasses. I love it when dogs do people things.
The dog is not doing a people thing. A person has put the sunglasses on the dog because they think it looks funny.
But the dog is wearing them.
I'll tweet it out.
So Mitzi was the razor, small to big. Srinivasan was the better on the turn, but now it's Mitzi who bets the river, 13,800. Very specific. And Sham skedaddles. Remember Will Schillebeer, who was talking about his college championships?
Yes.
He finished 7th at the Kent Uni final table. Knew that we would want to know. Looking forward to watching EPT Sanremo. Well, Will, we are on the air right now. Hopefully you are watching.
Congratulations, Will.
Congrats.
Richard has sent us a picture of Roxy the dog watching the live stream. I kind of feel that Roxy probably would have understood the message for Zeus. So we need pictures of pets that are not dogs.
Can I still put my one up?
You can, but you're not going to get a shout out.
Okay.
Thanks to Don, who's on two-time champion watch. 8 EPT winners left in the field. Victoria Corin Mitchell, Nicola Schwiti, Dimitar Danchev, Frederick Jensen, Toby Lewis, Mickey Peterson, Roberto Romanello, and Michael Tereniak.
Mickey Peterson's an EPT champion? Good for him.
Yeah, no two-time winner. The jinx lives on, even after 9 years. We've never had a double. Got to say, that is kind of weird.
That's James communicating with rappers in the audience.
Andrew Swale says, Stapes, can you tell my howler monkey, please, that there is no dinner break? This is from the Super Noodle guy, Andrew.
You don't have a howler monkey. This is not some circus sideshow for your amusement.
Pictures, or it never happened. Pictures, or we don't believe you have a monkey. And don't just Google monkey and send us a picture.
I want a picture of you with your monkey.
Exactly, or
preferably spanking
or the
it.
monkey watching the live stream, for example, which would be evidence.
Exactly, with EPT Live in the background. A picture of my dog's up, but I'm not going to give it a shout out, I promise.
Oh, by the way, Toby Lewis, not a potential two-time winner. He's out. He hit the rail recently along with Jason Lavalley, Vanessa Selpst, and Pratish Badiga.
Oh, no. I like some of those people.
Wow, look at that, 9 highs, no good. What a surprise.
Stop shaking the table.
It's when people are walking around the stage, unfortunately.
This whole place is about to fall down at any moment.
It kind of feels like that. Hey, next year, can we be in a commentary room with more spiders?
Got some wasps in your room.
Hey, there's no dinner break. You've got to get your protein somewhere, Stapes.
Yes, just to remind everyone, recently there was a infamous, shall we say, contest on PokerStars, pets playing poker. Now we want you to show us your pets watching EPT Live, and the added bonus of you sending us that photograph is that your pet will get not a shout out from Joe Stapleton, but a personal message informing them that there is no dinner break on day 2 of an EPT main event.
I need proof, though. I want to just be talking to no one out there. I'm not going to be all doing my best Budgie impression if I can't see your Budgie watching EPT Live.
Down to 182 players now. Jan Bendik has also busted, along with those players I just mentioned, Lavalley, Selpst, Badiga, and Lewis.
Raise and take it for Sham.
I would ask you, Joe, to do a shout out to Angelina Jolie, but I know for a fact that she isn't watching the live stream because she's at home locked in the kitchen. I might now have to keep her locked in the kitchen because otherwise she will urinate in the hallway.
Do you have someone to check on her?
Yes, there is a cat minder who comes round to ensure that Angelina Jolie is fed on a daily basis. And bear in mind that she is now blind and a bit demented. It's important that she does get
James, I find
care.
it very bizarre that you choose this moment to confess the fact that you have abducted Angelina Jolie and are keeping her in your kitchen to be fed once a day.
I am, of course, referring to Angelina Jolie, the flabby tabby, and not Angelina Jolie, the Oscar-winning actress.
The human being.
Martin's tweeted in a picture saying Sam doesn't care about EPT Live. I'm not even sure what animal Sam is.
What creature is that?
I know there's a doggy
It's a pug.
basket. doggy basket there, but I mean, which way up is it?
It's a pug.
Ah, here we go. Adrian sending a picture of him and Rocky watching EPT Live in Sanremo. Rocky is a very cute black kitten. Joe, could you please inform Rocky the black kitten that there is no dinner break today?
How do you know if Rocky's actually even watching the live stream? Oh, you can see the reflection in the eyes. I mean, what?
Thank you, Adrian, for sharing the picture of you and Rocky, the very cute black kitten.
I think you actually said there might be a dinner break there, but
No, I added in that he should do that thing where Rocky should do that thing where he's like making bread on your stomach. You know that thing cats do where they make bread?
They pad.
Yeah. I call it making bread. That's what I call it.
It's based. You know what it is? Is that when they like on their mother's stomach, they're pushing for the milk.
Yeah.
Obviously, Angelina Jolie does this a lot, and sometimes she amusingly does it in time with music. You know the opening credit music to Justified?
Yes.
Angelina Jolie will pad
Really?
in time to the music. It's very, very entertaining. So she's dancing. A blind, demented cat dancing.
She loves making bread to Justified.
Proof, if
That's
proof
brilliant.
be need be,
Yeah.
that Rocky likes to watch EPT Live and sometimes paw at the cards on the screen.
it actually looks like Rocky's in EPT Live, like crawling across the table, because his body looks like the black stand of the TV.
I'm all, by the way, for every feature table on the EPT having a cat on it. That would be a welcome addition to the tour.
James has a very weird obsession with cats.
Oh, Matt D, great one. Digger. Digger needs to know there is no dinner break, Stapes.
I already made the dog dinner break announcement.
Well,
Now,
unfortunately,
I've done cats as well.
Unfortunately, Paul, who of course sent in the picture of Zeus, said you got more of a reaction from Zeus with your kitten talk than you did for the barking.
Yes, because I was making the noise that Zeus's dinner would make. First I tell Zeus no dinner break, and then I sound like dinner.
Zeus has got a bit of an attention deficit disorder. All he picks up is one word from sentences, so all he heard was dinner. And that was enough.
Jim says there must be different cat dialects because my cat didn't understand Joe when he talked to Rocky. That was a kitten. So Jim, if you have a picture of a cat, send us the cat and we'll talk to the cat. We're only halfway through day one, right?
Yeah, does anyone know if there's any poker being played at all today? Or?
Ah, here we go. Arthur, watching EPT Live.
In Arthur's peripheral vision.
Joe, Arthur,
yeah,
the black and white cat,
yeah,
needs to know there is no dinner break.
Yeah, okay. Got him. Got him.
If EPT Live, by the way, doesn't come back for season 11, you know why.
Yes, because not enough animals are watching EPT Live.
Now, if we could only get each of these animals to sign up for real money accounts on PokerStars.
Can we give away pet treats as like an EPT Live competition?
Gonna satellite into the Westminster Dog Show.
Westminster Dog Show?
I like to get away yesterday. Many guys didn't.
You took them away?
Sham Srinivasan. Making it raise in here.
lot of dogs and cats, but I think we're going to have to open up the whole pet spectrum beyond those two animals. Any rabbits watching? Budgies?
Snakes. Bagheera 3 bets. Quick call from Sham. Ace, King, Deuce. Those are your first 3 cards, everyone. Ace, King, Deuce.
See that called. Seven of hearts to the turn. Brings about a backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, Scott raised a very good point. The insanity has started on day 1 of the stream. What will it be like in 2 weeks' time?
That's a really good point.
Ezra says, congratulations, Joe, for IDing Sam as a pug. I thought it was the hand of a dead clown just dragged from the river.
Big eye checks to a check. Slows to a check this time. Checks to a slow this time.
Slows it down to the check slow. Slow check.
$15-3 is the bet.
You know, speaking of dogs, you know who I've been missing lately? The Merce dog. Hopefully he shows up for the grand final.
I would imagine he will. Especially when you consider what a great festival he had last year. Winning the Open Face Chinese event, final tabling the main, coming second in the Super High Roller.
Not a bad week.
Can we stop calling winning the Open Face Chinese event a thing? Come on.
I mean, if it had been...
I'm just kidding. I'm terrible at it.
Are you?
There's certainly skill to it. Don't I owe you a bunch of money from Open Face Chinese? Don't I owe you like 50 pounds?
It's not quite that much. What are we playing, like 25p a point?
Yeah.
And you're down 160. Not that I have, like, not that I'm keeping records or anything. At one point, you were down like near enough 200. You managed to claw some back.
Yeah. I think I had my first winning round against you.
He needs to cry.
43 minutes left on the level.
Was Griffin Bender just pulling a Negreanu and talking in a weird Italian accent to the Italian guy?
Yeah. I like, by the way, doing a Negreanu.
Pulling a Negreanu, yeah.
By the way, there is a guy in the media room. I'm not quite sure which nationality he is. I'm not sure which media outlet he works for. He is the spitting image of Daniel Negreanu with hair.
Well, Daniel has hair now.
Exactly, that's my point. You know the new look Daniel?
Yeah.
With the spiky hair? This guy, every time he walks in the room, I think, there's Daniel Negreanu. Oh, no, it's not.
I think I might know who you mean. I think he's Italian.
Looks like this shove is going to get through from G-Hat.
Wow. Monty the Cat, I don't think is a fan of EPT Live, judging by his reaction.
No, he understands that cat dialect from earlier, so his reaction is the fact that there is going to be no dinner break.
Ah.
I think the big mistake in Jim's tweet is that he started with Jim is no longer in control. Jim, if you own a cat, you were never in control. That cat owns you.
Totally. A cat chooses to live with you. A cat will treat you with utter contempt and still expect it to be adored. And that's why cats are awesome.
Cats are dicks.
And that's why we love them.
Someone said to me that whole thing about cats is ridiculous, and they actually have really bad memories and are easily distracted, and all their behaviour is linked to that. I'm not sure if that's true or not.
Oh, it's that they're completely scatterbrained. It's not that it's not that they are acting on a whim.
Yeah. Yeah, so sometimes they want to cuddle you, and then they're off, and then sometimes they just turn up for food. It's because they just forget the whole time. They're like, oh, God, yeah, I live here. Sometimes there's food here. I'm going to go in and have some food. Oh, look, I'm a bit cold. That thing over there is warm. I'm gonna go, hold on a minute, what was I doing before? I was food.
I forgot, I wanted to bite something. I didn't want to be pet.
Budgie!
I think it was James Joyce who says that cats are massively underestimated because they understand more about us than we understand about them.
Probably
true. Oh, that's deep.
James Joyce, I love the Scarlet Letter.
Mitzi openers from under the gun. Sham called from the big blind. Queen deuce deuce.
Sliema is back on Twitter. And the reason I know that is because Sliema still has not taken off the caps lock.
It's a broken button. Mitzi continues for 3,300. Sham going nowhere.
After some deliberation, Mitzi's fired again. Five of diamonds jumping right out of the deck.
Just lips out there.
Pretty good run out for top pair. Not a terrible run out for a decent pocket pair either. Probably not top pair when Sorrell checks behind. Wow.
Sneaky. Sham was praying that Mizzy had another bullet loaded in the chamber.
What happened to that guy?
So plays those kings pretty passively. I don't know that he could have gotten much more.
It's a doggy-dog world.
No, he's just got to hope that Mizzy keeps firing in position, knowing him as an aggressive player. As you said, it was a fairly dry board, so he may have gone for some thin value.
One blue and a toy shark. That's what I have left.
I put
Kind of
Sham
bored
up
if you want any, any value, your opponent has to have a hand.
Yeah.
So better to let him keep on firing. There's everyone's peak and low points. Griffin Benger now at his low point, 12K. Yikes. That is most certainly the danger zone. Fewer than 10 big blinds.
At least he's getting a massage though.
Danger zone!
Then he's being passed around the table.
Loving the picture from Fuad of Schluki the cat. And Schluki very disappointed to hear via Joe Stapleton that there is no dinner break.
That cat is adorable.
Terrifies me, that cat.
Aha! Excellent. Thank you.
Oh, boy.
Yannick. Me and my guinea pig are watching EPT Live. He asked me if there was a dinner break. I said I didn't know, but I'm asking. Joe, please tell the guinea pig that there is no dinner break this evening.
That one I haven't used in a while.
Bit rusty.
I took like 1 semester of guinea pig in college, so.
Yeah, but you needed to turn up to all those classes just because they were on a Monday morning at 9 a.m. Stapes.
I did very little drinking and partying back in that day.
That day, for that one Monday, back in February 2001, whatever. Adrian's asking when will we see them draw for new seats. There's only a redraw at the end of every day, so beginning of play we'll redraw. Obviously tables do break as we go along, so the table dynamics and makeup change from table to table as they balance.
Sure, I mean, I don't think this table is due to break anytime soon, and that's one of the reasons why we picked this table, to try and see us through the rest of the day, because the first table we had on the main stage, as great a lineup as it was in the middle of the breaking order, and because we're cutting through this field quite quickly, we kind of had to send those guys away.
Yeah. Interesting hand developing here. Benja, as we just noted before, is very short stack, not much manoeuvring room. Happy to defend his big blind to a button open from Sham. He checked an 8-6 deuce flop. Jack of diamonds on the turn. Alarm bells have got to be going off in Sham's head. When Benga calls, now Benga shoved on the turn. So I think it's a little bit more than the our graphic shows. It's more like 12,000 chips to call. Still an overbet on the size of the pot. There you go, 12,200.
Sham says it's a tough one.
He must have a flush draw.
Not quite getting 2 to 1. Flush draw, I see what you did there.
Yeah, it's a special rainbow flush. Five cards, 5 different suits.
Showed a bottom card, which was a queen. Kate runs a tight ship. I like it.
Robert says, guys, I must have missed this, but what is the free roll password? Look back via replay and no luck, but see players are registering. The free roll password for today is challenge, all lowercase. Challenge. It's on your screen right now. The tournament starts at 8:15 Central European Time. You'll find it in the EPT section of the PokerStars lobby. And don't forget, share the EPT Live player to get the prize pool boosted. We're putting in $1,500 in the prize pool, but we might make it $2,000. In fact, we will make it $2,000 if we get 2,000 or more shares of the live stream by the time that tournament starts, which is 2.5 hours, 3.5 hours from now.
Challenge, of course, being based on the fact that I was described as challenged by most of my teachers.
And we are indeed going to challenge Stapes this week, and a reminder as well that you should vote in that one because you've got 2 hours and 12 minutes until we close the Facebook poll. It's on the European Poker Tour Facebook page. 3 challenges, 3 tasks that we could potentially set, Joe. The first, to make a pizza, and we'll ask you to contribute loads of disgusting ingredients. Joe will have to make the pizza and eat the pizza. Number 2, he's going to join the massage team here on the EPT and massage some poker players. The third option is to work as a waiter in the bars and restaurants of Sanremo. And it looks like massage is still out in front in the voting.
56% of the vote. 56% of you want me to join the best hands massage team. 32% of you want me to make a pizza here in Italy with some gross toppings. And 12% of you want me to work as a waiter. By the way, I tweeted a link to the page directly, but I forgot to hashtag it EPT Live, so you just have to check my Twitter at Stapes.
Did you do it deliberately so you could give your Twitter a plug?
I did not. Not this time.
Subconsciously.
Andrew asks, how do I share the player? Andrew, every now and then, Graphical Nick will help you out with instructions on the crawler at the bottom of the screen. But basically, wherever you're watching, whether it's on YouTube, PokerStars.tv, or any other site, if you hover your mouse over the top right-hand corner of the actual playing window, you'll see, you mustn't be in full screen mode, by the way, or it won't work. You'll see that there's a little icon that looks like a USB symbol. In fact, the instructions are on the screen right now. You see that symbol there, those kind of like two little prongs? Just click on that, and that's how you share.
4-bet alert.
Petroni opened. Srinivasan 3-bet. Petroni responds by re-raising to 26,500.
Both these guys sat with a lot of chips in front of them. And it looks like Shan's going for the 5-bet.
These are the two biggest stacks of the table.
Back in Essex, Matt Broughton is readying the horn.
Five bet, 6-bet jam, and a call.
Huge pot.
Well, these must be two huge hands then.
Aces versus pocket fours, James.
What?
Well, maybe he thought they were aces.
No.
Oh my word.
Well, I can't even do much to.
Wow.
Did someone?
Did that just happen?
Did someone say spew?
Is this a 300? This is 340,000, 350,000 pot. Wow.
Wow.
Statistically, 6-5 suited is the best hand to crack aces with, but so this isn't even that good.
And they say Italy has soft fields.
What did you do, Stapes? So many shots of Patron, I think.
He must have looked at the good one and just gone in dark, right?
I love the way you gave him credit for having a pair.
I know. Hey, I thought he had to have black fours. Or...
Wow. So the two biggest stacks get involved in some pre-flop raising war where Srinivasan has a monster, the best starting hand in the game, and Petroni is goofing around with 5-4, and somehow it all goes in, and we now have a 350k pot, and Srinivasan about to become chip leader, unless something funky happens.
Whoa.
I spy a club and a 4.
Oh, I really do. I hope we get a Hello Sailor turn.
Huge sweat. Huge.
Give us 6 of clubs.
7 does put some more outs out there.
It does indeed. Petroni now needs a 6, 5, or 4 on the river. He's got 7 outs. Aces hold. Huge double up for Srinivasan, and that will probably make him the tournament boss.
That's what you want to do, guys. You know, just give the guys one more than 7 million online.
Yeah, because you feel like it's a good card, but also just giving like
a ridiculous amount of chips.
At the start of that hand, Gianluca Petroni had 200k. He's going to be left with what? Just shy of 30? Less than a starting stack?
Start all over again. At least he can smile about it.
I mean, that's got to be a laughing to keep from crying type situation, right? I mean, I was like, excuse me for a second.
Well, My shoving range just opened.
To quote.
Got him, boys.
To quote Radiohead, you do it to yourself.
Do it to yourself.
You do. And that's why it really hurts.
Brown magic right there. He believes this guy.
I'm just still in a bit of shock.
Yeah, I didn't believe you.
Brilliant stuff.
Until you said, I call. Then I believed you. Then I'm like, all right, he's got the ace is the king.
You know, I did that exact same thing one time at 4-5 suited. In the free roll.
No, it's not okay.
The Stapes lookalike channeled his inner Stapes.
You know, you could do worse against aces than 4-5 of clubs.
It's true.
Probably one of the best hands you could get it in
Yeah.
against aces with.
6-5 suited is actually the best hand
Yeah, it's
statistically
like
to get in with.
6-5 and 6-7, right?
He had 21% equity there, so he had more equity than if he had pocket kings.
A whole 21%.
Well, it's more than with pocket kings.
Sure.
A lot more than ace king.
Yep.
He's like, I've been seeing all these guys go broke ace king to aces, so I figured why not get it in with a hand that's actually got a shot.
And there can't possibly any more aces be dealt today after the amount we've seen.
Well, we've got another all in here. Jihad, open shoving. Open shoving under the gun, and is it Victor Bagheera with a decision?
I would love to tell you how many big blinds this is, but with blinds at 8 and 1600, it is virtually impossible to know for sure.
Less than 20. Yeah, no one's figured out that level of mathematics yet.
We got one call.
Anybody else? Heinz out. Srinivasan folds. Mitzi and Benja both pass as well. Oh, hang on a sec. Our friend in the life preserver / bulletproof vest / gilet.
Pretty hand, 10 jack of spades.
Called by Queens.
Not looking so good now.
Eesh. Jack 10 of spades, a hand with a world of possibilities until you absolutely whiff the flop. Not a total whiff.
Flop the gut shot. Two overs to the board, obviously no good. He gets running 2-pair.
Only a 9 saves him.
We can have a little choppy chop though, maybe, huh?
With a 5 ball.
Little choppers.
Nope, it's a 10.
No good.
So he's out of here. And I think I've just received my favourite tweet of the day.
Oh.
Adam shares this rather random thought. James, you remind me of my ex-boss when I used to live in Malta. His name was James as well. He was Maltese.
Brilliant.
Good work, Adam.
And for the benefit of Yilmaz and anyone else who's just joined us today on EPT Live, first of all, welcome. Secondly, I know you want that free roll password. It is challenge. Challenge is the word that will get you in the game, which starts at 8:15 Central European Time, probably around the time that play is concluding here on day 2 of the EPT Sanremo main event. Playing 6 levels today. This is level 12. In 23 minutes' time, there'll be the final break of the day, and then we'll come back for levels 13 and 14, and then that's a wrap. Tomorrow, day 3, bubble day. We played through the bubble. 5 90-minute levels tomorrow, and we'll start seeing players paid out at least a min cash of 8,400 as they work their way towards that final table where the winner will receive more than 476 grand.
Haven't seen too much from Piers Heinz so far since he joined the feature table. He has opened here. Called by Sham in the next seat. Got to give credit to Sham actually, because he did get a bit of stick for the amount of time he took over decisions on the PCA final table. But I mean, he called so quickly with the aces there. You know, credit these. You know, He's up to his game.
So P.S. Hines has raised under the gun +1, and Sham has called.
Will's asking what was the pre-flop action in the aces versus 4-5 hand. Did he have 6-bet shove with? So I think he's 6-bet shoved with the 4-5. Open 3-bet, 4-bet, 5-bet,
Yes.
6-bet shove call. So yeah, 6-bet shove with 5 high. Three-way to this flop. 2 spades out there. 3 straightening cards. Checked all round. Balled pairs on the turn with another 10.
Crazy wet board out there.
Sopping wet.
Like London in January.
February and March and April and May, June, July. Delayed C-bet by Hines. Bit of variety to his game.
He's got 57 of them.
Another one, huh?
I did set him up for that one.
Ship it to PS.
We're down to 164 players now. 316 started day 2. 556 entrants in total across the 2-day ones.
John's written in with a picture of his cat watching EPT Live on a tablet device. Says, did your pet watching EPT Live thing? How about another fish reference? John, I would, but I would have to charge a fee. Chris thinks the 5-high shove was a misclick.
It's only a mistake.
Mark says, I think when people get 100+ big blinds in with 4-5 suited, you're allowed to get in 50 with ace-king.
Fair point.
Folded round to the blind here. Just a limp from Bagheera. Trying to do anything here. Moves all in. Job's a good one.
How do you ever give him credit for a hand? So Petroni almost back up to 20 big blinds.
Just checking the live updates on the blog. Victor Ramden, Victoria Corin Mitchell, Alex Kravchenko, Mickey Peterson still flying the flag.
What, that cat hasn't knocked the tablet onto the floor yet?
The cat's expression, I think, summarizes perfectly how most people feel about our work.
But that face doesn't look orgasmic to me.
Precisely. That look defines contempt, disbelief, pity,
ungratefulness.
Yes.
And raw sexuality.
You've been stuck in this cupboard too long, Stapes.
So this is kind of a weird spot for a 3-bet. After under the gun raise, a flat from the next position, you'd have to be, you'd think, pretty strong to put in a 3-bet here.
Yeah, maybe
I'd say strong to very strong.
Maybe he's thinking that Jam, you know, now he's got all the chips in the world. He's going to loosen up. If Mizzy had anything, he might 3-bet him. Trying to play devil's advocate, just to
yeah, no, of course, and that's how we work things out. I agree that Sham can certainly be opening light. It's Sorrel I'm more worried about.
Tricky, trappy. There we go.
There's the shove.
Soul read States, cool.
But he is strong to very strong. It looks like a couple of aces.
Oh, cool
aces
alert.
versus kings.
What a way to be treated on your birthday.
I'd say his hand was strong. Strong to very strong.
Strong to very strong, yeah.
That's the one hand I'm gonna predict today. By the way, I got one in the bag. That's all I need. I'm out. I've been told I can't leave yet, so I'm back. Up and down day for Sorrel, eh?
Yep.
Not the first time he's run into aces either, I think.
No help for Mizzy. Birthday boy busts on day 2.
You're not kidding, but I have no cash.
He needs to be able to go to Moray Blue and have some ravioli for his birthday.
I think that
Sorrel, what room are you in?
Griffin's hitting him up for some money to pay for the massage, too.
Okay, I'll message you later.
He had to shake the hand of the 4-5 suited guy.
That's a boss, that guy.
I think in Italy, instead of being a bouse, you're the souse. Like a sauce. Tournament poker. Heartbreaking. John, I did make a fish reference. Fee is a fish song. John, you blew it.
Also, we've acknowledged Shmoopy the cat.
Yeah, what stream are you watching, John?
Jennifer Robin Robles getting jealous of her boyfriend. Griffin Benger getting a massage on EPT Live.
Uh-oh.
She said, my turn's coming up. Tell her.
I'm sure Griffin will be more than happy to let you give him a massage afterward. Jennifer Robin Robles.
That raise and take it for Victor Bergara. With 12 minutes left on this level.
Jennifer's the latest Poker News hostess. I think she's debuting this week. Best of luck.
Hey, what are you guys going to do on the break?
I'm going to oversee the changing of our feature table.
Oh, well. I'm going to continue to eat this can of Chi-Chi beans.
That's right. For the last 2 levels of the day, we've got a new feature table for your viewing pleasure. We're bringing Olivier Bousquet back to the main stage. Yes. He is accompanied by a former EPT champion, Michael Tereniak. Lucas Berglund, among the tournament chip leaders right now, pretty much tied with Sham Srinivasan for the tournament chip lead. So yeah, looks like this table will probably break during the last 2 levels of the day. Again, because this field is just getting cut through so quickly. So we're going to bring you a new feature table after the break for the last 2 levels of the day.
Lucas Berglund, is that the boy kid?
The what?
The kid boy, the boy kid, the one that was wearing the shirt that said boy?
No, that's Ollie Nørgaard, he's Norwegian.
Oh, right.
Four Swedish players, a Ukrainian and a Finnish player. So expect aggressive fireworks after the break. Should be good to watch.
4 Swedes and a Finn at the table. Hi-ya!
So watch these guys for another 10 minutes.
Come on, Pierce, it's on you.
Guess who's going to be able to afford my massage?
No way.
Mikhail Karatkik, who just won the 2K No Limit Turbo.
Wow.
I'm expecting a big tip, and also he should compensate me financially.
Piers Hines says 3-bet to 9,000.
4-bet alert.
And the 4-bet gets through.
How long does your massage shift have to last for if it is chosen, Joe?
I don't know. Long enough to get a 5-minute video. The problem is I'm happy to do it for as long as the bet requires or the challenge requires. However, it will eventually eat into my real job, which is
what do you do for
goofing off here on the live stream.
We can cope without you for 1 day, maybe 2.
Fine with me. I'm happy to be out there in the real world for a few seconds.
Can you imagine if Joe suddenly discovers there's real money to be made massaging poker players?
You know I'm very good.
I know you are. I'm saying so you have a talent for it. It could be very lucrative. You could decide to quit your current job and become the first male member of the best hands.
I mean, there is a lot less pressure, or more pressure, depending on how they like it.
I think what would be awesome is if, like, you're massaging a player and you manage to, like, see their whole cards and you did the custom. Whoa! 2 kings!
Brilliant. Do you want to get? You could get some practice in the media event tonight.
I could just do one of the. Oh, you guys are in big trouble. I don't want to say what he has, but whoa, it's a good one. Did anyone else fold an ace?
No, but I think someone. Oh, yeah, okay. You're talking still in your own world. We have an all-in. I think. Pretty sure I saw a triangle out there somewhere.
Hey, remember
assuming it's Griffin Benja.
Sure is. Remember before when we had someone over 300K and it was a mistake? Well, now it's not.
States. This one's quite easy to work out. Look at the big blinds.
It's like right around 10.
There we go. 10 big blinds and a couple of antes. Coming at you. Sham was the initial raise up, and he folds.
Like to see Griffin stay alive in this bad boy. He's one of the good guys.
Griffin's a great guy, yeah. Took down the high roller at EPT Berlin last season, which is the tournament just before the grand final. Probably right about a year ago. But not much of the poker world knows that. Griffin was very quiet about the fact that he won that tournament. The bracelet he won. Yeah, he's a funny guy. He gives it out, but he can take it as well.
He's one of my my main competitors on Quiz Up. You have Quiz Up, Mark?
No, what's that? No.
It's like a trivia app that connects to your Facebook, and you can challenge your friends on a wide variety of subjects.
Oh, okay. I'd like that. Yet another raise from Sham.
When Steve here says he's streaming from this lovely beach, is he being ironic, or is that actually considered a lovely beach?
Hey, come on, the Bay Head's one of the great pub/restaurants along that coastline.
I think it's the Bray Head, but obviously
Damn.
you're an expert. I do like Steve's last name. That's the same. I wish my last name was the noise I make while eating chicken fingers. Nom, 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 nom.
This is a sandy beach for around the British and Irish Isles. Yeah, we're happy if we can see some sand coming through the
Crowded
pedals.
too.
Well, frequently we're quoting from the live updates on the blog. Don't forget there's plenty of other content available. Brad Willis has just posted an article about the Spring Championship of Online Poker. Dates confirmed for the 2014 Scoop. All the details you want. You follow at PokerStars blog on Twitter. A link to that article is available.
Gola's one of our new players at the table. He defends from the big blind. Michel Abacasis, I think, has also joined the table.
There he is, next to Sham in the 3-seat. It's a reminder that this table will probably break soon, so we are going to bring a new feature table to the main stage after the break. The final 2 levels of the day.
Delayed C-bet by Sham.
What's it gonna be, Guler? He calls. He calls. He's calling.
Board pairs on the river.
Great time to lead with that king you were calling the hole with, brah.
There he comes.
He's betting. He's betting.
Gets called.
No king, Jack 10.
Tries to rep the king.
And with ace deuce, with a counterfeited 2-pair, Trinivation wins it.
James, we got a tweet here.
Yes.
From Denise, who says, "Can I have the password, please? Just got in from work, and before you say yes or no, I just want you to know her Twitter handle is sexymuddy4.
Denise, you can have the password. because you asked nicely.
And
also,
because you're a sexy muddy.
Yes, and because I appreciate people have to work for a living. Join the stream late. Password's on your screen right now, Denise. It is challenge, all lowercase. Don't forget, you can catch up on what you missed. You can watch the stream from the start of the day using the rewind function. Alternatively, you can catch up with the live updates on the blog and keep watching us live right now.
Someone actually just left a comment on the hug video that I reposted today saying,
Yeah.
one day you are going to get stabbed.
Not the first person to make that prediction.
Well, I wanted to bring up a story from my past where years ago, my buddy Scott Huff wrote a blog on like everyone's odds of our group of friends.
Yeah.
Of one day being stabbed in their lives, and I was the odds-on favorite, 2-1. 2-1 that I at some point get stabbed in my life. And not the fun kind that you pay for.
Did you take some of that action?
God, no. I want to take action that I will get stabbed.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't think anyone would bet against me.
That's insider trading. Can't have that.
But yes, I concur. Stabbing is somewhere in my future.
Small black card.
The 3.
Some nit folded a hand with a 3 of spades. Raise and take from pure signs.
Are we going to get another hand in?
One more, I reckon.
It's all about Sorrel. All about Sorrel. I thought it was all about me.
There's a real
Or the
serious
bracelet and everything is a World Series champ.
Excuse me, sir. Can you please ante? Thank you. Some of us have a can of Chi-Chi beans we need to eat.
Literally eating into our break.
Not only is it a can of Chi-Chi beans, but it's leftover from Vienna.
So last hand on the level. Last hand we'll watch these guys play on the feature table. We'll mix things up. We'll bring a new feature table in for the last 2 levels of the day. Griffin Benja all in. Pierce Hines opened under the gun. Action folded back around to Hines. He asks for a count.
Sure, he's not relishing making this call. Yeah, Benja is a bit of a hot dog.
Hines lets it go, so Benja survives without having to face a flip. And here's how things ended for these guys on the feature table. Sham Srinivasan now amongst the tournament chip leaders. Petroni, Benja, Abacassis, all very much in the danger zone. So a new feature table coming up in 20 minutes' time. Olivier Busquet, Michael Tereniak, Lucas Berglund among the players at that table. 2 more levels to play here on day 2 of EPT Sanremo.
PokerStars has more players than any other site, creating the biggest tournaments with the greatest prize pools. We are the richest online tournaments in the world. We are poker.
Rafa Nadal is one of the greatest tennis players of all time. He's won all 4 Grand Slams. He's won Olympic gold. And now he's determined to win at a different game, poker.
I'm competitive in general. In life, I love the competition. I like to win.
When he's not on tour, Rafa is working with poker coach Alfonso Cardalda to develop his game. Rafa has just 6 months to hone his no-limit hold'em skills before playing in his first major live tournament.
Cuando Rafa comenzó a jugar al póker, realmente tenía unas nociones básicas que ya había aprendido, pero su naturaleza competitiva hacía que quisiera aprender muy rápido.
Today, Rafa's poker journey begins with a fun game against his friends and his mentor. But don't let the camaraderie fool you. Rafa wants to win.
Bueno, Rafa tiene una mentalidad muy marcada. Es un chico muy talentoso en todo lo que hace y que bueno, en póker no es una excepción.
I try my best in everything that I do, but playing against the friends always is fantastic atmosphere. It's good because you can have some fun. Check out.
Y el river es... ¡Oh!
Y ahí termina mi partida.
Bien jugado, tío.
Cada día que pasa está mejorando mucho su juego. La única manera de evolucionar en este juego es practicando.
La que te han preparado.
It's down to the last 2 players. Rafa is heads up against his coach. On this occasion, Alfonso's experience gives him the edge. Rafa is the runner-up. But how long will it be before the apprentice beats his master? Join us over the coming weeks as Rafa's poker training continues ahead of the toughest game of his career.
Dobrý večer, máte krásný tričko, jak se bavíte na party?
Děkuju, bavím se, je to výborný, prostředí je skvělý, atmosféra, všechno se mi to moc líbí.
A proč jste se vybral hernu PokerStars?
Taky nějakým způsobem jsem si ji vybral a už nemůžu jinam, protože se mi u ní líbí a protože tohle všechno je přidaná hodnota, kterou jiný herny nedělají.
It's great. I just came here today. I just had to walk around. It was awesome. I just got to the venue. It's an awesome venue. Really great. Very, very nice place.
Jak dlouho hraješ poker?
Teď přesně rok.
A co tě přimělo jít na VIP party PokerStars?
Tak víceméně jsem se do toho dočetl, že tady kamarád to hraje taky na PokerStarsu. Měli jsme tam nějaký ty VIP body, takže jsme se dohodli, že prostě pojedeme. Takže si myslím, že to byla i příležitost taková podívat se a tak.
Having a really great time, you know. I have a really great job. I'm a lucky guy, you know. I get to come to wonderful parties like this in a beautiful city like Prague and to talk to our players.
Tak zatiaľ je to úplne super a sme celkom prekvapení, na akej úrovni to tu je. Čakali sme trošku také skromnejšie niečo a je to úplne skvelé a sme naozaj spokojní a bavíme sa tu so chalanmi.
Ahoj Marty, první PokerStars party, VIP party v Praze. Co tě sem nalákalo?
Tak já to mám jako povinnost. Ne, nemám to asi jako povinnost, ale samozřejmě se zúčastním takovýhle akce a sám jsem zvědavý, jaký to bude.
Jak dlouho se vlastně u Staru?
5. rok.
A co tě u něj drží?
Asi ta spolupráce vyhovuje obou stranám.
Kam se chystáš letos?
Teď určitě jedu za týden nebo za pár dní do Vídně na Eureku a EPT.
This is your first time in Prague?
Yeah, it's my first time in Prague. We went all over and sightseeing a bit and doing stuff here, and I love Prague, yeah.
Welcome to Heads Up with Stapes, the show where I chase down Team PokerStars pros to find out more about their lives away from the table. Then we play a little heads up of our own.
Hey guys, what's up? Welcome to Heads Up with Stapes. I'm here with PokerStars Team Pro Olivia Burry, and we are doing some outdoors activities. You're a bit of, I don't want to say outdoorsman, an outdoors
That's
person.
fine. I've done like rock climbing, you know, just I love outdoorsy stuff to do with mountains. You stick on a mountain, I'm very happy.
How many like serious injuries have you had? Like not like life-threatening, but broken bones, trips to the hospital?
I broke my ankle this summer trying to do a backflip. Skiing accidents, horse riding accidents, fell on my head a couple of times. Not good. So, yeah.
Not just zipline portions to this. There's climbing and there's like jumping,
swings, and there's ropes, and there's stuff to climb up.
A lot of stuff. That
It's actually, I think it's quite a fair match.
Yeah, let's get this over with.
Fastest time across the treetop assault course wins. The loser's gonna belly flop into a mud pit at Liv's mom's farm.
Going down, boy.
Okay, no time for love, Dr. Jones. Get up there, go do it. You're gonna have to use a stopwatch to time Liv, but I'm gonna need a calendar. Okay, yeah, I've lost already. I have to go to the bathroom. Oh, that's a lot worse than I thought it was going to be. Okay, let's just look straight ahead. It's not just a bridge. You know, the boards move. Liv, you're doing real good for a grandma. I feel like Bambi learning to walk here. All right, there we go. I'm just gonna try not to scream like a girl. 3, 2. Oh, sweet mother of God! Oh God! Oh boy! All right, it's okay. All right. All right, so you're obviously not scared to do stuff like, you know, stuff like this, zip lining and rock climbing and stuff like that, but you also aren't scared to play poker. And do you think that the fact that you're like sort of fearless in the physical world helps you be fearless in poker, or are they not related?
I think they're actually quite unrelated, because doing like scary physical activity is, generally speaking, it's about clearing your mind and not really thinking and just enjoying the adrenaline rush and living in that moment, you know. Whereas poker is about trying to suppress any emotions that you're having and just try and think as clearly as possible.
One experience that I remember you had at the poker table where you were relatively fearless. Didn't you like get into like a fight with a guy?
The dude kept being on the phone during hands. Like his phone would ring, he'd answer it, he's under the gun, he'd look at his cards, he's speaking, blah, 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 raise, blah, blah. The dealer wasn't doing anything. I'm just like, excuse me. Someone else at the table was like, oh, that dude's an actual gangster. Like, he's mad at you.
Whoops.
He was asking what kind, like, colour car you drive and so on. He then comes back after his round penalty and he's staring at me. He's like, merci beaucoup, madame. Look him in the eye and I just go, la voiture est rouge, i.e. my car is red. And he just stares at me and is like... Turns out that actually the gangster guy had never asked what colour, and this guy was just making up. So now the gangster guy just thinks not only am I a complete bitch for getting the, you know, a round penalty for him, but I'm actually just insane and being like, my pleasure, my car is red.
Liv, back to the farm. How weird. Well, as to be expected, I lost the ropes course challenge. But also to be expected, I am a man of my word, and I'm going to make good on the forfeit, which is to take a bath in this. Why I'm dressed like a redneck, I do not know. But they bought it for me, and I'm going to get it pretty messed up. Okay, now Liv, before I go in here, believe it or not, we actually shot a pilot for this show. And the main feedback we got on the pilot was that they felt like there was never any danger that the pros were actually going to lose any of the challenges. So guess what? You're coming with me. All right. Well, guys, that's all the time we've got for Heads Up with Stapes. Be sure to subscribe to us on YouTube and tweet at us. #@StapesHU. I need a shower, a real one. Okay. All right, just lost my shoe. Lost the shoe. Come on. Yeah, all right, I deserve that. Okay.
Next time on Heads Up with Stapes, we travel to space. Okay, not really.
As I set forth on this journey, may the gods of this game continue to bless me with the gifts of good fortune. I ask that you grant me the power to hold my ego at bay in the face of adversity, the strength to choose patience over greed, and a trustworthy gut that knows when to lay down and when to fight. Once that decision's made, I leave my fate in your hands. I have faith that you'll be there to guide me along this ride on the river.
Check, 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 check. Raise hell, bet call those angels. Better know that range well. So we meet again. EPT season 10, Barcelona first stop. Back in the home of the first flop. Instead which we're getting the record book out of the gate. Original champion, not far behind him. Star rising, currently king of the cash in. Luca, Pagano, huge bucks, Bronco. Still no title yet. Never know he might be next. Antonius a day late by the time he got in. Started at the bottom, finished on the top and bottom. Thinking Johnny Loudon's riding right there on the brink of his first EPT win. But what does Johnny think? I be widely regarded as the greatest on the scene. Still no number one, but number two in season 3. At Chips and by Big Ben, the big story was victory for Victor and that victory Season 4 we saw 2 new cities on the tour. Expanded that casino, PCA and Sanremo. Elke earned a new moniker by the quick way that those chips came. Mr. PCA leading the way and hey, a new nickname. First time in Sanremo, victory would go to J Mercy. First time on a live circuit, worthy of that first seed. Got it again in a year, way to begin a career. The only difference here, now the original high roller title holder. Come on! Ride on the river, riding high on the river. On the river, live and die on the river. On the river, no surprise on the river. You could cry me a river. In Germany, McDonald, only 18 years old. Maybe grinning silver, but that baby's winning gold. Nearly got that win again in Dortmund season 5. Path blocked by a black mamba, only she survived. Season 6, make a living with the chips. 1,240, fell short except Bori. Super high rollers need 100K to play. Catch it off and go snatch it all in the first at PCA. Monte Carlo, season 9, grand final. Searching for that first win was Loudon and Negrano. Mercier and Cody hoping to pioneer a title pair. Smoke finally cleared, only O'Dwyer in that chair. So the jinx lives on, even after 9 years. We've never seen a double, gotta say that's kinda weird. Matter of time indeed, it might be seen in season 10. Sit back, enjoy the ride as that new season begins. Ride on the river, riding high on the river. On the river, live and die on the river. On the river, no surprise on the river. You can cry me a river. Ride on the river, riding high on the river. On the river, live and die on the river. On the river, no surprise on the river. You can cry me a river.
With Rush Poker, you instantly start a new game every time you fold. So you skip the hands you don't want to play and get to the ones you do. Rush Poker. All the action, none of the wait. Only on FullTiltPoker.net.
The €330 buy-in ladies event kicked off on Sunday the 15th of December and attracted 39 players. That meant an €11,700 prize pool was created with just over €3,500 going to the winner. In total, 6 players would finish in the money, with a min cash being €789. Full Tilt Poker ambassador Hannah Slowjan and her mother Eva, who's a keen online player, took to the felt and were drawn at the same table. Other entrants included friends of PokerStars Natalie Hoff, and last lady standing at EPT London, Jamelia von Perge.
At least just from the stories that I've heard women tell me, there are definitely a lot of women that came into the game strictly because of women's tournaments. So I just think they're a great idea.
I think if it does bring female players into the poker world who wouldn't play if they weren't like integrated slowly and decided to want to play women's tournament first, then it's a good thing. But at the same time, I kind of am in the camp where like there's so many great women players these days that like nobody even thinks of them as like women players. They're just like players at this stage, the same as everyone else.
I don't really have any issue with ladies' events per se. I know there's always these dramas where guys dress up as women and try and enter the ladies' event. It's a good thing.
I think ladies' events are totally legit and key, and I don't know why any of the guys would ever have a problem with it. But I also think if you're a guy and you do dress up like a girl, kudos to you. You should totally play the ladies' event.
You can always tell when ladies' events are going on because I walk through the tournament floor way more than is necessary, which is actually, for my job, 0.
You know, it's a little annoying every time someone says, "Gentlemen, do this," and I'm just like, really, again? You know, but other than that, I'm just one of many poker players out there.
Welcome back to Sanremo, hosting the penultimate leg of Season 10 of the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour. Day 2 of the main event. We are already down to 160 players from the 556 who started. 2 more levels to play today. So that was the last break of the day. We'll play levels 13 and 14, and then the remaining players will return for Day 3 when we will play through the bubble. Tomorrow's the day when we make the money. A prize pool of nearly €2.5 million, a min cash worth just over 8,400. So a new feature table for the last 2 levels of the day. Olivier Bousquet back on the stage, along with an EPT champ, Michael Tereniak. One of the big stacks, the tournament chip leader, in fact, Lucas Berglund, playing 416,208 big blinds. Average stack right now is around 100k, 50 bigs. Joe Stapleton, Mark Convey sit alongside me, James Hartigan. So how many players are we going to be coming into Day 3 with? 160 left right now. We started the day with 316. How many return for Day 3?
107.
100, yeah.
I think that 107 is a good line. I think between 105, 110 players is a pretty good line.
Yeah. How much has Olivier Bousquet enjoyed his time away from the limelight? I remember being at 70,000 chips, went down to 40,000 chips after a bluff got shoved on by our Swedish friend. And now he comes back with 247,000.
Well, first hand at the feature table, and Olivier raises to 4,000 from the hijack, but gets 3-bet by Jonas Bjorkvist. It makes it 9,500 from the small blind. Blind's currently 1,000, 2,000 with a 300 ante.
James, we got a question on the Twitter I want to handle.
Sure.
It's from a new viewer, I think, so I'd like to treat it with kid gloves if we can.
Of course.
Valdemar says, how much was the min buy-in to play in this tournament?
Well, the buy-in for all players was €4,900. But obviously, there will be players who will have satellited in. There will have been live satellites run here at the Casino Sanremo, but also online satellites run on PokerStars. So, effectively, there could be people playing for free because people may have used their FPPs, their frequent player points on PokerStars to have entered satellites, or they may have gone through the steps and entered for as little as like a couple of euros.
And I think it might even be worth explaining, since he said min buy-in. Now, it could be a language barrier possibly, but the way a poker tournament works is, unlike a cash game, you just buy in for one set amount. There's no min buy-in, there's no backs buy-in. Everyone pays the same amount of money, starts with the same number of chips. At the end of the tournament, whoever has all the chips is the winner.
The entry fee is $4,900, whether you pay that directly or win that buy-in in a satellite. And once you are out, you are gone. No rebuys, no re-entries. EPT main events, single entry freeze-outs. Chip leader Lucas Berglund raises under the gun to 4,500. gets a call from Marcos Mateos in the 1 seat.
All right, we're going to have a flop. Ace, Jack, Queen, 2 clubs.
And I'm kind of feeling for the dealers, to be honest, because if there are 2 strict instructions we give dealers on our feature table, it's number 1, make sure you deal the flop on the line. Number 2, don't cover the logo. And that
impossible.
Is actually impossible on this table. So credit to all the guys who've been dealing on the feature table today.
Way to think on your feet. GPI European Poker Award winning dealers of Europe. Almost got that sentence out. So close.
Will says, are you guys going to follow a qualifier like you did in Barcelona and like we've done at other events this season as well? In fact, one of our qualifier picks made the final table of EPT London. Don't want to say anything more because I appreciate that many of you didn't watch the live coverage from London and will now be following the main event via the TV shows. So akin to the conversation we had earlier on today, no spoilers.
Yeah.
Remember, those TV shows are uploaded to PokerStars.tv every Wednesday. Episode 1 should be available for you to watch now. So once we conclude our coverage at around 8:15 this evening, why not give it a watch? So they went heads up to the flop. Berglund continued the flop for 7,700. 10 of spades on the turn.
Ram Vaswana nearly went back-to-back in season 1.
Are you sure it was season 1, Mark?
Yep.
Story checks out.
Berglund slows down. He now checks the turn.
Panicay deciding he's going to bet now.
I see we've got the usual Spanish player with too many names syndrome kicking in.
Almost as bad as the Portuguese.
Panicay we've seen plenty of on the EPT, though.
Very true, and he will take this down with that bet on the turn. Yeah, no, Will, I think we should follow a qualifier. I tell you what, when we get the day 3 seat draw, and I'm not saying we're trying to hedge, but we are, so I don't want to pick someone now when there's still 160 players left. But tomorrow, say we come into day 3 with around 100 entrants, Joe and I are going to take a look at the players, we're going to take a look at the seat order, we'll look at the chip stacks, and basically we will select a qualifier.
Why don't we each pick a qualifier and have a little contest?
Okay, we can do that.
I do love a good contest. There's only one thing I like more than contests, and it's coming up very soon.
Yuri Meravirta was raised under the gun. It looks like he's been called in 2 spots. Yuri Kudrinski in the small blind and Lucas Berglund in the big blind. Hang on a second, did Kudrinski fold?
Looks like just one call.
I thought he was holding on to cards there, but no, he's just sitting in a classic poker player pose without cards.
Look at these Swedes, they're all just dashing. Look at, he's handsome, that Lucas Berglund, for a man. Check, 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 check. And
I want to quickly welcome John Eccles to the party. He says, first time viewer, good stuff. Do you show any of the action on a delay with hole cards? Yes, we do, John, but only for final tables. We're not going to show the hole cards of 9 players in a field of 160 and put those 9 players at a disadvantage. When we're at the final table, everyone's on the same table, it's a level playing field, then will have whole cards up coverage with a 1 hour security delay. So with it going check on the turn, Berglund now bet to the river. Yuri calls. And Berglund tables ace-queen for ace-high. And I'm not sure what he got called by there, but Yuri mucked.
Good. Ace-high, good. Ace-jack, I guess. Ace-10.
Well, Joe, you mentioned that your favourite segment of the show is about to kick off. You did promise in Vienna that you were going to work on a new theme song. Something tells me that you have not actually done that.
I'm still working on it. I got to be honest. I do not think about EPT Live when I am not on EPT Live. I'm not going to lie. There are so many things I would rather do than work on this show, other than the 70 hours that I'm going to be on the air over the next 14 days. So I will say I will try to do it. Maybe for the grand final, we unveil a new song. Maybe we just do it for season 11. Maybe we have it tomorrow. I don't know. It depends how drunk I get tonight, because I tend to be more creative when I got a couple in me. Or lucky.
And of course, with it being the media tournament tonight, alcohol probably will be.
But the good news is, James,
yes,
that we still have the old theme song.
Standing by.
It's at the ready. You just tell me when to press play.
Okay, let's just see how this hand plays out. Jonas Bjorkqvist has opened to 4,500.
Now, if a ventriloquist is someone that makes, pretends like a dummy is talking, is a Bjorkquist someone who pretends like Bjork is talking?
Really bizarre, twisted logic, which somehow makes sense. Well, there's been a 3-bet from one of the other Swedes at the table, Dennis Lindmark.
Dennis Lindmark wishes he was Kent Lundmark.
And Lindmark wins with that 3-bet. So here it is, as we introduce Lee Jones, Head of Poker Communications for PokerStars. It's the first Sanremo edition of Lee's Lowdown.
Please, 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 please. Let me get some of that Lee's Lowdown. Mr. Sweet and Low Down himself, Lee Jones.
That was impressive. Do you know the San Francisco radio station KFOG?
No.
That's essentially they do a foghorn.
Wow.
And their listeners are called fogheads for obvious reasons.
Thank you for that little factoid, Lee Jones. But we're not here to talk
since you're
about...
a 49ers fan, I thought...
That's true. I know the sports station, the kind of ESPN affiliate in San Francisco, but not KFOG. But yes, we're not here to talk radio stations in San Francisco. Obviously, we're here to talk about all things PokerStars. Welcome to Italy, by the way. I discovered, because Lee and I shared a car on the way here, Lee has not been to Sanremo since 2008.
Yes.
The first time we were here, when Jason Mercier won his EPT title.
True.
2008. Gee, I was still in high school then.
Yeah, yeah, and things look remarkably similar.
I don't think this town has moved on since 1942.
Well, probably 1945, more like, but yeah.
Somewhere in that range, yeah. Same internet speeds.
Same internet speeds. They did get a different leader at some point in there, but other than that.
So 3 ways to this flop. 9 high, wet board.
As soon as we get through this, we'll start talking about all things PokerStars.
We'll start lowing some things down.
I do have to agree with you, Joe. The guy in the, 8th seat? That's one handsome poker player.
He is a looker, huh?
He's right up there with David Benefield.
He just needs like a Letterman's jacket and a Mustang convertible.
Then he would be David Benefield.
Not one of the new ones though, like a sweet cherry one.
A 66 Mustang, right?
So it's Berglund and Tuscher, another player who was on our feature table earlier on today. We go heads up to the turn. And Tuscher, having raised pre and continued the flop, now barrels the turn. Berglund calls. The old string call.
The old string call. That's becoming quite the, avant-garde these days. I suppose we should say en vogue.
5 of diamonds on the river, and looks like Tusha wants to empty the clip. No, he checks. Pump fake.
Fooled us all.
That's a balk. Runner's advance. Oh, baseball joke. Sorry. You can bet a 6 now. That's the beautiful thing. You get a free bet with a 6. I have to say that if we should interpret anything from that move, that should be, I'm trying to keep you from betting. He's got a hand he'd like to show down, and he really doesn't want to call a bet. And a 6 would be a really interesting place, would be a really interesting hand with that exact feature to it.
I think you have to bet most of your value hands here after it goes down like that.
Berglund bets 27,500. Tusha counting out the call.
It's a pretty big bet.
And Tusha does call. Berglund tables 6-7. He has a 6. Ace queen at the hand for Tusha. Ace queen of spades. Nut flush draw on the flop. Top pair on the turn.
See, that's where position is just brilliant, because you cannot. It's really, when he checks, that 6 is the stone cold nuts, and it's just.
So Lee, let's get into it, because we've talked,
Nottingham.
Yes, we've talked about obviously being here in Sanremo. We talked about the grand final coming up. That puts an end to EPT season 10, but of course there are all the other tours that PokerStars runs around the world, including the local tour in the UK and Ireland Poker Tour, which goes to Nottingham. Sadly, Joe and I won't be there, but Mr. Convey will be. He'll be working on the blog and doing some of the live stream with Nick Wealthall. But hey, don't worry about watching the live stream. What about playing this event?
No kidding. It's going to be a 1 million guarantee. It's single re-entry, and just to be very clear about that, it's 1,100 buy-in with a single re-entry, and they are, that's going to be a very, very big prize pool. And I just saw that they've added an extra starting day. So I think that's probably indicative that they've got big satellite action going on.
Yes.
And it says that they allow for the increased capacity of 1,350 players. That's a whole lot of poker, and it could be a humongous prize pool. I mean, it's guaranteed at 1 million, but it could clearly blow through that and go north. And if you've never played at Dusk Till Dawn, fantastic poker club. Just a wonderful place to go. Now that we're doing the webcast, Convey and Nick can pull out all the very bad, every time somebody makes a light call, they can pull out all the bad Sheriff of Nottingham, jokes. And, but anyway, yeah, it's going to, and there's a lot of other, there's the high roller event going on, 300K guarantee. That's a 3,300 single again, these are all single re-entries. So plan your bankroll accordingly.
If I can jump in for a second here, I've played at Dusk Till Dawn. It's awesome. It's a ton of fun. If I was going to try to satellite into any event, it would be this event.
There you go.
Because for me personally, let's say I want a seat to the grand final. That's a lot of money. That's like my biggest score ever. I might not want to try to parlay that. But this is like £1,000, which is still would be a great score for me. But it's an amount I'm comfortable trying to spin up.
Yeah.
So if I was, and it's so much fun to go play there, and the UK IPTs are super fun.
There's a Nando's in the parking lot.
I mean, I think the combination of the two things, isn't it? It's the fact the UK IPT is a great fun tour to play. Certainly has a very relaxed vibe about it. You know that, Lee. You've played a UK IPT. Joe, we've played some of the series events they run at the Hippodrome in London. So the combination of a UK IPT and Britain's best poker venue, arguably, is a match.
Yeah, and it really, and as you say, a relaxed feel. I mean, to me, that's the UK IPT really has a neighborhood vibe. Everybody knows everybody. They all go out, they go out to Nando's and go drinking together, and you just, it just feels like a really fun gathering and play some fun poker where you can win a reasonable amount of money, but the stakes aren't so high that there's huge pressure on.
Exactly.
Well, again, not just live poker, and once again we stress satellites available for UK IPT Nottingham, so do look in the PokerStars lobby. We always encourage you to go to the events section. Obviously the EPT tab is where you'll find tonight's free roll, that's where you'll find satellites for the EPT. If you go to the UK IPT section though, you'll see satellites for this big tournament in Nottingham, May 7th through 12th. As far as online poker is concerned, I see that the Scoop was announced today.
Scoop announced, Yahoo!
Yeah, I mean, Brad Willis posted an article about it a short while ago.
Bruce
on the
Willis,
PokerStars blog.
we've got some really burnout bloggers now.
Something tells me that Bruce Willis would not be as talented a writer as Brad Willis.
It's tough to beat Brad Willis in the blogging booth. But yeah, 100 and, let me check this because it's almost unbelievable. It's 135 events. So it's 45 events, but each event comes in small, medium, and large. So you can buy. So there's a different buy-in level for each of the 45 events.
And that's what I like about the Scoop. That's, I think
it's a really cool way to do it.
Totally.
You know, because like at the World Series of Poker, there occasionally another casino in Las Vegas will do sort of the mini World Series of Poker, and they'll run the same event, but with 0 lopped off the buy-in. And this is essentially the same thing, but because of the liquidity of PokerStars, you get the same numbers. And you can, so if you don't want to do the cheap buy, the small buy-in version, that might be like a $10 version rather than the $100 version rather than the $1,000 version.
Yeah. Lee, which of the 3 tiers tends to have the biggest turnout? The lowest, the medium, the big one?
I don't know. My guess, here's what we're going to do. I know that one of our tournament team is listening to the webcast right now. So PokerStars tournament team, help me out. Where is the big bulge in the number of runners? I'm going to guess it's going to be in the small.
Low, right?
Yeah. That's where most people bankroll fit.
And again, even though we have low buy-in events, Lee, there are satellites, really cheap buy-in satellites for these events.
Like 11 cents. 11 cents or 5 FPPs, you can get into the action. And Scoop is just, if you go talk to the guys here, they're like, and then after Monte Carlo, I'm going here for Scoop, wherever here is.
Yes.
It's like they just basically go to ground, put the local pizza place on their speed dial, and they're off to the races.
And I think that's what's cool about the Scoop, too, is that a lot of times even the big dogs, even though they're mainly in it for the high buy-ins, they usually play the medium and the low along with it. So even if you are a small buy-in player, you could be playing alongside a lot of the big names, which, yes, is a groan because you don't want to play against great players, but also for some of us, it's kind of a thrill to see Andre Coimbra or Eugene Kachalov at our, wow, I played a poker tournament online with Jason Mercier.
Yeah, and I got busted by Eugene Kachalov. No, but actually, I had lunch with Jonathan Duhamel, and he was like, okay, I'm going to go back home to Montreal for Scoop. And I said, so how many events are you going to play? And he was just kind of like shaking his head, going like, a lot. It's like, see you guys in 2 weeks, right?
Well, obviously, at the feature table right now, Berglund has been 3-bet by Marcus Panique. Meanwhile, news from the outer tables, both Griffin Benja, who was still short-stacked when he left the main stage at the end of the last level, and Andrew Chen have busted out.
You fish.
We are down to 150 players now.
Is Mickey Peterson still in?
Mickey's still going strong. So still the better part of 2 levels to play here on day 2 of the tournament. And just before we get to the Carnival of Tournaments, Lee, I want to put some questions to you that have come in on Twitter. This one from Michase, and I know this is a common question that we get asked.
But wait, I wanted to progressive KOs in Scoop. We got progressive knockout tournaments. I think that's the first time they've come up.
Oh, wow.
In one of our big ones, in one of our flagship ones. But basically part of the bounty stays on your head. So, anyway, sorry for the interruption. Continue.
Not at all. Plus re-entry events, of course, in the Scoop. But I do urge you, by the way, to have a look at the article that Brad Willis wrote for the PokerStars blog. If you follow at PokerStars blog on Twitter, you can just click on the link. Michelle says, what do you need to do to become a member of PokerStars? A lot of people watching often ask about how they can join the company, start a career in the poker industry. Where do we send them, Lee?
Yes, you go to the PokerStars website, and there's a link called Careers. And it is... and we put all the jobs on it. And
Lee, I'm on the careers page right now. Why is there a listing for a commentator? That's weird.
Did you not get the memo this morning?
Apparently the fat cat wasn't so fond of your guinea pig noises.
They're looking for a jokey sidekick. What the? WTF?
Listen, Oh, my goodness, yeah. But go to the careers page at the PokerStars. We've got
an all-in and a call.
Boom, boom.
Berglund responded to the 3-bet with a 4-bet. Penike shoves and Berglund calls. And we have a pot of more than 236,000
Don't say it. Please don't say it.
And there is a classic
Joe.
race underway at the feature table. Do you know what? I wouldn't have said it if you hadn't. You induced.
I know.
You induced it.
I induced.
Like the Whopper versus the Quarter Pounder with cheese. One of these two hands is a slight mathematical favorite.
That being the 10s. A 57%
That being the Whopper with cheese.
I meant to say the Big Mac, by the way. Big Mac versus Quarter Pounder.
Oh, that's a domination situation. Quarter Pounder with cheese crushes the Big Mac.
I think a lot of people will disagree with you, which is why it's a classic race.
Here comes Twitter. Whoops. Okay, this one is just about over.
Not looking good for Marcos Panike, and he knows it.
Looking great for Lucas Berglund,
who is about to become an even bigger chip leader than he already was.
Yep, drawing dead.
Berglund is now a monster stack. He moves up over close to 600K in chips.
Well, the good news is Marcus Panike can go out tonight. It'll be Panike at the disco.
He was hoping for that, wasn't he?
Berglund.
He was hoping for the 10s to stand up.
Berglund now playing 593,000. Quick question from Vladley. If someone wants to advertise during an EPT event, for example, banners in the venue, who would one contact about that?
You know, of all the questions we've got, I don't think we've ever gotten that one.
No.
Why are you asking that? What do you want to advertise your podcast?
Send an email to EPT you know what? We'll get back to you. Seriously. James, would you just cut and paste that and drop it to me as a...
I could do that.
Yeah, drop to me as email, and we will respond to you, sir. It's a perfectly legitimate question, and I just literally don't know the answer. There's an email address, and I just don't know what that email
I want to know, too, because I would like to get my @Stapes Twitter handle out there some more.
You think?
Yeah, I think
Like
putting signs with @Stapes everywhere. You know, just @Stapes on the felt, @Stapes.
A little lowercase t next to him.
Yeah. @Stapes, on the sides there. Maybe a graphic that says @Stapes. Maybe we could pay one of the commentators to say @Stapes over and over again.
Yeah, I think we've got the message. So, Lee, Carnival of Tournaments. This is before the Scoop, right?
This is before Scoop. It's starting. It's actually begun already, and it's celebrating tournament number 900 million. And the only thing, and what that means by it, it's like, you guys remember when we were doing tournament number 800 million? It wasn't all that long ago. And what that means is tournament number 1 billion, in
right
your
around
best
the corner.
Dr. Evil voice is coming up. But
1 billion tournaments.
Exactly. But anyway, tournament number 1 billion will be coming up. But right now we're celebrating tournament number 900 million. And on April 27th, we will be having tournament number 900 million with a guaranteed prize pool of $1 million. You want to do it for me in the Dr. Evil voice?
$1 million.
Thank you. And the qualification starts at $1 in the satellites. So, and now we've got a tree bet with 3 players. We've got a tree bet with 2 players. We've got a tree bet with 1 player, and this hand's pretty much over.
Indeed it is.
That's going to be tournament number 900 million. Golden Sit and Go's running, and the way the Golden Sit and Go's work is basically when you sign up for a Sit and Go, it's just kind of like a Willy Wonka effect that specific Sit and Go's will suddenly glow gold, and a bunch of extra money goes into the prize pool, and depending on which kind you lucked into, there can be actually just extra money given to the players. Like, everybody gets their buy-in back, and then they're playing for money, or however it works. But there's just all kinds of cool things happening if you're a sit-and-go player. And then the daily big tournaments, and everybody knows about those if you're used to playing them. The increased guarantees, and that's running April 21 through 27. And some of the guarantees are going up by a factor of 3.
Nice.
So, so there's going to be some big money involved in those. And we're giving away, the Fat Cat is giving away $100,000 in additional prize money in the daily bigs.
Lee, I have a question. How come it always seems like on PokerStars that the player with the worst hand wins?
Because, I'll tell you why. Because you notice that, Joe. It's like if pocket sevens get in,
I don't know. I've been keeping track, and the player with the worst hand is always beating me.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And you always have the best hand when you go in?
Always.
Okay. I mean, the thing is that you just, like, when pocket sevens beat pocket fours, everybody's like, okay, fine, that happens, right?
Okay, I'm with you so far.
It's when, but the pocket fours are going to win about once every 5 times. And then when the pocket fours get there, everybody goes like, oh my God, the pocket fours won. That should never happen. Well, in fact, it should happen about 20% of the time. And in fact, it happens pretty much 20% of the time, Joe.
I don't know. It sounds thin. I'm going to do some more research and get back to you.
You do some research and you get back to us. Send us an email.
I can throw a tougher question than that in your direction, Lee. Andrew Swales wants to know, who is your favorite pro player?
Well, if anyone from the tournament team is listening and can tell Lee who his favorite pro player is.
I am not so stupid as to single out one specific pro. The fact of the matter is that a whole bunch of them are a ton of fun. And I consider it just a real privilege to get to hang out with him. As a matter of fact, like, we were hanging out with Mickey Peterson yesterday. Mickey Peterson is just a wonderful kid. I had breakfast with him this morning, and he's charming.
He sucks at booking hotels, but apart
from
that.
his booking hotel game needs to step up a level. I got to meet Fatima de Melo and Leo Margetts when we were in Isle of Man. They were both ridiculously fun. David Williams, I've known for a very long time. The list just goes on and on and on, but they are a lot of them that I've gotten to know. I'll tell you, if you want to go out and hang out with somebody for an evening and hear stories another time of your life, Theo Jorgensen. And, you can just sit and drink coffee with Theo, and he just... It's like he just grabs life and he just sucks every last drop out of it, and it makes it just fun to be around him.
Will says it's often asked, but I'm going to ask again. Starting off in poker, would you recommend tournaments or cash?
Oh, boy. I'll tell you what, I would. What's interesting is back when I was a kid, starting off in tournaments really wasn't an option. And so it was all cash, and that was just the way that you played it. Like, nobody really understood that there was an alternative. These days, I would say tournaments simply because of the limited financial risk. It makes a huge difference.
I think tournaments is a no-brainer.
It's because cash, 2 reasons. One, cash is basically open-ended in the amount of money that you can lose. And 2, it gravitates, like, some really, really, really good players gravitate to it. It can be really, really tough. And because you're basically always playing deep stacks, you have to play really good poker all the time. So I would say start with cheap tournaments and,
If I could jump in on that, I would say not only cheap tournaments, but probably sit-and-goes, because if you play big field tournaments, you may be a fine player and not cash or never win one or take a really long time to win one. I would start with sit-and-goes because you can at least finish third pretty easily on those.
My only concern about sit-and-goes is they're basically solved now. And the problem is that the stacks get very short and sit-and-goes very quickly, and you're going to be up against people that are playing basically perfect ICM poker.
Sure.
And that's, mathematically speaking, you cannot beat that. So I actually, and you get more play, in big field tournaments. There's a fair chance that you won't cash, and even if you do cash, you might make $1.76. But you get a lot of poker in, and that's how you really start to get a feel for the game and find your feet.
Let's just pick up the action on this hand. It's Michael Tereniak, a former EPT champ who raised pre, called by Yuri Kudrinsky in the big blind. And with the action checked to him, Tereniak continues this king-high flop for 5,300. Kudrinsky calls. Jack on the turn. Puts a diamond draw out there. Kudrinsky checks a second time.
Diamond drawing a little bit more of Broadway out there as well.
By the way, we're down to 145 players now.
How many are we paying?
79.
This is a situation where if you think you have the best hand, you kind of have to bet it because you just don't want to give a free card.
Liv Boeri has just tweeted to her followers, I'm going to be on the webcast at 7 p.m. Italy time. Apparently that's now a time zone. 50 minutes from now, Liv says, I've busted 2 tournaments today, so you should probably listen in.
Good old Liv.
Traniak's second barrel is 13,600.
Got the job done.
Gets a fold. Lee, a pleasure as always.
Gentlemen, it's great.
I'm sure you'll be back tomorrow for another edition of Lee's Lowdown.
I shall indeed. Have a good one.
Our thanks to Lee Jones, Head of Poker Communications for PokerStars. Rick Dacey, staff writer at the PokerStars blog, is going to be here in a moment. Give us an update from the floor and tell us what articles the guys have been working on over the course of day 2. And as you just heard, Liv Boeri coming in. Liv from Team PokerStars Pro, a former winner of this tournament, will be here at 7 p.m. local time. That's 45 minutes from now. So Berglund, 294 big blinds, close to 600,000 in chips. Dennis Lindmark, the other Swede, at the opposite end of the spectrum, playing 22 bigs. He's the table short stack. A reminder, if you want to get in touch with the booth, the Twitter hashtag is EPT Live. The email address is nuts@pokerstars.tv. It's a raise from Lysian Tuship to 4,200. Folded around to the blinds. Kudrinski in the small. Folds. Berglund in the big. Calls.
Most of his calls they have many parts to them. His call has a beginning, middle, and end. Six high flop, 2 hearts. Berglund decides to donk lead this. And usually when someone decides to lead out after being raised before the flop, I think they kind of expose their hand as being not so great, because why not just check and let your opponent continue? But that's not always the case.
Well, let's bring in Rick Dacey, staff writer at the PokerStars blog. Welcome back, Rick, to EPT Live.
Thank you very much.
A quick question, actually, from Scott, which either of you are welcome to answer. Joe, you just mentioned the donk lead there from Berglund. Scott Johnson says, I know what it is. I've used the term many times, but how did a donk bet get its name?
Well, donk from donkey, obviously, shut down, because obviously when that whole online revolution happened, the general strategy was quickly perceived that, well, you shouldn't lead, that you should let the other person do the betting, you miss value, that you're effectively, putting yourself in tougher spots, you're missing out value, yada, yada, yada. So then it got, cut down to donk bet. That's how a donkey plays.
Yeah, I think that was sort of based on a misconception that it is always bad to donk lead or donk bet, but I think we've come around now to realizing that there is a time and a place for it, and it's not necessarily a negative term.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. But if you see someone doing it in a sort of 10, 20 cent game, then yeah, it's possibly more likely to be a donk bet. Whereas if you see like, I remember watching.
If we see Ike Haxton do it, it's probably fine.
Well, not per se because of the person, but because of the reasoning behind it. Obviously, I remember watching Jude Ainsworth at the PCA a couple of years ago, and he was using, donk leads a lot, but to great effect. I couldn't necessarily reason, why that was a better reason, but it seemed to be working for him, and I'm sure he could justify it. So, but yeah, that's just how the name is. Now people quite often are happy to say, well, I donk led into that. Just cuts down sort of saying, I bet out of position when I was not the pre-flop raiser.
I played out of flow.
Russell Duke says, is it possible for graphics to show the top 10 players and chip amounts?
Dukers.
Maybe possible, but as ever, we direct you to the live updates of the PokerStars blog where you can see that information. And obviously, we keep an eye on that for hand histories and eliminations from the outer tables.
Sure.
As far as the non-live update section of the blog is concerned, as far as the tournament coverage that you, Howard, and Stephen are working on, I noticed that you caught up with a former champ today, Liv Bourret.
Yes, I spoke to Liv, who was kind enough to use some of her time at the break to have a chat with me, which was mainly about sort of irksome interviews, so yeah, very postmodern. But yeah, Liv was on good form. Unfortunately, I seemed to balk her because literally she came back, played 2 hands and bust. But that aside, it was just this whole thing about, you know, if you're a sponsored pro, obviously you've always got to be on. Which, you know, like yourself when you're commentating on this, you can't just sort of go, I'm not too bothered at the moment. So
it doesn't stop him over there.
Well, this is true. Joe's checking all kinds of nonsense. But anyway, so speaking to Liv, it was about, you know, those sort of questions from mainstream press or from industry press that kind of bugger a bit, but obviously you just have to sort of grin and bear it. And so, yeah.
Well, especially when your win was so long ago. I mean, it was just forever ago.
Well, I mean, yeah, yeah. Well, there's that. But I mean, it was, you know, 4 years ago, and people are still saying, so how does it feel to be back in Sanremo? It's like, well, that question was kind of relevant 3 years ago, maybe 2 years ago. 4 years on, does it? You know, it's a bit of a lazy question. So obviously I asked that. But no, it was good. And she, honestly, she wasn't moaning about it. It was, I brought it up and I was needling her about it. So, but she was a good sport.
What's a good way to ask the question without asking the question?
Yeah. Some people, if they were really lazy, would ask. And let's just run this through anyway.
Just very quickly, as far as the feature table is concerned, 3 players have gone to a flop here in a 3-bet pot. Meanwhile, David Yan is making his way back to the feature table. He's just taking a seat assignment alongside these guys. Rutger says on Twitter, I'm going to be so devastated when the EPT is over. If you're talking about the end of coverage today, Rutger, and you're looking for some way to entertain yourself, I can confirm that EPT London Main Event 1 is now available for you to watch on PokerStars.tv.
Hey.
This is the TV highlight show from EPT London that aired in the UK last night. You can now watch it on PokerStars.tv. Did I see an article go up today, Rick, about what comes first, the big win or the big watch?
Yes. Yeah, so check that out. I think that was a Stephen Bartley creation. But, you know, obviously there
What are they watching? Like watching EPT live? Like
no, that's in wristwatch.
Oh, that kind of watch.
Yeah, the current trend and propensity to get a watch as big as your face.
Watches now are especially obnoxious because you don't even need one. Like, everyone just looks at their phones. So, well, like, it's not even you need one to tell time anymore. It's specifically to be in your face.
That's true. It is increasingly cosmetic, isn't
it?
But, yeah, it always seems to go alongside a Deep V T-shirt now, which is great if you get to spend 4 hours in the gym every day. Not so great if you're tapping keys for all that time instead.
So Berglund was the 3-better pre-flop, but he decided to check this king-high flop, and it's Tusher who bet 16,100. Action is now on Kudrinski.
James, that's Kudrinski-y.
Have you had much info on Berglund?
I mean, other than knowing he's a EPT reg, and I'm sure we've had him on our feature tables before.
Because I was talking to one of the Swedish reporters who, you know, knows him pretty well, and so is he's happy with this being known. But you know, he's currently like number 3 on the pocket fives,
right?
As in, he's a very good player, which you'd kind of insinuate from the 580k stack.
That was I'm all in.
Red triangle of death.
Oh, no fold.
It's not Berglund who's all in, it's Kudrinski who announced all in. No, Berglund? My apologies. And Tusher folds.
And Berglund picks up another pot, this one around 40k.
Good day for you? Sorry? Good day.
Now, Rick, the conv may have misspoken earlier on, but he did reveal to the entire world that you will not be a staff writer at the PokerStars blog after the conclusion of EPT 10?
Yeah, he may well have misspoken, but yes, that is the case. I'm just, shifting around, but still at PokerStars.
Well, it's prompted a question from Ed Kilworth, which is, tell us about your new job, Rick. What will you be up to next season?
Yeah, let's hear about it.
Well, going back to the initial thing, he may have misspoken. No, I'll still be at PokerStars. I'm not entirely sure what I should be saying about that at the moment, so I won't drop myself in it.
Just say that you're moving up the ladder and you'll be taking a very important role within the PokerStars family.
Exactly. They needed someone to do the PokerStars Fat Cat impressions, and I'm taking over from Joe. So it's still going to be a kind of comms role, but yeah, you may not have got rid of me quite yet.
Did you say anything right there? Did you even say what the job is?
No, it's quite clever, wasn't it?
Yeah, because I will admit I was in and out, but I don't think you actually said what the new job is.
That's true. Yeah, it's sort of moving on to the corporate side of comms.
Corporate side of comms?
Yes.
Meaning commentary?
Communication.
Oh, communications.
We've got some out-of-table action for you here. Checking on Victor Ramden.
Speaking of deep Bs, look at that.
Repping Team PokerStars Pro, along with Alex Kravchenko, who's also at this table, plus Stephen Chidwick, Adrian Mateos Diaz. Some pretty stacked tables. I mean, if you walk around the floor up there are some pretty tough lineups.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you meant to team me up for this. If you didn't, whether you did or didn't, it's perfect.
Is your Table of Death article? Yes, it was a deliberate
well done
segue.
Well done, thank you. And how do you spell segue? No, sorry. Okay, there was an article written by Howard, and there was two tables in particular using that overused phrase, tables of death. And actually, it's quite a fun game. In fact, your Twitter feed just retweeted it on behalf of us, so you can check that out. But there was $32 million worth of tournament winnings across these two tables of about 11 players. So the likes of Olivier Basquet, Pius Hines, David Jan. I mean, it was quite a mix, and that included Barry as well, who got knocked out by Jan a little later. But if you go and read that, fun little game, if you need to fill some time, try and get your order of 1 to 11 in terms of tournament winnings.
Okay, Rick, I've got a slight issue here, okay?
Okay.
I just went to the PokerStars blog feed to find the link for the article. What's the first thing that comes up at the top of my screen? PokerStars blog is not following you.
Oof. Well, all I can say is I clicked the follow button. Someone else, probably Howard, clicked unfollow.
Wow.
You're
throwing Howard under the bus there without any evidence whatsoever.
Well, I would throw Stephen under the bus, but I'm not entirely sure he knows what Twitter is.
Maybe they're so sick of you always tweeting the only way is Essex spoilers, James, because I will admit I've considered unfollowing you for that too.
Do apologise.
Well,
it's at J_Hardigan, by the way.
I will make sure that's changed. Oh, Jan has arrived.
Yeah, there's a 3-bet pot, by the way. Jan was the 3-better. Miraverta, the original raiser, who is now out of here.
Now, obviously, I don't have time to read all of Howard Swains' words in this article. What I will say is there are some excellent photographs by Neil Stoller illustrating Howard's words. So for that alone, it's worth looking at.
Absolutely. And available on desktops, tablets, and mobile.
David Yan chose not to continuation bet that flop. Bousquet did bet. Yan called.
Okay. I don't want a range. I want a specific hand from Yan.
A specific hand from Yan? Yan? Hand from Yan? Yan from hand. Pocket tens.
He's never playing pocket tens like. Okay, that question was kind of set up to make you fail.
It's okay. I still have a shot.
That's very true. I'll get you a beer if you're right.
So that's a bet from Jan, 31k.
Come on, baby. Can taste that beer now, Rick Dacey.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure he's check calling checking the turn as well on that board. I know wanting to have tens. Yeah. I mean, this is a pretty incredible line up here as well. Tereniac as well.
Will is putting Yan on ace-10. He's coined the hashtag Yan hand.
Just not sure David Yan would not continue the flop with top pair, top kicker.
Well, the great thing is, if Olivier folds, everyone's right, because they can say, yep, he definitely had whatever I said he had.
Ob had it.
I mean, this is small blind to big blind, which obviously opens ranges up enormously.
Well, it's not the way it went down though. Miraverta was the original raiser, and Yan 3-bet.
Sure. Where was the original raise from?
Button.
Well, exactly.
Button raise, small blind 3-bet, flat called by the big blind.
In which case, Yan's range is immensely wide.
Skay folds, and we'll never know.
Well, Rick, you'll be delighted with this piece of news. Johnny Lodden has just doubled up and is now playing a stack of 200,000.
There you go. I called it. In case you're wondering what we're talking about, is in the intro this morning, I claimed Johnny Lodden was going to win this event. Not on the strength of his poker talent, not on the strength of the fact that he's had multiple final tables and near final tables, but by the fact that I saw him at the Sanremo Tennis Club the other day. And last year I saw Ludovic Lacaille at the same place, and he ended up winning.
I love this theory, and I think you're right. And I'm willing to back you all the way on this.
Thanks.
Johnny Lodden's table mates include Aku Johan Talster and Artem Metalidi.
Aku doing well for another main event. I know the Finnish reporters hold Aku in very high regard.
God bless you.
Andrew on Twitter, perhaps a little bit confused, Joe, by your comedic line, says, do you genuinely not enjoy your EPT Live job?
I have a prepared statement. What was the question again? Heads up to the flop. I'll say that I'm very lucky to have my job. I have no other marketable skills. Yeah.
Got good cards.
I do have nice
Could be a
calves
leg
these
model.
Your hairiness is a quality in itself.
I guess I could pick up some work at the zoo.
Yeah, or Pursuit Monthly.
You could be a gorilla Garam and you wouldn't even have to pay for the costume.
That's one step away from your mum was so fat.
Do you remember when Michael Tereniac experimented for a while without playing with sunglasses, and it was just everything about it was wrong?
Yeah.
And it obviously didn't work out for him. He's gone back to the classic Tereniac look.
I thought you were going to say experimented with something else. I got all excited. I got tingly. Well, that's a very 9-y board. Lots of 9s out there. Half the 9s in the deck, really, if you think about it.
Could stick a flake in it.
The Cadbury flake?
That's the one. Well done.
Other flakes are available.
Actually, I don't think they are.
No.
Well, I mean, they'd be a similar product, but they wouldn't be called a flake because I believe it's trademarked.
Or flakes which aren't chocolate. You know, a flake of something. Gold leaf. We'll leave that one.
Yeah, probably best.
So Jan didn't continue. Again. Called a bet on the turn, though.
Wills is going to try and play Jan hand every hand he's in until we see a showdown. He put Jan on King 9 in this one. Well, the fact that he folded the river makes me think, Will, that your prediction was wrong.
No, I think Will was right. I think David Jan is just terrible. How do you fold King 9 there? It's ridiculous. You're a professional poker player.
But I like the idea of keeping Jan hand going as a thing. And if anyone else wants to join in, Will's coined a hashtag on Twitter, Jan hand. Every time David's in a hand, you have to predict his exact holding. Not a range, but his exact hand.
Suits too?
No, we can
like
go with
King of Diamonds, Nine of Clubs?
I don't think we have to be specific with suits, but just the exact 2 cards.
Okay.
Now, while I'm enjoying this fantastic lineup, this, sort of 3-betting, multi-street play,
here it comes.
It is a bit of a shame that we haven't got any, or we haven't got a table full of passionate Italians on here.
Are there tables full of passionate Italians? It seems like there's just major sharkage out
I'd
there.
like to think that we've given people their fair share of Italian poker today. We saw a guy 6-bet 4-5 into aces.
Yeah, well, it almost got there. It almost got there. Well, I only say this because Howard wrote a piece yesterday, which is on the PokerStars blog and was retweeted by you guys shortly ago, about how the Italians have embraced poker and that journey over the last few years and how things have changed. Some very funny lines in it, but there's also a fantastic quote from Pirlo, who's the former Italian football captain. And this fantastic quote was about when he was about to take the sort of penalty in the penalty shootouts to win the World Cup against France. Said, I lifted my eyes to the heavens and asked for help because if God exists, there's no way he's French. and
Poor France, Europe's punching bag.
Yeah, absolutely hilarious. So yeah, that's definitely worth a read.
Oh, Will has redefined the rules of Jan hand. He says, bring suits into it if it's a flushy board.
Well, I think that's just, for show. If you want to do the suits, that's fine. You get bonus points.
Jack Bauer on the button makes it 4K.
I've been saying that for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He looks like Jack Bauer when he's got the sunglasses on. Jan Dion, looks a lot like a young Kiefer Sutherland, like Lost Boys version.
Did Tereniac smile?
I doubt it.
I know, that's what was confused. Maybe he was just thinking about getting a hacksaw out or something.
So Bjorkquist defends his big blind. Checks to the razor. See if Tereniac continues. I think this is going to smash a lot of big blind calling ranges, and maybe Tereniac feels the same way because he did not continue. Ace on the turn. A lot of players may just decide they're not going to c-bet that if they've missed completely. Hard to get a fold.
Sure, or may just have a small part of the draw, sort of almost like a naked jack or naked 10.
Bjorkquist checks a second time, as does Tereniac. 5 on the river.
Very quick check.
5 on the river.
Check this time. 3s for Bjorkquist, 10-8. He did have a little piece there. Was automatically in cheap showdown mode. And you can see why he would check the whole way. It's hard to get someone to fold a better hand than that.
Sure.
Ryan says, guys, what happened with Srinivasan? If you're asking Ryan where he is, he's still in the tournament. Obviously, he was a massive stack when he left the feature table, but that table was set to break, which is why we changed things and brought a different table to the stage. But no, he's still going strong. Don't you worry about him. He was obviously very pleased to be the player with the aces when an Italian 6-bet jam with 5-4.
Graphical Nick has put up a reminder that if you want to find out about anyone who's not at our feature table, please help keep Rick Dacey employed. Check out the PokerStarsBlog.com.
And the blog will tell you that right now Sham Srinivasan is second on the leaderboard, second in chips overall with 360,000, which means that Lucas Berglund leads by some margin, playing 640k right now.
Yeah, day 2 of the EPT Sanremo is sponsored by Sweden. I mean, this table is quite incredible. Apparently were 7 Swedes in the tournament as of this morning, and 4 of them are on this table, and seem to be doing pretty well.
It started today with 316 players, the 316 survivors from days 1A and B, and now we're down to 141. So we're on course, we're all set to hit the bubble in the first couple of levels of day 3. Our bubble coverage will kick off at noon Central European time tomorrow. That's Thursday the 17th of April. So Busquets open, 3-bet by Bjorkvist. The 3-bet called by Busquets.
Treniak calls, getting a great price.
Three-way action, a 3-bet pot, a 5-4-4 flop.
This could get a little bit pricey if there's a couple of people with pairs in there.
Bjorkvist continues.
Betting 15,000 into 2 opponents. Gets a call from Busquets. And a fold from Treniak. So heads up to the turn.
Pot size behind.
Queen of clubs. Bjorkvist slows down, he now checks. Olivier checks behind. River for free. It's a 3rd club, the deuce of clubs.
Oh, he wants to bet. Yeah.
He all moves all in, and Olivier Busquets calls. Aces the hand for Bjorkvist. Busquets with 5s for a full house. And that'll do it for Jonas Bjorkvist, just as Rick was establishing how well the Swedes were doing and how they were dominating this tournament and this table. We lose one of them.
Well, Olivier Busquets is from Sweden, isn't he?
So Olivier now up. What's he going to be playing now after winning that pot? 305,000, so he'll be one of the chip leaders with a stack of 305k.
Yeah, that's not great for Jan.
I wonder if when Bjorkvist shoves the river, if he's ever getting called by worse. Does he get called by ace-queen?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
Does he get called by much else? Does he get called by 2 jacks?
Has Busquets got jacks there that often? I don't think he probably comes back for a 4-bet with jacks. And he probably comes back with a 4-bet with ace-queen.
I don't know.
I don't know. Is my answer.
I mean, I'm just, I'm just playing results right now because we
sure.
know he shoved and got snapped off by a better hand. I just try to work it out in my head. What are different ways that people could have played it to maybe prevent themselves from going broke?
But to go back to your line when the flop was dealt, Rick, you said it would get expensive if 2 of these players had pairs. There were 2 players with pairs, and it was very expensive for Bjorkvist. It cost him his tournament life. You're on fire.
Oh, yes. Go Sweden. So not entirely on fire. But, I mean, there's some really big stacks and good players at this table now.
David Yan, you're not giving us the opportunity to play hashtag Yan hand. Instead, it's Michael Treniak who gets things started, raising from the cutoff. Susha folds. It's Lindmark small blind. He passes. Kudrinski in the big blind defends.
I think things are going to be quite tricky for David at the moment, and he's going to have to play a little bit more snug than he'd like to, I'm sure.
King, Queen, Deuce with 2 clubs. Just over 10 minutes to run on this level. Remember, no more breaks today. We'll roll into level 14, which is the final level of the day. Check, check on the flop. 9 of clubs on the turn. Check, check again. And a 7 on the river.
My Yan hand prediction is 6 deuce for this hand. I think he had 6 deuce.
For who, Yan?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's way marked.
Yes.
You can have it. Looks strangely blocky. Queen 10. There we go, I'm calling it.
Well, we're going to find out, Richard of the AC.
And
I see a 9 for Treniak. 6-5.
As I said, ace 9.
And Treniak makes a good call there. Third pair is good.
Yeah.
And, yeah, if you're going to bluff, I think you might want to make your bet a little bit bigger than that.
Yeah. But, like all these things, quite easy to say in hindsight when it's not your tournament yet. Agreed.
A reminder that Liv Burry will be joining us in just under 15 minutes' time. So if you've got questions for Liv, nuts at PokerStars.tv. You can start tagging your tweets EPT Live. Are you heading back to the press room?
Yeah, especially because I was like, in case Liv doesn't like what I wrote about her, I might skedaddle so there's no crossover. Okay, gents, good luck with the rest of the broadcast.
Thank you very much, Rick Dacey, staff writer at the PokerStars blog. You know their Twitter handle, at PokerStars blog.
Thanks, Richie.
Use the widget to check out chip counts and the live updates. Check out the photography of Neil Stoddart and the words of everyone's favourite firm of accountants / estate agents, Dacey, Bartlett and Swains. By the way, Liv delayed by 15 minutes. You'll be here at 7:15, so half an hour from now.
Hardigan, you said 7.
No, we said 7. Liv decided she'd make it 7:15.
I don't care as long as she shows up with a beer for me.
By the way, as it's getting close to 7 o'clock, the deadline is approaching. Yuri Kodinsky moving all in here, by the way. The deadline approaching for the Challenge Stapes vote. Facebook.com/European Poker Tour. Your chance to choose which challenge Stapes takes up later this week. Does he make a disgusting pizza and eat it? Does he become a massage girl and have to get his hands over sweaty poker players? Or does he become a waiter at some of the bars and restaurants in Sanremo? You decide. Vote right now. Facebook.com/European Poker Tour. You've got another 11 minutes to vote. And I think on most votes, because bear in mind there are different votes for different languages,
sure,
massage is a clear winner right now. But if there were to be a late surge for pizza, there is a chance that massage could be pipped at the post.
I'm not going to lie, guys. Pizza is a no-brainer. We're in Italy.
You do realize that if you are pushing for one particular thing, people are not going to vote for it. The whole idea of Challenge Stapes is that you have to do something you don't want to do. So
if I'm going to be frank for 1 second, James, I would much rather massage poker players than have to eat food I don't like. I mean, people actually just do that for a living. It's not that bad. It's not that gross.
I think the idea of you having to dress in lycra and for us to find some particularly unwashed unhygienic individuals for you to put your hands on. That's not pleasant.
James, I just call that Friday. Now make me eat pizza with a vegetable on it. Ugh.
Well, our producer would like to see you do a deep thigh massage on the player in seat number 9.
I'm game if he is. Mr. Miraverta. Massage winning right now. 55% of the vote. 32% for pizza. 13% for waiting tables.
Pizza.
By the way, Mark Convey, the Conv, got in touch to say that Lucas Berglund is ranked number 2 on Pocket Fives right now, down from number 1. And then Ilya from the Russian commentators says that Yuri Kudrinsky, is actually 4th on Pocket Fives.
I think
for
fourth
Ukraine.
For Ukraine, yes, specifically of Ukrainian players. Have we got an all-in Nicole here? We have.
do.
Tereniak open, 3-bet by Tusha. Berglund cold 4-bet. Tusha shoves, Berglund calls, and it is a race. Ace-King against Jacks.
Like chocolate versus vanilla, one of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
Well, if Berglund wins this race, he's going to be an even more ridiculous chip leader. And if he loses this race, it's inconsequential.
He's still going to be a ridiculous chip leader. Jack's a little more than a slight favorite in this spot.
Oh, there is a Jack on the flop, but also a 10, which is a gut shot for Tusha.
No more gut shot. GG, Tusha.
Elysian Tusha exits, and Lucas Berglund is now playing a monster stack. He was already playing a monster stack. He's now playing a ridiculously monster stack of nearly 700,000. Those of you late to the party asking for the free roll password, challenge. We talk about challenge stakes. Challenge is the password that will get you into today's free roll. And not being able to log on to PokerStars from Italy, I can't tell you how many seats are still available in that free roll. But the game begins at 8:15 Central European time, so you've got about an hour and 20 minutes left to register for that game. There are, I'm told, over 10,000 spots still available in the free roll, so plenty of space. And remember, if you want to see the prize pool boosted from $1,500 to $2,000, you might want to share the EPT Live player, share the stream, and that way we can try and get that prize pool boosted if we get more than 2,000 shares before 8:15.
We have no problems buying your shares, people. So what do we need? 2,000 shares and it's extra $500 in the free roll prize pool?
Correct.
So that means the top 50 finishers are all going to get an extra $10?
Correct.
Cool.
No, me. I wasn't talking about me.
Meanwhile, in the EPT Sanremo main event that we're covering here on day 2, 136 players are left. 3.5 minutes on level 13, and then the blinds go up to 1,200 and 2,400 with a 300 ante.
Might be premature. He's playing the final on Sunday as well. Probably. I bet Nadal doesn't even.
So David Yan gets a walk there. Yan can walk.
Sorry?
It's not making the Yan hand game very fun, though.
Yeah, I feel a bit sorry for Will because he coined this idea and then David decided, well, maybe he would throw a dry patch, but also he's taken a few hands off. We need Mr. Yan to be in action again.
Just doesn't like the attention being on him.
Well, he's in a small blind here, so he might play. Action's on Dennis Lindmark. He folds. Kudrinsky's out. Berglund passes. So it's, and Miravita folds his button. So it's on Yan. We're playing Yan hand, everyone. Tag your tweets, Yan hand. Predict David's cards. He raises small to big. Olivier Busquet calls. We're going to see a flop.
Jack 7.
That's what you're calling it as?
Jack 7.
Okay. Well, if Joe is right, David Yan has flopped bottom pair.
Olivier's not giving this up.
Bet Nicole. And another ace on the turn. So it was 6,000 apiece on the flop. A pot of now 26k. Yan slows down, maybe trying to get to cheap showdown with his Jack 7.
Yep.
Olivier checks behind. 3 on the river. So if Yan's hand is indeed Jack 7, he now has 2 pair, ace and jacks with the queen on board. A spot for a thin value bet. Will's putting him on 9-10. John Eccles has him on ace 3.
I don't see him being able to value bet Jack 7, unfortunately. Maybe I should have waited for one more street of information before I shouted out Jack 7. Pre-flop.
Bet of 13,000 on the river. Andre says it's Queen 8. King Queen is Adam's suggestion. Queen 10, nominated by James Millard. This will be the last hand of the level, the clock ticking down to 0.
Last hand of the level, then the last level. Full stop. I wonder what he's tanking this long with. It's like king high. Does he himself have a jack?
Oh, I really want him to call so we can finally have a showdown and see if anyone
has guessed Yan hand.
Yes. I think we might even award an impromptu prize if anyone is able to get Yan hand 100% correct. Unfortunately, we're not going to see Yan's hand. Olivier folds and David wins it uncontested.
James, there's been a new comment on my YouTube video. Joe Stapleton poker commentary and TV host reel.
Oh, yeah.
Would you like to hear it?
I'd love to.
It's from Jerry O'Toole. Probably the least witty, the least funny man on the planet, Joe Stapleton. Nausea-inducing to hear him. What a idiot he is. He's probably about as funny as watching Saudi Arabian public execution videos. Well, thank you, Jerry. We thank you for your cogent remarks. Just going to go cut myself. You sound like a very nice person, Jerry, and you probably have a very happy life with lots of friends and people who love you.
I wish you wouldn't sit on the fence. I mean, if you're going to write a comment on someone's
Right,
YouTube video...
at least have an opinion.
Yeah, tell them what you really think.
Giacomo says, tricky business, this poker. Giacomo, you said it, brother. You said it.
So we are now into level 14, the last level of the day. 75 more minutes of poker to play on day 2. Blinds 12-24 with a 300 ante.
3 of us were here at the first. Oh, really? Yeah.
And we've got a couple of new players coming to the table.
Alexei Billiker back.
Billicourt is back for more.
I guess it's, what, one more minute of challenge stakes voting, which is why we're running the scroll one last time.
Yes.
Last chance. The EPT Live account has tweeted the link. Ish. Will says all that tanking by Bousquet drew attention to how big his arms are. Hashtag tickets to the gun show.
Meravirta all in. He continued the flop. Tereniak raised. Meravirta shoves and gets called.
We can't lose Meravirta before I have a chance to give him his deep thigh massage.
Ace 10 the hand for Tereniak. Ace 3 of clubs, the nut flush draw, the hand for Meravirta. And the Finn possibly hoping that his ace was live as well. It's not. Which means he's a 2-1 underdog with 2 cards to come. Needs to see a club on the river.
9 outs, not so bad.
Nope. So we lose Yuri Meravirta. And Alex Billicourt is accompanied by Cristiano Vialli from Italy. Those are the 2 new players who've joined the feature table as a player just leaves us.
See, I told you there were still Italians left in the tournament.
So these are the players in seat order. And if we look at them in chip order, we'll see that Lucas Berglund has a mammoth lead. 695,000 near enough, 289 big blinds. He is the tournament boss at the moment with 133 players remaining. So voting has closed in the Challenge Stakes poll.
When are we doing those videos, by the way? When are we doing massage?
Probably within the next couple of days.
Because I think I might do a pizza video anyway, just without the challenge tapes part. Because I really want to go make pizzas. Oh, you're not going to film it either?
No, if you want to go and make pizzas, by all means. No one's interested in watching you make pizzas. But if you want to do that, Joe, good for you.
I think they want to watch me make pizzas. I'll make it fun for the kids at home. You guys don't want to see me slapping dough around for a while, huh? Getting weird with some dough? Getting in up to my elbows? James, I'm gonna make a pizza and you're gonna eat it.
I'm not signing up for this.
I also refuse to wash my hands before I make the pizza. Because I feel like there's something about like the oils in your skin that get into the dough. That's why Italians make better pizza.
Disgusting human being.
Because there's something about your body chemistry that gets worked into the dough.
I don't want essence of Stapes in my pizza, thank you.
Yeah, well, you're gonna get it, and you won't even know. Any pizza you eat this week may have been made by me. You'll never know.
No, here's the thing.
Yeah.
Convi isn't here.
Okay.
He doesn't know.
All right.
Give him your grubby pizza.
But if he likes it, you owe.
Oh, if he likes it, I can just laugh in his face and go, "Ha! You've just eaten some of Stapes' bacteria." Well, we spoke to David Yan earlier on today about his progress throughout day 2.
So I started the day as trip leader with about 180,000. I was at the feature table, so that was kind of interesting because people kind of play differently. Some people don't. Basically, they maybe take more care. They don't want to look silly in front of a lot of people, for example. So it's always interesting. It was an okay table. There were some very good players, and then some players who didn't seem as experienced. My new table it's okay. Once again, some very good players, but also some people who don't seem as experienced. So going to see how that goes, and hopefully, yeah. I mean, I've got a pretty good stack. I think average is like 100, and I have like 140. So pretty happy about how it's going. Yeah.
And obviously, since we spoke to David, he's worked that stack up to 210,000. So he's got
oh yeah,
close to double the tournament average right now.
James, is it just me or did our producer sound really sad when he was counting us back in there? Is everything okay? He's not answering. Can someone check on him? He sounded sad, right?
Alex Billiker playing his first hand at this feature table. Raises small to big, gets a fold. Diane Dawson says, my favourite dealer on just now. That'll be Kate. Told her in Ireland that she looked like Rosanna Arquette and she'd never heard of her.
I feel like that could be a compliment or an insult depending on which role you're talking about. I feel like Rosanna, she does look a little like Rosanna Arquette at her best.
Yeah,
I would take Kate the dealer.
Sure, I mean, if we're talking Rosanna Arquette in the mid-80s, kind of like
Ding.
After Hours Rosanna Arquette, then
Yeah.
yes. That's an underrated movie, by the way. If we're going to talk about like Scorsese movies that don't get enough love, After Hours.
Let's talk about Scorsese movies that get too much love, a.k.a. all of them.
Ain't too many people pouring love on The Color of Money.
Yeah, come on in there, Cristiano Vialli.
I do love the way that Italian players feel the need to wear their country's colours.
They have to represent me, otherwise how do we know where we are? I used to do this bit where you could, now this works in America, I don't know about Europe, but you can always tell when a guy's Italian because they'll find a way to work it into the conversation within 30 seconds of meeting you. Like if you enjoy being shouted at over like about food, definitely hang out with an Italian American.
We keep mentioning how many players are remaining. Samuel Barber says, what was the total entries into the main event? 556 players. 316 made it to day 2. That's how many we started the day with, and we're now down to 129. Tomorrow, we'll make the money. 79 get paid. Sven asks, are there 4 Swedes at this table? Well, there were 4, but we lost Jonas Bjorkvist, so there are now 3 Swedes. Michael Tereniak, Dennis Lundmark, and Lucas Berglund. Lucas Berglund is the tournament chip leader. Michael Tereniak is a former EPT champ.
When you say we lost the Swede too, he's not out of the tournament. We don't know where he went.
No, he's out of the tournament.
No, is that how you mean online?
He's done. He's finished.
Like people who grind those.
His life is basically not even worth living anymore.
I remember just over a year ago being in a room similar to this, watching Jason Lavallee completely blow it heads up against Ludovic Lakai.
I like some of the bills are just really small. You know, like 5,000. Like some of the small ones are like 30 and if you keep adding people, it'll get,
Am I on yet?
like the first time like 20, but then
No, Liv. No, that didn't just go out to everyone. So we've got a bit of a curveball, I guess, James. Before things just completely come off the rails, we should explain what's happening right now. Which is that Liv Brie has shown up for her shift as commentator and brought a fellow with her that I'm perfectly happy to have in the booth. Unfortunately, we've got 3 microphones and 4 people. This poses a bit of a technological problem.
It's okay, we can share.
Okay, well,
We're essentially the same person.
Jason Lavallee and Liv Brie are both joining us here on EPT Live.
We both busted 2 tournaments within the last 2 hours.
How did you guys? It was a turbo, I assume. The second
No,
one.
it was not a turbo.
Oh,
we're not happy.
My bad.
I came into the day with, into the day 2 of the main event with little to no hope with my 12,500 chip stack. And then I ran it up to almost 50,000, and then things went south.
Yeah, once you're off the feature table, it was a quick.
Yeah,
quick
literally
exit for
2
you.
hands. Literally 2 hands.
I have to ask, Liv, obviously, the first time you got it in, it ended up being a chop. Did you hear the song in your head when that river card
No, I
came
don't, because
down?
that song doesn't exist, because it's stupid.
I think, however,
Unbelievable. You know what?
in
There's
that-
a microphone's about to be freed up.
Excuse me, in that particular moment, though, surely you found yourself loving a chop pot.
You must have loved the chop pot, Liv.
If you had not had a chop pot, you would have been out.
If you sing that song
What, Liv?
while I'm
What?
here, I'm leaving.
Yeah.
Lavallee is taking over.
Well, Liv, if there is a chop pot on the table, we have to. The fans demand it. We're not going to sing it, apropos of nothing.
It's wildly popular, and there's a very good chance that with this double-paired board that there could be a chop pot. Were you going to say that, Jason? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Liv, why are you? She always comes in and makes these faces at me, and I can't tell if she's annoyed with me, if she's annoyed with having to be here, if she's just annoyed with life.
Bit from column A, bit from column B, bit from column C.
I think she's just annoyed with that song, personally.
I don't even know how you could be annoyed. It's not like you ever watch the TV shows, or what are you pointing at? Oh, yes.
So everyone's aware, Joe is wearing uncomfortably tight shorts. He was also wearing these yesterday. We were in the bar, just nearby the casino. Vanessa Selps, a couple other people, and Joe's tight shorts are so exceedingly tight that we can tell the direction he dresses in.
Are they actually comedy shorts? Are you wearing them for comedy effect?
I know no one's going to want to hear the real answer to this. They're not tight. It's just there. I'm sorry. There's not, other than duct taping it to my leg, there's not much I can do. No chance of a chop pot here.
It's just so visible.
What can I say?
This is not acceptable. This is a workplace.
Liv, no matter what pants I wear, if you look at me in that area, you're going to see something. I don't know what to tell you.
Lavallee.
I am
Eyes
blessed.
are burning.
I wasn't born with a lot of talent, but there's one area in which I was blessed.
Cool story, bro.
You brought it up.
All right, so who's at this table? Wow, half of my table from earlier is
Yeah. Lucas Berglund, current tournament chip leader. Olivier, obviously you're on the same table with. Alex Billiker obviously joined you during the day. David Yan, who started the day as chip leader. So yeah, they're all going strong. Not that I'm trying to rub it in
Wow,
or
Liv
anything.
B's got all the chips. He had no chips when I busted. He's got them all.
Now, Will wants me to point out to both you, Liv, and to you, Jason, that we are playing a game here called Yan Hand, which is every time David Yan is in a hand, we have to put him on a specific 2 cards. So ranges don't come into the equation. You have to say the exact 2 cards that David Yan has. And if it goes to showdown and someone on Twitter has got the hand 100% correct, we're going to give an impromptu prize.
All right, 10 of clubs, 8 of diamonds.
Wow, she's doing it with no information whatsoever.
Does it
I
have
like
to
it.
be pre-flop, or can I just guess in the middle of that?
I think that you can guess you have to guess by the turn.
Okay. So we're just making up rules right now?
Liv is very confident in her guess.
You don't have to do suits, by the way. It's not essential. So 8-10 is Liv's Yan hand.
No, that's how good Liv is. She's going to get, like, the exact suits.
Is that how badly Liv wants a card protector?
I noticed that you guys didn't bring me any of what you've been drinking or smoking before you came in here.
We went to the ice cream place and we...
Oh, you're high on gelato? Is that the deal?
Did you have the tiramisu ice cream?
No, I haven't had that yet.
Oh.
I will do. No, we had the Long Island iced tea ice cream. a few helpings of that.
That's the one.
You know, there's so much to do here. We busted the tournaments of the day. And I don't know. We look like how Liv B looks. You know, how he's looking right now? That's how we feel. We're like tapping our arms on our sides with our fingers.
Mario says King 10. That's his suggestion for Yan hand. Rob Cena says 9-7. Jamie's going with ace 6. Diego says 9-10 off.
I don't understand it. You said the exact hand, so I gave you 2 exact cards, and now you've changed the rules where you can just say 2 numbers. You don't have to say the suits.
I'm going to say ace jack of spades.
Wow, all right. I haven't made a guess yet. I'm going to guess king queen.
Michael Tereniak just bossing it up as usual.
Nigel Jones is going with ace jack. James Millard says ace 10. Sam Warger says ace jack. He's sure that's the Yan hand.
Tereniak. Now leading. What do you think, Jason?
With Yan's really small turn sizing, he reps the 9 pretty well, so I think he can get away with that. I think he actually has a 9 pretty often.
But not in this case.
And once again, Yan hand remains a mystery.
You could probably ask him a break.
That would require me remembering anything about the hands other than... What did you have on that hand? I'll go, which one? I'll be like, I think there was a 9 involved. Might have been a flop, possibly.
Also, I'm then not going to go back through the Twitter timeline to dig out who got it right to give them a prize. So these are the prizes up for grabs at the final table of this tournament. Obviously, tomorrow we make the money. A min cash worth 8,400 euros.
Is it tough looking at the prize payouts, guys? Since you busted from this turn, is it hard to see that? Does it invoke any emotion or?
Nope.
No. Jason, I see.
Smaller than when we won.
I see tears welling up. Jason, I'm going to ask you what was asked of Liv earlier. How does it feel to be back in Sanremo?
I wouldn't say with that much enthusiasm, personally, after busting the main event, but it feels pretty good. It was one of my biggest scorers lifetime, so anytime I can come back here, it's cool to relive the experience, I guess. Nostalgic feeling.
And did you have any extra media attention because the last time we were here, you went so
deep? No.
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 Everyone's like, "Oh, Liv, you won this 8 years ago." Oh, there's Jason. I think he went sort of far in this last year.
Yeah, he's
maybe.
that guy.
What's his constant? There's constant color up or something over there.
No extra media attention, but I'm not one that loves the media attention anyways.
I can tell by the way you forced yourself into the booth here that you don't really like the media attention.
Oh, someone forced me in here. I didn't force myself.
No, I know. We're happy to have you. Yes, Liv, you may have that snack. You know, if you're going to eat that chocolate bar, maybe you should just let Jason take it over for a while, though.
I'm adding a lot to this.
Yeah, no, you are.
I'm a major contributor.
You're contributing something.
I have a Kinder Delice with Rica de Latte. Yeah, it's in Italian. Who knew?
Let's just.
Of course, it's bread-based. Everything in
Let's just
Italy is
hand this microphone over to Jason for a little while you tear into that chocolate bar.
By the way, the empty seat at our feature table is about to be filled by Matt Franklin from the UK. We'll all be 9-handed again soon enough.
I guess that's one of the upsides of having a smaller field this year is that you can actually get a lot of really good TV tables with, the tougher field that we have this year.
Yeah, it's like all the heroes showed up expecting to play against a bunch of Italians, and the Italians all stayed home.
Yeah, that didn't happen. Everybody stayed home.
I mean, we're talking earlier on, we had the pie chart, which is the breakdown of, nationalities, and I'm pretty sure that, the year you won, Liv, it was pretty much 50% Italian, more like around 45% mark.
Yeah, it was absolutely huge. I mean, I didn't really know anybody at any table for Most of the time, actually.
And this year the field is 29% Italian, so obviously a major drop-off in the number of locals coming to play this event.
Austerity measures.
Maybe it's just that it conflicts with Easter weekend. I mean, it is a Catholic nation.
That's true. That's a good point.
You need to book. You want tickets.
Didn't really think of that.
A lot of Easter egg hunts coming up on Sunday. You do not want to miss that for a final table to win $500 million.
Say that really fast.
Easter egg hunt?
Say it really fast.
I will not. I got my credit card bills almost paid off. I just got to do this for 3 or 4 more years, so I can't get fired.
Who's Easter egg?
Lol.
We discovered a new thing today. There's a hotel here called Lolly Palace. So now whenever you say lol, which I don't know if anyone ever says that, but we do.
I sincerely hope not.
We say Lolly Palace instead.
I say lol, but I only say it ironically.
Right. Well, you can now say Lolly Palace ironically.
Lolly Palace. Yeah.
How's your hotel?
It's all right. There's a lot of dish towels above the second toilet.
Yeah. Are they your towels, just for drying yourself, or do you have real towels as well?
There are real towels also. I don't know what the dish
wow!
towels are
Okay,
for.
well stuff has stepped up here. When I first came here, at the hotel I stayed in, they only gave you dish towels as your towels.
Yeah, Mark said that happened to him last year.
Not cool.
Oh, we're playing Yan hand again. Giacomo puts him on 6-7 of clubs.
That's difficult
possible
to have in this spot.
I'm no expert, but
it could be a dud deck. It could be a dead hand.
Guess he really doesn't want that card protector.
Yeah, you idiot. He obviously has 5-6 of clubs.
Will's going for 9-10. He's falling back on that old chestnut.
Liv just fell back on my chestnut. Hands to yourself, please. So Billiker raised the flop, huh?
Oh, now you give me a microphone. I was going to contribute, but 4 mouths, 3 microphones.
Contribute, Liv.
Sounds like a bad porn movie. Oh, now I have 2 microphones. Wow, look at this, double microphoning. This is
I mean, from what I've seen from televised hands, he seems to play a lot of hands merging, check raising a lot of weak top pairs there, compared to a lot of guys who would just be happy check calling. So I wouldn't expect his range to be super polarized here, and I would expect Yan to have a lot of combo draws and hands that he's trying to steer towards showdown as well. I'm gonna put Yan on since it's the Yan hand. I'm gonna guess Jack 8 of clubs.
Jack 8. Well, Stefan's going for 10-8. Jack Walker goes for Jack 10 of clubs. King Jack is a meal suggestion. James Millard goes for pocket jacks. Come on, one time, let's get a showdown. Alex.
Was this a limp pot pre-flop?
Jack 10.
And it was a limp pot pre-flop.
It
Did anyone
was.
guess Jack 10?
Yes, there was a Jack 10 guess. Let me just see if there was more than one.
Well, whoever said it first obviously deserves the prize.
Jack Walker said Jack 10. I just want to see if he was the first. Yes, he was. Oh, hang on a second. Hang on a second. Yep, Jack Walker. Let's give Jack a card protector because he got it spot on.
Woohoo! Congratulations, Jack Walker. Jason Lavallee
Jack
pretty
down.
close, by the way. He guessed a Jack. He was half right. Jason, you know we're gonna do a webcast from the Canada Cup at the playground in Montreal.
Oh, cool.
and they're going to ship me out. I convinced them to ship me out like a day early so I could go have some good times with you guys.
Okay, yeah, just hit me up and.
He's like, actually, I'm not gonna make it. I'm gonna be out of town.
When is that actually?
It's mid-May.
Yeah, I'll have to check my schedule.
You promised. I'm gonna be eating poutine all by myself.
Nobody wants that.
So we're getting word that when Matt Franklin sat down at the table, he told Alexei Biliker that he won the raffle that was happening here to be able to go watch Rafa Nadal play.
I'm going to that tomorrow, apparently.
Oh, it must be nice to not have to win
Sick
raffles
rag.
and just get invited to things.
I'm cool.
Yes, you are. You are the cool. You're like the Fonz. And what's Fonzie like?
Cool.
That's right. He's cool. And that's it. Y'all have disgusted James Hardigan. He's out of here. Oh, look at that. Oh, Alexei Biliker won. We all like Alexei Biliker.
Let's hope we can make it.
Here's the guy in the 5 seat. 4 seat, sorry.
4 seat is Cristiano Vialli, our lone Italian competitor at this table. You can tell because he's wearing Italian colors. Action folded around to the Italiano. No, it hasn't folded around.
No, Liv B is open. Yeah.
Raise from Olivier Bousquet.
Bousquet.
And it looks like we're going to have a 3-bet from Mr. Vialli.
You didn't enter, did you, Alex? Alex, did you enter that raffle, or was it? Did you have to sign up? Did you sign up or buy a ticket or something?
Yes, I took tickets.
Action back around to Bousquet.
I did not know. I didn't know. I come to the desk. I was satellite and they get
All right, heads up.
for my friend. And they send me
Ace 10 9. Action on Bousquet.
Did you need to get one ticket or 2 tickets? 2 tickets. It was 2 lots of 2 tickets.
I think there was 3 tickets.
And Bousquet's decided to
Was it 2 wins?
lead at this,
2 lots of 2 tickets.
even though he was not the last aggressor. Vialli calls, queen on the turn. See if we can get some more of that great Jason Lavallee analysis that he gave us a few hands ago.
I'd have to be following the action for that to happen, unfortunately.
So-
Libby opened, Italian guy 3-bet, Libby flatted, and then Libby led the flop. What do you think he's leading there?
It's interesting to see a lead after flatting a 3-bet pre-flop. A lot of people don't really incorporate that into their range because they'd much prefer to check and let his perceived polarized range when he 3-bets bet and then decide from there. So it's interesting. They might have a preset dynamic where I wasn't here to see the previous hands, where maybe he thinks that his opponent would check back a lot of hands that should be continuation betting, and he wants to get value from those by leading into them. Example, if he thinks Vialli's 3-betting ace-queen and checking back that flop, he wants to get 3 streets with, let's say, 10-9 or a set of 9s there. He'd prefer to check to lead instead of checking and letting him pot control.
Do you think it's more often a value lead than it is a...
I think especially if he has no history against his opponent right now, he's much more weighted towards strong hands than bluffs. I don't think he's expecting an unknown here. I don't know much about his opponent, so I can't really know, but if he's a local taking a shot in the tournament, I don't think he expects him to make any big folds to him. So I think he's much more weighted towards value.
Sure,
and,
makes sense.
It's interesting that when the board double pairs, if he has something like ace-10 suited, he bet rather quickly. So I'd expect him to show up with something like 10s here quite a bit.
Well, as it stands, he's bet half of Vialli's stack, a little less than half this pot.
I think he just really doesn't want to give him the option to fold ace king here ever. And I think, in general, if he was playing against a player that he perceived to be tougher, he would opt to bet bigger with his value and his bluffs. Oh, wow, that's interesting. Yeah.
There's the set of tens. So, pretty solid analysis right there. Thanks for that, Jason.
That's what I'm here for, right?
I mean,
that and my good looks.
I mean, it's sort of, so that whole read is sort of based on the fact that Viali is a perceived weaker player.
It's mostly based on the assumptions that I would think Olivier would have there, knowing how good he is and the way that he would approach those hands. And I actually think the turn, the flop lead is something that I don't do enough and a lot of people don't incorporate into their game. And it's a very good adjustment to make against people that would play sort of scared and not go for 3 streets with a very strong top pair hand and 3-bet pot and would opt to pot control it on either the flop or the turn.
So well analyzed, well played too, obviously, from Luke B there.
Very well.
By the way, we are definitely going to ship the card protector for Jack D. Walker for winning the Yan hand thing, but I'm also going to give a card protector to Will Schill because Will came up with the whole Yan hand thing, so I think he deserves a prize as well. So thank you, Will. Make sure both you guys follow at EPT Live on Twitter. We'll follow you back and we'll make the arrangements. I want to ask Liv a quick question. Liv, before you came in here, Rick Dacey was kind of running scared in case you didn't like the interview he did with you or the article he wrote about you. Have you had a chance to read it?
I haven't read the article, but I mean, I did the interview with him. It was fine. He was asking me just some questions.
What I love is that he decided to write the article from the point of view as...
Wait, you're saying this interview involved him asking you questions?
Which...
Correct.
And the whole theme of the interview is, how does it feel to be asked annoying questions? So by making it kind of like ironic, he was able to ask you loads of annoying questions.
Yes, exactly that. Well done. Yeah, no, completely nail on the head. He was just asking me questions, about... He was actually asking me questions about annoying questions that I may get asked in life.
Right.
And how annoyed I am about them.
What's
and
the most annoying question that you get asked in life?
Either, well, in terms of poker interviews, is that my phone ringing? Just cancel. Oh, thank you. Sorry.
You're an absolute dumpster fire today. This is amazing.
Dumpster fire, really?
Yeah.
That's a phrase?
A complete
It's not my fault my phone
fire.
is ringing. I can't control it.
Well, yeah.
Silent mode.
I mean, it does
my
have
phone was off. I plugged it in and then it turned on and now it started ringing. I can't help it. I'm popular. It's one of these things. Anyway, back to the annoying questions. There are two. There's, how did you get into poker?
Okay.
I don't know. Read Wikipedia. Number 2, what's it like being a woman in poker? I don't know. I've never been a man.
Right. I have nothing to compare it to.
Exactly. I have no point of comparison. So.
Now, there is a certain flip side, though, which is like,
Don't.
hey, it's nice to be asked, right? It's nice that people want to know
Nice
these
and want to
things
know what
about
it's
you.
like being a female?
Sure, but I mean, people care enough about your opinion.
Yes, absolutely, of course. I'm
just
just trying to be
I'm
funny.
just trying to save you a little bit here.
I take it you have stock responses to both questions because you do get asked those questions. You're
I
obviously...
do. I just say the truth. I tell them.
Here's
my
what it's
story
like being a
and
woman in poker. Woo! What do you think
That's
of
what I
these?
wish I could do. That's what I might do later tonight.
Boobies.
No.
Just say boobies next time.
Just go boobies.
Yeah.
I should. I really should. But no.
But no, what is it like being a woman
What
in
is it like
poker?
being a woman? Well, it's it's very nice because we're at present we're a minority, but there's more of us coming into poker, so that's great. And we, it's great to hang out with members of the opposite sex and discuss ideas and then I don't know. It's lovely. It's just lovely being a lady in these modern times.
I agree. Well said.
What's it like being a man in a commentary booth?
It's pretty good, actually. The whole world's pretty much catered to me as a white guy. So, I mean, it's awesome, if I'm going to be honest. That's kind of my stock answer. Just keep your eyes up here, okay? This is where we're having a conversation. I'm objectified by Liv constantly. It's just, and it's tiring.
I thought you were talking to LaValle.
No, LaValle's been very respectful
Let's
with
see
me.
what Twitter says.
I'm actually trying to pay attention to the poker as opposed to everybody
Oh,
else here.
at least someone is. Jason, we would love for you to come in and do your own sort of
non-hijack
stint
commentary.
here. Yes, because I think that you obviously have plenty to contribute poker-wise, and you're also a fun dude. But because of the whole mic sharing thing, we're only getting you dribs and drabs.
Yeah, that's fine. We can consider this my tryout, I guess.
No, people loved you in, what was it,
PCA.
Barcelona, PCA, something like that, yeah.
That was your tryout of the PCA, and it was awesome. We needed to cut down on the F-bombs, but apart from that, it was awesome.
Yeah.
He's French-Canadian. They really don't have such a thing as swearing.
I actually saw Mark on my way here, and I promised to try as hard as I could to not swear. So I think I've been doing pretty good so far.
You have. You've been doing just fine. The Yan hand this time, ace-king. Suited.
How has Yan been playing? How has Yan been playing?
I think he's been playing really well, if I'm going to be honest. He didn't have a huge stack, but now does. And so generally, that means someone's playing well. He hasn't gotten any super lucky suckouts or anything like that. So if it says anything, we've been playing the Yan hand game for like a level and a half, and that's the first showdown we actually saw with him. And that's sort of indicative of a good poker player too, right? If they don't go to showdown very often. Jason approves of that answer. He's a good job, Lam. You're good. You could have another chocolate bar.
Just encouraging her to give her input on the night.
Yes.
She yanked that microphone away from you so fast.
I'm going to one-word answer all of you.
We're used to it. Liv, you enjoying Sanremo? Yes.
Yes.
What's it like being a woman of poker? No.
You're supposed to say boobies.
Boobies.
I did recently post a picture of me at age 10 where I look like a boy on Twitter.
I saw that, and I couldn't tell if you had actually dug up a picture of a boy that looked like you.
No, that is actually me.
Well, it explains a lot.
Okay, back to the action. So, I don't know what happened. Do you see what happened? Was this
David
limp?
Yan limped again.
Oh, okay. So Yan's been limping a bunch?
Tereniak completed from the small blind. Viali checked his option.
This is a new thing, by the way, the whole Yan limping thing. This is a very recent development. This is not something he's been doing all day.
Okay, that's a delicate piece of equipment, guys. Let's just try to...
It's an interesting adjustment to see him do that. I assume he probably thinks that that Olivier and Michael are going to be 3-betting him a lot with those stacks, so his adjustment is still limp. Which is an adjustment that not a lot of top-tier players do, but it's something that people have experimented with and definitely does have some merit. Keep the pots a little bit smaller if he's playing out of position, and at the same time, with the big blind and the small blind being perceived weaker players, he gets to see flops against them if Olivier or Michael don't decide to isolate and raise them.
I mean, isn't the drawback, though, that you kind of expose your hands a little bit? Like
Yeah,
Jack 10 is
and that's why people tend to shy away from that game plan. Is it kind of... It's hard to balance, too. It's hard to start limping strong hands, and if you're just limping a part of the range that you actually want to play, you end up playing, not face up, but you play a weaker range of hands. So it's easier to put pressure on that range.
So do you have to, if you're going to limp, start limping your ace-king suiteds also occasionally?
That's the thing, is that personally, I don't like it, and I think that if you do start doing that, then you should start
So you do have to balance. Yeah.
I think you should.
Let's see if we can get one last hand of analysis out of Jason Lavallée.
But the counter argument to that is that if you think you're going to be getting 3-bet too much, then you should just tighten up, and then those hands that you have that ace king suited or the aces that you want to play bigger pots.
I mean, that's the more traditional adjustment.
Yeah, the most traditional adjustment would be to just play tighter with 2 tough players on your left, and then to eventually raise and then be able to get a 4-bet in. Where now,
I mean, can you not just throw a 4-bet in now and then anyway, even with a slightly weaker range? Because I mean, it's still going to be tough for them to combat that. Like
that would definitely be the most standard, quote-unquote, adjustment to make, is to toss in some bluff 4-bets there. But with those stack depths and how comfortable Michael and Olivier are playing in position, I just think that for him to do it profitably, he's going to have to make it a pretty big sizing
Right.
compared to other players that wouldn't be comfortable flatting.
And therefore it's costing him a lot.
Yeah, you can't really win. What you're trying to do is to lose as little as possible.
Right.
Like, even if you know what they're up to, there's not an ideal adjustment to make outside of just playing a little bit tighter and play a stronger range against their perceived weaker range. Lucas Berglund having the face of someone who has a lot of chips right now. Just smiling.
To be fair, he always has that face.
I'm particularly happy right now.
Yeah, especially if you're not playing Tony. If you're playing match
We're heading into the final 30 minutes of the day. So at this point, we're going to allow Jason and Liv to enjoy their evenings in Sanremo.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for dropping by. I'm sure we'll catch up again during the week.
We'll catch up with you guys at the bar later. I assume you'll still be there. Conscious, I'm not so sure.
Come on now.
Come on now, she says as she leans up against the chair. Come on now.
Come on now. Be reasonable. All right, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A former Sanremo champ and a former Sanremo runner-up, Liv Bree,
cool, yeah.
and Jason Laverly in the booth. Ezra says, Liv used to send me loads of emails telling me about PokerStars stuff. Then she stopped. What went wrong between us, Liv?
What's it like being a woman sending emails about PokerStars stuff? Answer boobies.
So Alex Bullocker currently playing a stack of 200,000. 2 hands in a row, raise and take it for the Russian.
Keep sitting, you're so good, I think I would think that I'm pretty sure that the more we play, maybe
So action folded around to Alex Billiker. Wasn't he an Alexei at one point?
He was a Leonid at one point as well.
It's hilarious that sitting on Mafia kind of thing.
Yeah, it's smart.
Well, it was a raise and take it for Leonid.
It's actually quite funny, even at 30s, it's definitely 60s this time.
So we're down to 119 players, so we are on course to come back for day 3 with just over 100. I imagine we'll probably lose between 10, 15 players during the last 30 minutes of the day. And in around 10 minutes time, what they'll do is they'll pause the clock and then draw for how many more hands will play on day 2.
James Ashgar wants to know what the free roll password is. Is it still open?
I'm assuming it hasn't maxed out. The free roll doesn't start for another half hour, and there, of course, is late registration available for the free roll as well. Challenge, it's on your screen right now. Look in the top right-hand corner. Challenge is the password for the free roll. And remember, we want you guys to share the EPT Live player, because if we get 2,000 or more shares, we will boost the prize pool in the free roll from $1,500 to $2,000. Instructions on how to do that at the bottom of your screen right now.
Now that's a raise and take it for Michael Tereniak. Action slowing down a little bit, it seems, as we creep toward day 3.
Day 3 is the day when they make the money. 79 getting paid in this tournament. Join us for our bubble coverage tomorrow. Neil Johnson, head of live poker operations, PokerStars Europe, the so-called whole poke, will join us in the booth to talk us through hand-for-hand play. We're live once again at noon Central European time, as we are for every single day of this tournament, the exception being Sunday, final table day, when we'll be on air an hour later, because that's when we have whole cards up coverage. So we do have a 1 hour delay on the stream. And I appreciate the love, by the way, from many of you for my Game of Thrones theme with lyrics. But no, I'm not going to perform it again. You are going to have to use the replay function and dig it out from the 8 hours of live coverage that we've brought you today.
But maybe you could write another verse or two.
I do need to continue work on it.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. And again, a quick reminder as Berglund as Jan go to the flop. For those of you who have just joined us, that this is day 1 of 5 from Sanremo, and then of course after Sanremo, it's the grand final in Monaco, and we will bring you 9 days of live streaming. We're covering the Super High Roller, we're covering the main event, we're going to have some bonus coverage of the big cash game
right?
in
Yeah.
Monaco, plus potential bonus coverage of the High Roller in Monaco. So plenty of variety, plenty of great stuff for you, taking you through to the beginning of May. Basically, the rest of April is sorted.
It is Poker-tober. Couldn't make it work with April. Jan manages to fold that river without a major confrontation. Lucas Berglund up to 685,000 chips. That's a lot of dimp. 286 big blinds at basically day 3.
And it looks like Olivier Busquet could be second in chips in the tournament overall. I mean, Sham Srinivasan's still around the kind of 360 mark. Other players in the top 10 at the moment include Mitch Johnson and Raul Mestre. Action folded around to the button, and Matt Franklin will raise.
Have we seen him play a pot yet?
Possibly.
There's a lot of commotion in here, what with the Liv and the Lava Lay and the Long Island Iced Teas.
Commotion in the ocean.
Yes.
Jan 3-bets from the small blind and wins the pot. And David Jan, again, likely to be one of the top 10 stacks in the tournament. He's moved up over 300,000. He started the day as chip leader. He will probably end the day among the chip leaders.
James Brendan Kelly says he shared the live coverage link even though he can't play the free roll.
Just spreading the love. Thank you very much, Brendan.
We do appreciate you, Brendan. We appreciate you every day. I woke up this morning and said, you know what? I appreciate Brendan.
Will Schill says, what about April for a month of poker?
It's all right. It's better than anything I could come up with, so. Granted, I am doing, you know, live commentary of a poker tournament, not sitting at home trying to think of jokes, but whatever. No bigs.
I know what it is you look like in the shirt and shorts combo. You look like a colonial policeman in the Bahamas in the 1960s.
What? It's very specific.
All in. Kudrinski shoves for 30K. And everyone else folds. So let's hear from one of the members of Team Pro playing on day 2. Victor Ramden tells us about how things are going for him.
It's quite the opposite of yesterday. Yesterday was down, 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 and today is up, up, up. So I'm doing great today. When you have a short stack, sometimes and you move all in with someone who has to call off like 50% of the stack. It's kind of hard to do that. So I've been taking advantage of that early, and then I had a very crucial double up. I had 2 kings against 10s or whatever, and I won. But apart from that, I'm just grinding away right now. We only have to play 2 more levels, so I'll just sit back and let them beat up each other. And I'll be playing with pretty much the nuts right now because they're a pretty stacked table I have right now.
Spoiler alert, Victor's now got 60K.
Yes, which is less than half the tournament average.
Which is not very many beavers.
Under the gun raise from Billiker, called by Matt Franklin. David Yan in the cutoff. Calls as well. Folded around to the big blind, Cristiano Vialli. Vialli calls as well. 4 players to this flop, which is 7-6-5 with 2 clubs. It's straighty, it's flushy, we like it.
Vialli doesn't have a ton of BBs either.
And obviously was getting a great price in the big blind. And this is the kind of flop that you imagine is probably connected with the callers rather than the raiser. Everyone checks it, and there is the ace of clubs on the turn.
Vialli's going to bet at it. All right. You go for it, buddy. You go get those chips. That's about half a stack. More?
Well, he's got, what, 40K behind, and he's just bet 24,000, so yes.
A lot more.
Pretty committing bet from the Italian. And the way I'm reading this bet is I think he obviously has a reasonably strong hand, but he's worried about the clubs, and he doesn't want someone getting there with a big club in their hand.
And I think Alexei Billiker may just have a big club in his hand. I mean, I don't know how you fold the king of clubs if the guy can't do that much damage to you.
Well, everyone folds. Vialli wins that one. And just an update on the chip leaders in the tournament. So Lucas Berglund on our feature table is out in front. He leads the entire field of 118 players with a stack of close to 685,000. Second in chips right now is one of the locals. Italy's Federico Petrozelli has close to 500K. Then Thiago de Macedo from Brazil has around 400K, which would make Olivier Busquet fourth in chips with around 385,000. So those are the 4 biggest stacks right now. As we head towards the end of day 2, thoughts of heading into day 3 and making it into the money now on everyone's minds. Our thoughts turn to the buffet upstairs and the media tournament tonight.
Media tournament. Unfortunately, I'll probably last longer at the buffet.
Chip leader raises. Folded around to Alex Billiker in the big blind.
You know, there was one time back in the day where Barry Greenstein gave $500 to everyone in the media. It was right before I started working at Card Player.
Billiker defends. It's an ace-9-5, 2-heart flop. Continuation bet from Berglund. Wins him the pot.
Lucas Berglund has burgled all the chips of everyone at this table. He's almost up to 700,000.
Swedish Derby.
It's unbelievable. It's Pandemonium 2014.
Mario says, I hope you guys know the Spanish Cup final is today. Real Madrid against Barcelona. I didn't know, and I don't care.
I assume he's talking about soccer.
It is a soccer reference.
The kicking one.
Do you still have your Real Madrid and your bogus Barcelona jerseys?
Yeah, I keep all the wardrobe just in case. Which is becoming a pain in the butt because my apartment is very small. I have more comedy clothes than actual clothes.
Including the Colonial Policeman's outfit.
Colonial Policeman's outfit. Most of my regular clothes are also comedy clothes, depending on who you talk to.
So Jan raising from mid-position, called by Tereniak in the cutoff.
Free bet from Billiker. Max again. David Yan's been doing so well in these EPTs, we haven't been able to get him in here in the booth. He had a real shot in London.
So let me get this right. Alex Billiker won a raffle to go and see Nadal play tennis, and yet he's about to make it to day 3 of this tournament with around 200,000 chips.
I believe that's correct. You know what you got to do? Just get blinded out. It's Rafa. It's MFing Rafa, James.
I suppose he could sell the ticket. Certainly can't get someone to take over his stack in the tournament for him.
No, that's I believe that would be frowned upon.
But surely he should be allowed to allow someone to go to see Rafa in his place, and he should be allowed to receive some form of financial compensation for that.
Nah, you gotta. I mean, if he paid to enter the raffle, then maybe. But if it was a free roll, you just gotta give it away. Make someone's day. Make a true fan's day. Maybe he'd let us give it away on EPT Live. Granted, you would have to be, you know, around.
You need to be able to jump on a flight to Nice at a moment's notice.
Yes. One of those white elephant type gifts.
Vlad's been crunching the numbers. Says the average at the final table will be roughly 2 million chips. Berglund has nearly half that now with more than 100 players remaining. It is a pretty grotesque chip lead to have at this point of the game. We got an all in here. Tereniak opened, and Yuri Kudrinsky is shoved from the big blind. And Billiker 3-bet. I didn't see that. So the original raise is out. Billiker asks for a count. Billiker, by the way, after 3-betting, the reason why I didn't realize he was in the hand is he was comfortably sitting back talking to David Yan.
Yeah, he launched into the story. Seems like an affable chap. Billiker's hand must not be super hot if he's thinking about it for this kind of shove.
So he 3 bets to 12,000. The guy's shove is only for 35k.
Yeah.
And I thought, obviously a really bad read, but the way he was so comfortable sitting back talking to Jan, I figured this was a strong hand.
I mean, it's 10 big blinds to call. It's about 10% of his stack.
About to draw to see how many more hands will play today. The tournament clock has been paused.
I mean, he was on the button, so he must have been 3-betting something pretty speculative.
Well, he's called with King Jack and Pocket Kings, the hand for Kudrinski.
Good spot for Kudrinski. I mean, you could see why Billiker would not really want to call off even 10 more big blinds to that. He's very rarely going to be ahead. He would be racing a certain amount of the time.
The confirmation that we will play 3 more hands after this.
Queen high flop, Kings looking pretty good.
Oh, yes, that actually makes perfect sense now. It's English as well.
What gives us a sweat? 9, a 10. Not an ace. Well, yeah, it's a sweat of sorts, I suppose. 4 cards for Kudrinski to fade on the river.
Oh, that is so gross.
Runner sickness. And Yuri Kudrinski somehow finds a smile as he departs the table.
That is grosser than what I accidentally left in the bidet this morning.
But I mean, he was like, I won a 25k. Then the next day, it's just the king.
I played 2 cans.
And he just goes right back to the story.
We're going to play 3 more hands tonight.
It's like it never happened.
This is the best time ever to come to do a big blind leads to me.
3 more hands, by the way.
Yes. 3 more hands, and then we are done with day 2. A reminder that day 3 is when the bubble bursts. It's going to be a fun day. Make sure you're watching from noon Central European time. If you're at work, maybe you can watch us on the mobile app or on your iPad. Of course, if you're unable to watch the coverage during the day, there is the rewind function. When you get home from work, you can always watch from the start of the day. Just avoid the spoilers on Twitter.
I mean, unless I bust the stand, then I don't have to play the big blind. So,
Hey, this guy was sucking at a button.
I want to give a shout out to Martin, who says, watching EPT live and finally managed to final table the Hot 33 after all those years. Life couldn't get any better.
Nice.
And less than 15 minutes to go until tonight's EPT live free roll kicks off. Good luck, tournament players. Raise and take it for Busquet. That's hand 1 of 3. 2 more hands to play.
If you bust the
Just over 100 big blinds.
what do you have? Quality shot.
I think for a while, probably.
I should be able to keep track of it this time. 2 more.
You must be crazy.
That's what the man said.
Sorry? 100 ace jack. Suited. It was suited, yeah. I'm assuming if he's gone all in, it's because I already like 8 bets. So then I just feel committed.
Before we wrap things up here on day 2, Peter Blow has a question for you, States. Was your time away from the table at the Hippodrome successful?
I was actually conducting a very long interview with Poker News during that time, so the real answer is I don't know, but I hope so.
Not in a real spot.
I don't think so, no.
It was promising. I met Peter at the Hippodrome. I think Peter bought me 1 or more beers, so.
We didn't even ask high roller.
Which one?
Here? Is it here?
Which one?
I met multiple Peters, because that was not the Peter I was thinking of, but.
How many people will play?
The high roller?
Oh, you jammed.
120? Yeah.
What?
120?
Well, this pot's going to Berglund, so we're going to play 1 more hand. Last hand of the day, everyone.
Can Lucas Berglund get up over 700K?
I love that. The guy just puts the 7th bet in and he's like, nah, he ain't got it.
A raise and take it will be enough.
He's Swedish, man. Any ace, take it all.
I'm blocking against bet through every bet.
So did he jam?
No, he called it up.
Or I jam?
Ooh, it might not be
you were
enough,
all in.
actually.
You didn't fold. You were bluffing, but you didn't.
It'll be close.
Okay, what did he have?
It'll be very, very close.
How many big blinds was it? Like 150 or more?
I think 50K.
It's okay. Standard. You gotta do it once.
This is it, right? This is the
Story.
last
You
time?
can't quit poker and tell your kids I never did something crazy.
I 5-bet jam Jack 6 of clubs on it.
Today?
Yeah.
You got folds?
No, I ran the aces.
Really? Did you win?
Nah, look.
Raises up to 6,000.
Yeah, it was a cool 4-bet as well. And a 3-bet for some of the
Billiker's raising. Last hand of the night. Jan's defending the big blind. Last flop of the night.
And that flop is King 8-3, all spades.
You could show the last hand.
Check, bet, fold. So Lexi Billiker takes down the last hand of the night.
And that'll do it for day 2 of the EPT Sanremo main event. So we've had 3 feature tables today, although to be honest with you, the lineup at tables 1 and 3 were very similar. We've kind of followed David Yan's story today. He started as chip leader. He ends among the chip leaders, but it's Lucas Berglund, who's close enough to 700K. And when we come back tomorrow, the blinds will be 1,500, 3,000 with a 400 ante. He's playing 232 bigs.
It's just sick for day 3.
Sick.
It's so sick it can only be cured by Lorenzo's oil.
So here's where we're at. 556 started. Around 116, 115 players remain coming back for day 3. The prize pool was confirmed today. 79 will get paid, and the top prize, the biggest slice of that 2.5 million euro prize pool, will go to the winner on Sunday. A top prize of 476,100 euros. The full breakdown available on the PokerStars blog. So obviously Berglund comes into day 3 as chip leader. Other players to watch out for, other big stacks. Shamstra Innovation, who was on our feature table earlier on. Dimitar Danchev, a former runner-up in this tournament, a former EPT champ. Dominic Nitscher, Mickey Peterson and Johnny Lodden, both repping the red spade.
Yeah.
Johnny Lodden is the PokerStars blog's pick to win this thing.
Still in, that's a good sign.
Vicky Corrin will be back for more. P.S. Hines is still alive. Roberto Romanello's playing a below-average stack. Leo McLean, our qualifier from London, is still in.
Hanging in there.
Now, Vicky is meant to be joining us for a guest in on commentary tomorrow, but if she's still playing, obviously we'll have to give her a pass. Lee Jones will be here for another edition of Lee's Lowdown. Plus, Neil Johnson joins us for our world-famous bubble coverage. A full wrap-up of the day, of day 2, available on the blog. Follow them on Twitter, at PokerStars blog. And remember, if you have just tuned in, if you've missed any of today's coverage, you can rewind the action and watch it all again, and hopefully hear my strange take on the Game of Thrones theme music. Once again, we're streaming in a variety of languages: English, Italian, Russian, French, Polish, Lithuanian, German. The time to watch, noon. The place to watch, EPT Live.
That's noon local time, by the way, kids.
Central European time. So we will be back for day 3 of the EPT 10 Sanremo main event. My thanks to Mark Convey. My thanks to Joe Stapleton.
You're very welcome. My babies.
Join us tomorrow for our world-famous bubble coverage, day 3 of Sanremo, 12 noon Central European time. But for now, it's good night from Sanremo.